So.
Yeah, and I'm not actually talking about anything to do with the House Speaker's race. I'm talking about everything else that's going on with the Biden administration. I don't actually think that the chaos that's been going on, the quote unquote chaos, is actually a big problem. As I've said multiple times over the past several days, the problem is now you had these rhinos that look like they are taking the lead here, which is concerning. So there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, and actually, I just saw about 45 minutes ago on the other point regarding Biden, Middle East, everything else. I saw that Germany is trying to call back anybody that's a German citizen out of Lebanon. So that is an escalatory type thing. Concerned about that. The global warning travel advisory. It's like, stay home, watch the news, be scared, right? That's how I kind of took that. But
well, as we know, the U.S. government gets its power by making people scared. So,
correct.
It works out in a way for them. I brought Evan Nash up here. Evan works on Capitol Hill. Works for a House Republican that luckily was supporting Jim Jordon, Brad Wenstrup of Ohio. And he's also a Thomas Massey alum, so always love having. Oh, did I break up there?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Sorry about that. But anyway, I said thank you for coming back, Evan. Always love to have you. What you got for us? What's new? What's going on?
Absolutely. Well, everything's sort of up in the air right now, and we're trying to figure out what's going on our side and see what the other side is going to support. As of now, it seems like that the resolution to empower McHenry until January is going to get put on the floor, and then we're hearing that a majority of the Republican members are not going to support that. So if that takes place, then you're obviously going to have a lot of Democrats come on and support that. And Hakeem Jeffries has been pretty silent on if that's going to happen or not. So we'll see what happens. I haven't heard when a vote might take place and when that's going to go to the floor. People are obviously very unsure on what temporary powers, what that includes for McHenry. And so that's a big question as well for on top of everyone's mind.
Yeah, and so this brings up a point. We don't know for sure whether or not we don't know. We haven't heard from any Democrats that are talking about switching over and voting for Patrick McHenry, because I guess they get their marching orders from Hakeem Jeffries. Is that fair?
That would be correct. And obviously, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it all together. They're not going to have a few deflectors. I've only seen one quote or one press release from a member, and that was Jared Golden of Maine. He said that he was going to support the resolution to empower McHenry. So that's one of, they're 212 on that side, and we'll see if they come out in support of that and are able to push that over if it comes to the floor.
Yeah, and we definitely want to get into a kind of what sort of play Jim Jordon might be making here. I know there's some theories floating around, and we'll talk about that in just a few minutes once we get fully launched here. I'm still trying to bring people up on stage. We appreciate everybody, sharing the space, putting your questions, comments, concerns down there in the bottom right-hand corner, hitting that purple pill button. Honestly, like Aaron, I have a lot of questions too, and it seems like I just have more and more. The longer this process goes, the more questions we end up having, because it's mind-blowing to me that a lot of these representatives, they don't care what their people are telling them to do. They don't care about all the phone calls they're getting from their constituents. They're playing, this game anyway, and I don't understand it. We were talking about that a lot yesterday, and we even had statements from, I think Don Bacon put one out saying that he's basically a protest vote at this point because he doesn't want to be bullied. I mean, this isn't about bullying your representatives. This is about having your voice heard and actually being represented by your representative. It's not about the representative themselves. It's about the people they represent. And some of these people can't seem to figure that part out.
No, they can't. And this is what we're seeing here with like these holdouts. And you can trace this back, right? These are the appropriations people. These are the farm bill people. These are the massive military spending people that are holding out. And so what we're seeing right now is an intersection between special interests and constituents. And what they're doing is are hiding behind and trying to twist, all the phone calls and emails and in-person visits by their constituents. They're trying to twist it into some kind of form of like they're getting death threats and they're being threatened and they're hiding behind that. They're not going to address the fact that I've got big money donors. I've got this massive war chest that I've been able to wield power with and crush challengers because I have these special interests in my pocket. And right now they want me to hold out. It's not about the American people. It's about what we want. We invested in you. We expect a return. And that return is all the carve outs and everything that goes into these massive spending bills. So we are seeing basically through these Congress people, we are seeing the intersection and battle between populism, between what constituents actually want, what the American people actually want, and what special interests, big money, big donors want. And this is why the battle started with McCarthy to begin with. He is chief fundraiser, right? He is the California Republican chief fundraiser. He is the big war chest gatherer. And this is what this fight is about. So ultimately, I think we're going to have to find out two things. Number one, we're going to have to find out what are going to be the powers vested in this temporary speaker, Patrick Henry bow tie guy, and what powers he'll have. And if Jim Jordon is still on the table and they're going to be making deals up until January, but what that looks like. So again, that's my quick, 30,000 foot view of the situation.
Yeah, and just and I know we've touched on this a little bit over the past few days here as we've been covering this speaker debacle. When we talk about appropriations people and farm bill people, is that what you're referring to when it comes to people that are controlled by special interests and lobbying groups that depend on these massive spending bills?
Correct. Yeah. So these are like the people that want to be on the appropriations committees where they spend the money, where it goes to. And it's always wrapped up in these omnibus bills, NDAAs, the farm bills, et cetera. Yeah. Subsidies.
Okay. So they have plenty of incentive to make sure that because Jim Jordon has been vocally against omnibus bills, right? We've been in Matt Gaetz, actually, that was one of the things that McCarthy was supposed to agree to and did agree to earlier in January this year when he was elected speaker. And he failed to do so. He really had no intention of breaking up those omnibus bills, those massive $1 trillion budget bills that just have, all this garbage stuffed into it. But the reason that they would even do an omnibus bill to begin with, obviously, is because they can stick a bunch of garbage in there and not a lot of people are going to notice because they're not reading these 20,000 page bills that are sliding across their desk. It's just not happening. So it's
not only that, Nick. So one of the pillars of the three different asks that they had of McCarthy, there were several, but the main three was with the rules committees and the amount of time that Congress people have to review these massive bills, let alone not putting forth any massive bills. But it was also the time. So it had been moved to 72 hours. And as Thomas, I'd asked him when we had him on our space, he confirmed that rule was still in place. But they were saying that, so 3,000 page bills that no one has time to read within 24 hours, and then they go to a vote, right? That's how the special interests and the lobbies all got their carve outs and their money. So the part of it that they fought for was the 72 hours, which I still don't think that's enough time, to be honest with you. But, 72 hours with a bunch of staffers, break it down. Okay, fine. That's also what they're fighting here, too. So, actually, matter of fact, I'll pull up the stuff that I have. I can actually line out exactly what the asks were. But that's a big piece of it, Nick.
Yeah, well, it's not a very big list of ones that McCarthy actually, upheld. So that one's not like I don't even know if I can name one. at this point. But
I can name one, and that was the single motion to vacate. That's the one he upheld.
oh yeah. Not willingly, but yes.
That's right. Hey, good morning, Billy.
What's next?
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning. I guess the question I have is what is next? Like, if McHenry is this speaker pro tem, is he going to have the ability to open up hearings and do things that are necessary for, bills to be passed, but also more importantly, I think, for the impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden to resume? I mean, that's the thing that has me the most, concerned here, is that we literally saw this happen right before the impeachment inquiry could happen. And notice that it took the Democrats, right? They all together as one in unison voted to support removing McCarthy, but it only required a couple Republicans to go in line with that, which it made sense for people like Matt Gaetz and others to remove McCarthy because he broke his word. But now we're kind of stuck in this situation where we are without a speaker, a permanent speaker of the House. I guess they're never really truly permanent, but you guys get my point. What limitations would McHenry have going forward if he's the temporary speaker until January?
So Evan, Christian, you might be able to answer that. If not, I think Evan might be a good one too. But go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, there's not going to be any limitations. They're going to make him the speaker. So there's because that's the whole reason why they want to do it, so that they're able to continue the gravy train. They're going to be able to continue doing continuing resolutions. They're going to try to go back to business as usual. So they're going to have to the 8 or the 12 that got us this far. They're going to have to say no. There's not going to be a temporary. The other folks, the 20 or however many they are, those folks need to come over to our side. And if they don't, then leave it where it is and let it keep going until really what needs to happen. They need to force the hands of the rhinos and make them vote for Jeffries so that it will totally and completely destroy their political career. They won't be able to run for office again. They'll be totally out. They'll be castrated out just as bad as Liz Cheney. That's what needs to happen here. They don't need to do some so-called quote temporary interim speaker end quote. It is not interim. They would be voting him in as the speaker.
But the limitation would be that it's only until January.
Well, yeah, but still, and let's just say if that was true, that means from now until January, they can vote on continuing resolutions. They can. That means that everything that they said about about trying to get the single subject bills and all the things that they've been talking about come off of the table, and it's back to business as usual under the establishment. And we should not revert back to that. We need to force if these folks want to put another rhino in as the speaker or Jeffries, make these rhinos do it. Make them show who they are and don't buckle just because you got folks that are probably in their ears behind the chamber telling them, well, you need to hurry up and do this. No, we don't need to hurry up and do anything. The government is fine if it shuts down. We're fine if they don't go back into if they're not able to go back into session and start back up the the impeachment inquiry and all of that. We don't, that can wait. This is more important than anything, because once we get this straight, we'll be back on the right path. And as I said, we have to cleanse ourselves from this establishment, rhino, elite, political consultant class of people that think that they run the government. They do not run the government. We run the government. The problem is we're not putting enough pressure on our elected officials to make this happen. If there was enough pressure, this would have already been handled by now. We would be on to the next.
Well, actually, Christian, let me say this. So I think part of this is because of the pressure. So this is them saying, okay, we're not going to be pressured into doing anything. We are the kings and queens. We make the decisions for the people, and we don't like it when the dirty smellies come pressuring us at our office, calling our office. And this is actually, it's not just the special interest in lobbyists. From the way I see it, this is just my opinion, but this is also trying to prove a point and stamp out, I mean, for lack of better terms, a rebellion from the masses, where the people are calling them constantly and so on and so forth. So they're digging in for multiple reasons now.
Well, right. So as long as we don't go along with this interim speaker, we're okay. The minute that we divert into that, we've now gone back into the establishment, the rhinos. That is the wrong. We should not consider this under any circumstances. And the 8 or the 12 that got us this far need to step up and say, no, we are not doing that.
Yeah, and force them to side with Democrats to make a deal, right? And then that's the fodder that they need in the upcoming election season. So,
yes, make them force their hand,
yep.
Make them do it.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, Gaze, go ahead and get in here.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a hysterical female or anything like that, but am I the only one who's like livid at this? I mean, like I have spent, and as Nick has, and as Trash has, and as everyone in this room has, I've spent days like calling congressmen and following the votes and putting out tweets and saying, call them, tweet at them, and everything. And then all of a sudden, after 2 votes, Jim Jordan just like gives up and says, well, we're going to go with this thing. I mean, I'm literally upset, and I see it on my timeline from everyone. It was like, what was all this for? And then I'm seeing congressmen like Donalds and even MTG coming out and saying, this is ridiculous. Why are we even going to do this? I mean, I'm so pissed, and I don't understand why I'm pissed.
No, I think being pissed off is the right reaction. But this is what they expect out of us, because it's worked in the past, right? When we have, obviously, they have been feeling the pressure on Capitol Hill, which is why we're getting the statements coming back that are saying, well, we're just not going to be bullied, acting like they're, I really need to watch my analogies. The 15-year-old high school students, let's use that one instead, that are trying to act all, big and bad and powerful and like, you can't touch me. Okay. That's what this is about at this point, and what they expect us to do next, because that it seems to be what has happened in history, is that we just end up forgetting and going away and going about our lives and just acting like it never happened. They're expecting us to just forget it. They can keep their power. They can, help their lobbyists and special interests and keep getting all that money coming in, and we're just gonna walk away. So they want us to feel discouraged and like everything that we did was an absolute waste, because that's what stops people from doing it again. They feel like they don't have a voice. That's exactly how they want you to feel. And maybe that sounds like a cliche or something that I'm just doing to try to keep your spirits up, but that's genuinely the play. And I would say that a lot of people up on stage here would agree with me on that.
I want to add a little bit more to that. I want to say that phone calls and emails to elected officials is not enough. We have to do we have to use the party power to, and that requires us to be active in the party. So once we know what it is that we want, and even if it's something that is as fluid as it is right now, we need to be able to, at a moment's notice, say, okay, here are the items that you guys need to execute on right now. And say, if you don't execute on this, then you will be out of office. And lay that out for them and make that clear. And once we do that, and they go against what we're saying, then that's where we start the process of doing censures against them inside of their own district and their county and their state, and allow that to get to the point where no one wants to donate to them, no one wants to support them, no one wants to go out and collect signatures for them, and that gets them out of office. But in order to get all the way to that finish line, we have to, it's got to be more than just a phone call to their office or an email to their office. That comes from the political party inside the committees, the Republican committees, the precinct committeemen of that particular official. That's where that comes from. It has to be done at that level, and not just making phone calls and sending emails. They ignore phone calls and emails. They don't ignore a censure. A censure, it gets them out.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, like we have like Patriot Savvy who's in the room, the wonderful and
okay,
talented
hang
Patriot
on.
Savvy.
Yeah, hang on. So let's talk about this for a minute. I actually want to drill down on this before we talk about personalities, because I see Savvy here too, obviously. But one of the things that I've noticed is the GOPs, the local GOPs and the state GOPs are now putting out statements. So that pressure is working. And if you have the state GOPs putting out statements saying we don't agree with our representative in Congress, whom they campaigned for and got elected, they are now coming out. So the pressure doesn't necessarily even have to be directly to the candidates themselves. Attack them the other way. Attack them through the GOP, because I can tell you the pressure and the phone calls are working to the state GOPs. They're all putting out statements. So
Well,
that
but the
yeah,
only
fine. I
slight.
get it. Like, but okay, Christian. But what I'm saying is, not everyone in this room is going to be running for office or getting involved. I agree with your sentiments. I 100% agree. But I'm saying that all of this can be done.
Okay, and the only slight disagreement I have with you is the elected officials who sit inside of the legislature, whether at the state or the federal level. The phone calls and emails doesn't apply enough pressure to them, because that doesn't threaten them to the point where they feel like they're going to lose either campaign donations, or potentially they won't be able to go around the party giving speeches, go into Republican clubs and be widely accepted. A censure does more damage to them. So that gets their attention. That makes their antennas go up. And I've seen it, as of this year. When we start going after them with the power of the censure, and being specific with who is it that's not doing their job, it bothers it bothers the whole establishment apparatus. It puts them into disarray. It forces their proxies at the grassroots level to reveal themselves as rhinos. It really helps the movement overall when we do that. Yes, I understand a lot of people are not going to do this work, but that's what's required here. So now that we've done the preliminary steps, which is getting us to this point with the 8 and the 12, and we're at the point now where they still don't have a speaker. Now that we see them kind of, let's just say they're fantasizing about having a temporary interim speaker, we need to crush that fantasy. But it has to, that has to come from the party, and it doesn't necessarily have to start at the state GOPs. It can start at the smaller district, state district, or county level, and then move up into the state. Because, and that's one of the problems that we have, is that when something like that starts at the highest point in the state, it hasn't had a chance to mature inside the party. So, so it had, but that has to be done in order to get us to where we want to go.
So,
Otherwise,
Evan,
go ahead.
let me ask Evan here real quick, because Evan, you do work in a congressional office, and we are trying to figure out. A lot of us had heard from Thomas Massey the other day saying that in our space here that phone calls are super effective. Would you agree with that sentiment? Like, do these phone calls actually get through to the representative, or they briefed on them? How does that work?
I think it really depends on the office. Each office has their own procedure and how they handle phone calls. I worked in, Representative Massey's office, and now in our office. It's a very similar fashion. The member gets a briefing every day on what the phone calls were regarding, what each individual said, and sort of a rundown. I know some offices, don't even really tell the member unless it's something urgent like this. I'll tell you, in our office, we're seeing the highest number of emails we've seen in months. We're getting plenty of phone calls. We got plenty on Tuesday before the first vote. So it really does, put the pressure on. And I promise you, when you call the DC offices, when you call the district offices, just like Representative Massey said the other day, like, you can hear it, and it's a sound that it won't get out of your head. And just keep calling, y'all. I seen a lot of members come out and say in the last few minutes that they're disappointed in Representative Jordon's, move to support this resolution. A lot of them think it's self-serving almost for him to, support this and then give himself months of, campaigning. So I think we should keep grinding it out, and sort of like Christian said, force these 22 to, if they're going to go to the left side, let them do that. And if they'll get lambasted for that. And that's what we have to do at this point.
So are they going to need, if this resolution goes to the floor, to make Patrick McHenry elevate him to Speaker of the House until it looks like January? He still needs those 217 votes, correct?
That would be correct. Yeah, he would need, as long as every member's there, he would need, that 217.
He's going to need some Democrat crossover.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said earlier, more than a majority of the Republican conference has said they don't support this resolution. So obviously he's going to need a lot of Democratic crossover for this to pass.
That is going to tell us a lot, guys. I don't think anybody realizes how much that is going to tell us. If you have, a bunch of Republicans that are siding with Democrats on a Speaker of the House, we know exactly who our targets are for primaries at this point. We already have a nice list going here, but we're going to flip a lot of seats.
Yeah, and like Christian said,
from rhinos to actual Republicans.
Yeah, and like Christian said, and not to rehash a lot of what's already been said, but the reason that the Democrats are willing to do this is because it'll just return to business to normal, especially with McHenry. He's as establishment as it gets. He chairs the House Financial Committee. It'll just return to CRs, omnibus, and that's why they would support it, is because they would get what they want.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, everybody, Patrick McHenry became the Speaker pro tem. He was appointed by McCarthy to that position right before he got booted. So this is a McCarthy pick. It's essentially Patrick McHenry was handpicked by Kevin McCarthy to hold the gavel in the interim. So that should probably tell you a lot about the guy that we're about to have as at least temporary Speaker of the House. I'm going to go through audience questions here in the bottom right-hand corner, purple pill. And while I'm doing that, Game Tech, I'll allow you to jump in, and then we'll go to Gaze, and then Tweet News Review, and then Turner. So appreciate you all's patience. Go ahead, Game.
I was just going to jump in real quick, Nick, and tell you that, yeah, phone calls, they do work. I bet you probably 50 or 60 of the congressional aides, they know my voice because I call every single day, just to get the scoop on things and to see, if there's something major moving that week. And I really encourage any journalist to be doing that. That's chasing stories. There's a saying, what's the scoop? Like we don't as journalists, we don't do any of that shit anymore. We just basically parrot information, pass it along that you hear from somebody else. We ought to be that's our number one strength as a country is to take and challenge our leadership. And we're not doing it. We're not doing it at all, really. So yeah, conversations with these aides, especially if you're a journalist, that's a must. It's a must to figure out like what bills are being passed, what they're working on, and not only that, but corporate media. They have the same type of aids too. If you can get your foot in the door and talk with these people, you can get some things done. But yes, phone calls. Make a long story short, phone calls do work, Nick. So start calling people, man.
Yeah, and what I wanted to touch on was we know phone calls work because before the first vote, when we were putting out the lists of the people that had come out and said no, we flipped 5 people. So we know that phone calls work. And 2, the reason I brought up Patriot Savvy is she was promoting a protest at was it Drew Ferguson's office in Atlanta. And so for Evan, is it good to? I know you were people were talking about censure and stuff, but I can't remember the last time I've seen Republicans out there protesting something. And so to hear that Patriot Savvy was either promoting it or was helping to organize it, I started to see people talk about, well, maybe we should be going to our congressman's office and protesting
and
at their
I'll
local
speak
office.
on this because we've had protests from both sides. And so like we saw yesterday with the protests, you can't really protest inside the buildings. You will get removed for that. But the district
You
offices,
can if you're a Democrat.
Yeah, exactly. But the district offices are free game. A lot of these, are in just buildings and, random office buildings all over the country. So they don't have the same exact rules. You can sit outside, go to these offices and exercise your First Amendment rights.
Yeah, so we were hoping to push some of those protests. I know we didn't really have the time to. We were hoping that this vote. Now, keep in mind, guys, McCarthy's vote. Some of the questions that we're getting out in the audience are, why only 2 votes? Why did we stop after 2 votes? McCarthy went for 15 rounds. 15 rounds, and he made it. I don't know. I mean, if it were me, I would have kept going. I mean, who cares? If it's going to take 30 rounds, just keep going for it. Shut the House down. Leave it shut down. I don't care. It's probably for the good of the country anyway. So, I mean, rather than having just another rhino in there, I mean, McHenry is I mean, based on looking at his, we'll have to pull back up his Liberty score, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But this guy is definitely not any better than Kevin McCarthy was. And I don't know. Well, actually, I'm gonna wait to get to this question here because it kind of diverts the topic. But what I will ask is from the audience here, Evan. I don't know if you can kind of give any insight on this. If Patrick McHenry were to be elevated to Speaker of the House, what happens to committee assignments? Does it stay the same? Are we looking at, because I know that might be part of the deal?
A lot of that would be the same because the chairs are, put into place when the rules are put into place. So none of those would change. The big one to watch would be, if McHenry's promoted, then somebody's got to take his place on House Financial Services as the chair, at least temporarily. So that would be the one spot you would probably be changed. I heard from my member and a few other members that even if they didn't elect a speaker this week, they were going to get moving on committee work next week. They were tired of waiting. It's obviously agonizing almost at this point to just keep pushing these things off. And, we've mentioned the Biden impeachment inquiry, a few other big committee that we're working on, a lot of projects. So those haven't been meeting over the last 2 weeks, and that's not
Why
good.
not,
And
though?
that's not staggering. That's the magic question, and that's
Okay,
I don't know
so there's
why
not actually a
they didn't
reason.
lay down the hammer this week, but they're laying it down next week.
Yeah, so basically, what you're saying is, that's been a lot of the excuse that some of these holdouts have had. I don't think it's a very good excuse. I think it's a terrible excuse. They've been saying, well, look, we can't do anything at all because we have no speaker. But you're saying that committees can still meet when there's no speaker of the House, right?
The thing is, there is technically a speaker right now. McHenry is the pro tem. This is just prolonging that. So the committees have been able to meet this whole time. That's just some
So we
made up
don't know
excuse.
why they're not, though.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is just an excuse.
Yep.
What about succession, real quick? I'm sorry, Nick, to interrupt. What about succession?
I don't have the answer to that question. That's been a question that's been hopped around. Is McHenry, still in the line of succession? But
right now,
I'm sure.
Right now, he is not, because we don't have a speaker.
Exactly.
If they make
Exactly.
him
Yeah,
speaker,
that's what I'm.
if they make him speaker, then he's in the line of succession.
Well,
Okay,
right now, what I'm seeing from news reports, and I'm ignorant on this stuff, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. But they have a Julie Sue in line of succession, which people are saying that she's not even sworn in. So I'm kind of curious what the talk and what the information is about that, because honestly, that is actually, for me or for everybody else, that's an important topic to talk about when it comes to the us not having a speaker right now. Where's the line of succession? We got multiple wars going on. We have Biden, suffering from whatever he's suffering from, and then we got Kamala. So who's next?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll definitely dig in and try to figure out that answer. But I can tell you guys, and I can't really be too specific here, but I do know that a lot of the people that are working on these committees are still working in the background. I do know this. Guys, I know of a few subpoenas that went out. So they are still doing it, and they're still. But I would like them to continue to have these hearings for sure. But I do know at least some of the staffers or people that are working on these committees are still going, and I believe Jim Path was in here the other day. And I asked him about this because he knows Jamie Comer well. He said that they're still moving forward. They're having their people do stuff as well. So I do know that that's in the works. But I would like to, I would like to have some clarity here. But I think that that's the attack, right? I think that's the point. Is it's chaos. Nothing is clear. We have to make a solution right now. Be afraid. And I'm saying hold the line. So.
No, I hear you, Trash, but at the same time, I'm just frustrated because I felt like when I finally was watching that, I guess the investigation into the hearing on whether they should open the impeachment inquiry on Joe Biden, I thought, wow, finally, all this evidence, all this information is going to be seen. They can use subpoena powers to drag in a bunch of these people around Biden, and it can all be exposed. Not only that, but then we could deal with some of the corruption going on inside of our intelligence agencies, inside of our justice system, because we know there was a lot of pay for play, a lot of cover-ups, and Hunter Biden had a list of all these federal agents and people in our Justice Department in his phone that he was selling access to. So, I mean, I really wanted to see that happen just as much as I wanted to see all of the evidence that was collected and all the witnesses that were ready to testify in the January 6th hearings be able to put the evidence forward and expose what went on during the 2020 election. And the same exact way, like the narrative just completely shifted, just like January 6th happened and the storming of the Capitol happened. And conveniently, the entire topic changed from everyone talking about the election. They all started just talking about January 6th and the people that went into the Capitol building. And the narrative completely changed. And all those hearings, all that stuff, it got pushed off. No one cared to pick it up again. They didn't say, oh, we're canceling them. Oh, we're never going to. They just literally memory hold it. They memory hold it, and they just decided to move on and move forward. And they felt like they had the moral high ground to do so. So my concern here is just, we finally were going to get to see all this stuff play out with this impeachment inquiry. And conveniently, there's this, this situation with now we don't have a speaker, and now we can't move forward. And now we're in limbo, and the establishment is pretty much holding the speakership hostage right now, and we can't move forward. So it's incredibly frustrating. The Democrats, they all voted lock and step to remove McCarthy. And I think that what Matt Gaetz and others were doing was, it was just in that McCarthy had broke several promises. He wasn't going by his word, and we do have to make an example out of our politicians when they do those things. And I don't even know if I have that much faith in McCarthy as a speaker overall. Like, I really don't think he was a great speaker. But now we're just in this really awkward situation where the rhinos are holding the speakership hostage, and we can't continue on with this impeachment inquiry on Joe Biden.
And see, this is where having a list of deliverables and requirements for our elected officials comes into play. And that, in my view, has to come directly from the political power, which is the party. Because the party, we're the ones that ensure that they're even allowed to run for office. They can't even get on the ballot unless we allow them in. So when we have a list of requirements, deliverables, action items for them to deliver on, and that is communicated to them by resolution, and saying, if you don't execute on these items or show that you're even moving in the direction of these items, we will censure you and damage you out of office if you don't abide by these items, these things that you ran on, all the things that you campaigned on. When we do that, that's when we see action. That's what gets their attention. So while phone calls or emails it moves you in that direction, you don't have a list of items that's coming from the party for them as a direction or a directive for them to act on. And that's what's missing in this equation.
Yeah, I think we need both, we need both. We need them to sign on to taking action on various issues and to make essentially oaths that they were not going to cross or break. Like, and one of those was no more Ukraine spending, right? So we need that outlined of what we want them to do. But we absolutely need people calling them. We absolutely need people putting pressure on, and it is effective. It does have an impact. The groups, American Mission, the people in Twitter Spaces, the things in Nick's Spaces we've been doing the past couple days, it has generated a lot of impact in the House. We were able to successfully get a bunch of people to flip their votes in the direction the people wanted them to go, right? We just didn't get enough because at the end of the day, there are those rhinos who really and truly don't care about the people, and they literally just need to be primaried out. They have to be voted out. We have to get replacements for them because they are rhino, which is Republican in name only, right? Like, they actually, even though they have an R in front of their name, they really don't represent you, the blue collar working American that has and shares the same ideals and values that most of the people do that put America first, right? They don't share those ideals. For them, they're career politicians. It's about money. It's about making a ton of money and playing a game. So we need to get rid of these career politicians.
Right. And the finishing step get to damage them out of office, that is the power of the censure inside the political party. Because the political party can ensure that that person can't even get enough signatures to even qualify to get their name on the primary ballot. That political party can block that person out as a nominee. That's where our real power is. That's what's missing in this whole equation. And until we have to escalate this, because we've gotten to step one, now we need to escalate that into political party participation. That that is the only way we're going to achieve this, because at the end of the day, when we're dealing with these folks, even after we're done with this speaker issue, there's going to be many other times where we need to flex the political power over these elected officials. That gets their attention, because they want to stay in politics as long as possible. That's the whole reason why people say, I want term limits. I want to put limits on Congress. I don't want them just staying in office forever, squatting in office forever. Well, this is your term limit. You term limit them by censuring them and damaging them out of office inside the party. That's how you do it.
All right. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. And there's been a lot of some developments. It looks like people are starting to make their stances in public. Interestingly enough, my friend Gunter Eagleman just tweeted out, I remember when McCarthy and his firm tried to get me and other influencers on X to start a campaign against Matt Gaetz. He just outed it. So now people are outing some secrets. This is getting really, really spicy. Big fan of that. Turner, I saw you up on the stage. We got Nate and Jim up here. Good to see you guys. But Turner, yeah, step in.
Yeah, so just lots of thoughts on things people have been saying. I guess we'll start with the phone calls. Um, what it seems to me from a narrative perspective, what's happening, going back to the chaos narrative, phone calls, people calling, they're trying to make it out to be threats, something that's intimidating, rather than it just being a simple mechanism by which we hold our representatives accountable. The chaos narrative that members in Congress themselves now are citing as their basis for not supporting Jim Jordan, rather than a reason to not support Jim Jordan on substance. They're just pointing to Matt Gaetz and the 7 others causing chaos in the House. Again, what they're calling chaos is just simple accountability. He made promises. He didn't keep his promises. The people spoke, and a handful of representatives decided to move to vacate, representing the will of the people. And yeah, I mean, we have to push back on the chaos narrative. We can't allow them to name simple accountability chaos, which is all that's really happening here. And in the phone calls, as others have said, Thomas Massey himself said that it's very effective. I mean, honestly, I also heard Santos say the other day that he doesn't find it very effective. But even just psychologically, I think another thing Massey said is it's not uncommon for there to be days without phone calls. So, like Christian said, escalate. We should escalate and sustain the phone calls. We should have the phone calls ringing off the hook as a constant reminder, invading their space, that they're going to be held accountable and that there's nothing wrong or inappropriate or chaotic about it. It's just the people demanding accountability.
And Turner
Yeah,
makes
and
a
you're
great
so
point.
right.
Is that
Like this is the thing. They're the ones creating the chaos. The Republican rhinos in the House that are up there throwing up votes for people who they know don't have a chance to even make it through. They're the ones creating the chaos and the problem, and they're the reason why we don't have a speaker yet. If anything, most of these grassroots organizers and people who have been calling up, they've been asking for them to unify. That's what the grassroots and the people have been saying. Hey, unify around someone, get a speaker in there. We want somebody like Jim Jordan, right? Get him in there. And that's what the people have been calling for. That doesn't sound like chaos to me. Sounds like the rhinos in there that are divided and they can't just come together around someone. They're the ones who are creating chaos. Okay. And many of the people in the grassroots that are, even calling up, people have put aside their own political differences with Jim Jordan. A lot of the people, at least in these Twitter spaces, have expressed their own concerns about Jim Jordan. They've expressed, he's not my 100% pick or choice, but people can compromise. Like, they can come to the point where they're like, okay, look, I get that we're not going to get Trump in there. I get that we're not going to get somebody that we 100% like, because we know that the establishment rhinos are never going to go for it, ever. But somebody like Jim Jordan is the middle ground. Okay, he is the middle ground between the America First politicians and agenda and the establishment Republicans. So if they're not even willing to come to a middle ground point, and they still think that somebody like Jim Jordan is an extremist MAGA American, we've got bigger problems on our hands. That means they are completely unwilling to budge, unwilling to come to some kind of a deal or a handshake or compromise for the sake of unity in this country. They're the problem.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on two things real quick. Turner is exactly right when he said that these congressmen are using quote unquote threats of being primaried, and you're my congressman, vote the way I want, or I'm not going to support you. They're now saying that that's intimidation and threats, and so it's like, have these people never been challenged before on like a vote? And then the second thing, just some breaking news from NBC News. Representative Matt Gaetz says he will do everything possible to stop empowering McHenry as a temporary speaker, calling it a constitutional desecration not to elect a permanent speaker.
So there's also, as Axios is reporting here, thank you, Evan Nash shared this to the top. Like I said, McCarthy screamed at Matt Gaetz to sit down when he went to the mic during the GOP conference meeting this morning, and said that another Representative Bost, another nobody, I guess, almost lunging at Matt Gaetz. Don't have too many more details than that just now, but obviously McCarthy is the one that advocated for or actually made McHenry the Speaker pro tem, and is now advocating to empower McHenry while keeping Jordan as the Speaker designee. That is the current reports coming out of the room. We'll explain that here a little bit more. I'm trying to dig into it, but we'll get back to that here in just like 2 or 3 minutes while I try to find more. Tweet news review. Jump in.
Hey, Nick. This is Jim. I've got to get out of here, but I'd like to say a little bit. I'm extremely disappointed with Jim Jordon. We went 15 rounds trying to elect or eventually electing McCarthy, and Mr. Jordon backed out after 2. And I know he hasn't officially backed out. He's just deferring until January. But I've been supporting this man for years now because I've been saying he was a fighter. And when the fight finally presented itself in front of him, he didn't fight. And I'm genuinely not okay with that. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't vote for him right now, because as someone alluded to a moment ago, he's not my first choice, but he is someone that I think could be elected as the speaker. And, I guess maybe we should have taken all his deferring to McCarthy, his deferring to Scalise, his deferring now to McHenry. Maybe that's a clue and a hint as to where his true loyalty lies. But I still find that so hard to believe from his body of work. So I'd still vote for him. And yes, I am trying to primary Mr. Ferguson. I'm not going to try. I'm going to do it.
You're referring to Turd Ferguson of
District 3, Georgia,
correct? Okay.
Yeah, that would be the man. I'm trying real hard not to say that.
Well, that's why I said it for you.
And I appreciate that.
Did he release a statement today talking
I was
about
literally going to be my point.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson has said that his family has received death threats. And if he says that's why he changed his tactics, because Jim Jordon, his tactics were bullying him, and his family had received death threats. I sincerely doubt that Jim Jordon had anyone call Mr. Ferguson's family or himself and issued death threats. Now, I'm not saying he didn't receive death threats. I'm simply saying that to make the statement or the illusion, that's illusion, not anyway, that Jim Jordon was involved in that is so thin as to be almost anorexic. And
honestly, I think Jim Jordan's been playing too nice.
And I agree 1,000%.
So I doubt that he's the one that sent any death threats. I'm with you. I'm with you, dude.
But calling pressure from your constituents bullying, that is probably one of the most un-American things I've ever heard of in my life. And it speaks to who Mr. Ferguson is. He represents himself, he represents his friends, and he represents his donors. And it's not just Drew Ferguson, it is the entirety of the donor class Republicans. They are absolutely indifferent to the people they represent because they're going to receive millions of dollars in funding, and they're going to drop it on anybody's head that dares try to challenge them. We need more people like me challenging this man, and I hope that the people here will reach out and talk to, myself, but people in other districts that are challenging these swamp monsters to battle. And that's what it is. This is a fight. And I, for one, am ready for it. We are going to have a rally tomorrow at Mr. Ferguson's office. I don't know how many of you are close, but I would ask you to attend. We're going to have a second one on the Saturday, not the next day, but Saturday week. We are going to bring the pressure to Mr. Ferguson. If he thinks he's received pressure so far, he has never met Debbie Dooley because she is all over him like stink on a turd. And she is going to bring the battle to Mr. Ferguson unlike he's ever had, and so am I. The 3rd District is tired of this pretender who does not support us, does not represent us, is not America first, and does not care a damn about District 3. So, with having said that, I thank y'all for your time. I have got to go do something else.
Jim, we'll take you back anytime.
I've got to go down to Harris County this evening and walk into the Lion's Den where West Point, the city where he was a mayor of, and I'm going to walk into the Lion's Den and we're going to have a word and a prayer with the friends of Drew. So I thank you all, and I appreciate what y'all are doing here.
Keep working, Jim. I'll be in contact with you individually.
Thank you,
and
sir.
also, Jim, as I recommended Jim yesterday, reach out to Real Political Savvy. She's here in the listening audience. She just followed you. She's wanting to help you any way she can in Georgia. So I highly recommend that resource.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's been a drinking from a fire hose the last 25 hours. I have gotten so many phone calls and so much help, and I can't sift through it all by myself. And I'm trying real hard, but being on here speaking with y'all, I'm going to do that as often as I can. So I appreciate every one of you.
Yeah, Jim, appreciate you. Thanks, and good luck. We'll see you when you come back. Okay, Nick. Well, we're getting cooking here now. So it seems to be I'm hearing this from a lot of places all over the country where people are now going to be going in person and protesting and asking questions. And what they're also doing, what I'm hearing is what Jim mentioned, is starting to go back and cozying up to the people that got these people elected in the first place. So this is going to be turning out interesting, Nick. Yeah. Nate, good to see you. Go ahead, and I have to answer a couple of backroom questions real quick. Go ahead, Nate.
I just wanted to say that what Jim was saying was right on the money. Support him 100%. We've got to have people who are going to be willing to buck the system and go against the donor class, as he said it. And I think he said it just right. That is what we see. That's what I'm seeing here in West Virginia as well. there is this group of people that seem to think that they can basically buy and own our politicians. And I don't know if there was something just put out recently showing how they had BlackRock showing how they said it was $10,000 a senator, and that does seem to be the attitude that a lot of these people have, is that I think these lobbyists, they buy their way into the pockets of these politicians, and then the people that we sent there to represent us don't end up representing us at all. Instead, they end up representing the lobbyists and the corporations and and special interest groups that have nothing to do with what's in the best interest of the people of the districts that we're supposed to be representing. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who I think they get into politics and their attitude is, well, that's the only way that you can win. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out. This election is going to be pivotal. I don't think there's ever been a time that I'm aware of where there have been so many people stepping up that are not beholden to lobbyists, going up against those who are. And so this is going to be a true test of whether or not you can get elected, in this political system that we have by just hard work and grassroots and getting out there and talking to people. And if people wake up and they realize what's going on, and people get out and vote, and they put in these primaries people who are not going to be beholden to the system, but be beholden to them instead, we may see a very, very different country, one that actually, a Congress that actually works for the people instead of working for these special interest groups. And so it'll be very fascinating to see how this all plays out. I'm certainly praying for our country, and I'm praying that God will move the hearts of the people to elect, true representatives this primary cycle, because especially in states like here in West Virginia, where we are a solid red state, so whoever wins the primary is likely going to win the general. That is going to be May 14th is going to be the important date. So anyhow, I'll park right there. I know Tweet's been waiting here to talk to, so.
I appreciate it, Nate, and you're absolutely right. So we'll definitely be paying attention
sorry,
to that.
guys. Yeah, we're scheming in the background here because if anything, this is just infuriating us even more. So we're trying to work on something here, especially since we just heard that Kevin McCarthy thinks that he can just stand up and scream at Matt Gaetz to sit down at a Republican conference this morning. Although Kevin McCarthy, in my opinion, should be the one sitting the hell down. He's been fired. Go
Kevin
away,
McCarthy
Kevin.
is no longer the boss. He can shut the hell up.
Exactly. Go away. Go away. You've been fired, bro. Your power's gone. You have no more gavel. So I'm sorry. I'll get my fumes out here. Tweet, jump in for now. It's a lot of people in the comment section are agreeing on this one too. So
yeah, no,
we're waking up. This is only the beginning, folks. Go ahead, Tweet.
No, thanks, Nick. Trash Millies. I've been enjoying the spaces, but yeah, I think the fire that you just spat there, Nick, was the way I was thinking about it then. But I just want to get something right in my head. So when McCarthy got voted in, it was 15 rounds. And then from the Democratic sort of side of view, everyone was moaning, going, okay, it's 15 rounds, blah, blah, blah. The Republicans can't even vote somebody in. Then obviously Gaetz ousted McCarthy. Excuse me, two questions here. Why is the resolution to put McHenry in there till January? If somebody can, I think Trash already kind of touched on that, but what is the reason for that? And the second thing is, why would that even need to happen? Why don't we just go, like you say, we've only gone 3 rounds now, so why not 15, 16, 17, 18, and then I think somebody alluded to earlier, just shut it down. But why is people talking about putting a resolution in there for McHenry just until January? My question is, what's going to happen between now and January that they need a temporary speaker in there? So, and also, just to finish it off, whoever wants to jump in and answer that, McCarthy installed McHenry. Am I reading this? What's the deal there?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
Cheers, Nick.
when McCarthy became Speaker of the House, he can choose who would be the Speaker tempore if that time came. So he's chosen by McCarthy when he took office, when he took the Speaker's gavel. So that's why McHenry's there. So, hey, Kristen, you and I were chatting yesterday a little bit. I know you couldn't come in, but you have any thoughts on this? Kristen, are you there?
You're talking to me? Oh no, you're talking to Kristen.
Kristen. Yeah, Kristen. Well, she'll come back. Her and I were chatting about this yesterday. I would like to hear her thoughts on it because we were kind of having a conversation about small L libertarianism and independence moderates and what that all meant in this big play here. So, Nick,
I'm here. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so we were chatting yesterday about this. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I just dialed in, so I don't know what I missed, but you and I were discussing, so I'll give a quick kind of synopsis. So I'm a military veteran, and I take my oath seriously, and I was a Ron Paul Revolution Republican, and I was a delegate, and I left in 2012 after what they did to him at the convention. But with that said, being a libertarian, I'm actually more of a voluntarist. I work a lot with Freedom Works and a very large grassroots organization here in Michigan called Stand Up Michigan, and we work nationally with the Freedom Caucus and other organizations around the country. And I think what needs to be understood is that the independent and libertarian vote, when you combine them, it's ranging around 41%. So we're kind of like the redheaded stepchildren, and our voice needs to be heard. Now, with that said, I support a lot of Republicans in my area because they, have more of a likelihood to defeat the common enemy in this new progressive left. But, thank you for bringing this up because, sorry, I was just working out. This is a discussion that really needs to be heard, and our voices are often dismissed. But I'm telling you, when you really look at the numbers in Freedom Works, Adam Brandon, he's in charge of Freedom Works. He does a really good job of conveying the voices that can actually start swinging these states. Like here in Michigan, I heard earlier on the radio that there was a poll done that Michigan's at a deadlock with the other swing states. Trump is up by like 4 or 5. I'm telling you, Michigan is leaning way more right than in the middle. So we just need to actually get more people empowered at the local level. And I just want to put on there that I hope everyone has a great day today and John James can go hump a cactus.
That is the best insult that I have ever heard on a Twitter space. So please, more of that.
Yeah, actually, I hosted a podcast with We the Patriots USA, and they didn't want me to use foul language. So instead of telling someone to go fuck themselves, the more appropriate term is go hump a cactus. So if anyone here follows me on Twitter, I use the cactus and camel emoji quite often.
And I just
Indeed.
I just wanted to jump in and say to what Kristen said about getting involved at the local level. Someone on the thread says that that censures. Let me just quote them: "A censure has no teeth and it's just a knock on one's ego." No, again, this is where people miss. They really miss the opportunity here. There are two types of censures. You have a censure that's written by the government inside the legislative chambers. Then you have censures that are written by the voters, the people, the precinct committeemen at the grassroots level. Those censures are much more effective and damaging because it's coming directly from the voters and the precinct committeemen who are the political power, as I said earlier. An example of this would be Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney was at the top of the Republican conference in the United States Congress. The second that she decided to join the quote unselect committee of January 6th, end quote, that's when all of the voters began to turn against her. The Wyoming GOP even took it as far to say that they no longer identify her as a Republican. And of course, we know what happened to her. She was primaried out easily. But I would even say that Liz Cheney, who has a household name in politics, she couldn't get elected in a phone booth, even if they tried to cheat. They probably couldn't even get enough signatures to get her name on a primary ballot. So again, as I said, This is where being involved at the grassroots level is where we make the most impact. And censures are 100% effective. And as I said earlier this year, when we started censures in Arizona, it got to the point where I had elected officials inside the state legislature calling my phone less than 12 hours after we passed the censure. The state party chair of the AZGOP called my phone begging me to stop the censures. Asked me 3 times, stop the censures. So I could name a whole bunch of folks. Karen Fann, who used to be in the state legislature, who ran the audit. She told me, stop tweeting, stop talking about the legislature, stop saying they're not doing their job. The censures are very effective. Thank you.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. And we've gone over that. Like, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Christian, 100%. Nate, go ahead and then I'll get Kristen back in here.
Actually, I had a question for Kristen. One of the
Great.
issues that I've been seeing in running is finding and aligning yourself with different organizations that are doing good things. I have been a Republican my entire life. However, after the Patriot Act was passed, I left the Republican Party for a couple of years and became a libertarian. I eventually went back to the Republican Party because I realized that that it was important to be able to vote, especially in primaries, and be able to get good Republicans in there. And but I am definitely I would say, libertarian leaning type of Republican. And so what I wanted to know from you is, does Freedom Works, do they do any kind of like candidate vetting or anything like that? And if so, how do I find out about that? And where do I go to connect up with you guys? Because I'm a huge fan of Thomas Massey, of Rand Paul. They're definitely along the lines of how I expect that my voting record will be like. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, so I don't work for FreedomWorks. I work with them, and the head of FreedomWorks, Adam Brandon, is very much like you and I. Actually, he's going to be here in Michigan on Saturday, and I will talk to him. But yes, they do vet people. I don't have the link off the top of my head, but if you just go to FreedomWorks website, I don't know if it's freedomworks.com, but they do have like a grading system on there. And what is starting to actually happen is I was just in DC a couple months ago. And ironically, I only visited one of the Michigan state reps, because John Molinar, because we're dealing with China trying to take over our state. But we spent a lot of time in the Capitol, and it's kind of funny to see how a lot of our state reps are, and even senators are looking to organizations like FreedomWorks and not wanting to piss them off, for lack of a better term. Like, they know that these grassroots organizations are not just at the local level, they're on the national level, and they do a really good job of kind of holding their feet to the fire. I know it was talked about on a space, I think this is your third day now of the space, but you guys talked about the film The Swamp. I was at FreedomWorks when that was premiered, and it's a good film.
Great.
And yeah,
That is a great
Thomas Massey's amazing. And it was actually funny when I was there, I went to his office to speak to his staffers. He was in a committee about, and Nick, you and I should talk offline about what's going on in East Palestine. But it's good to know when you actually have reps that, even if they're not your constituents, if they know you're a subject matter expert in something, or you have a lot of weight, or I'm not saying this like, I hate the term influencer, but you know what I mean? If you have a loud voice and you can invoke change and get people to kind of, like what Nick was doing with calling peacefully and getting these people to explain them not supporting Jordan. So again, we're like the misfits of liberty. We're non-aggression people, but we do have a loud voice. And that's why I have a lot of respect for people. And for the gentleman from Arizona, I've been to your state so many times working with EZAZ and other groups. And I agree. I raised my hand earlier, so I want to address this, and then I'll let someone else speak. But I absolutely agree with censoring. It seems just like a slap on the wrist, but we need to start censoring people closer to their primaries. And here at my local level, I'm in Ottawa County, Michigan. My county is making national news because we're actually doing things in a freedom-minded way. And you can just Google the Washington Post, Ottawa County, Michigan. But we have the ability at the local level to kick people out of parties. I don't know how everyone else's state or your counties go. Some states don't have counties, just learn that. But we can start booting these people out of the party. And I don't know how they're going to ever run again if they are basically disowned by the very party that they ran on and received funding from. So again, we can use administratively gain ammunition against these people who are just violating their oaths. I mean, it's just so important that we have more unity between the very freedom-minded people that I actually think are more libertarian and they don't know it in the Republican Party, to defeat these rhinos, these people that are just spitting on the very Americans that they took money from when they ran.
And I 100% agree with you that we should be using the power of the party to block people out of the party. That's something that I talk about all the time. We underutilize that tool in our tool belt. There's so many tools that we don't use from the political party perspective that it just goes unused. And you know how, and you know the saying, if you don't use it, you lose it. And then I'm just going to say again that censures are not just a slap on the wrist. I'll give you another example. I had the chief of staff of the AZGOP sending me a cease and desist letter telling me to stop the censures. I said, no, I'm not going to stop. So I could name so many examples because we've been at this for the last 10 months against all the rhinos that are inside the Republican AZ state legislature, which many people are not aware that legislature is refusing to do their job, which is to ensure we have a fair election. With everything that we've done from the standpoint of censures has absolutely had an impact on every single thing that happens inside the party. So the more that you do this, starting at the grassroots level, the more effective you are. It shouldn't come from the top. It should come from the bottom of the party at the it should start at the precinct level and then move up into the district, then move up into the county. When you do that, it literally spreads throughout the party. So that's how you get things done from the political power, because even in all our state constitutions, it says that all political power is inherent to the people. And political power usually is groups, coalitions, political action committees, and then political parties. And I know people hate political parties and they hate Ronald Romney McDaniel and they hate Kevin McCarthy and all these other people that we see on TV on a regular basis. But I'm telling you, the moment that we decide to get involved and use that power of censure, it changes things. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And people that want to get involved should definitely do so. I'd highly recommend. And I think that's a very, very valid point that both Kristen and Christian had brought up. I was looking for some updates, and it looks like, are they still in conference? Does anybody know? I believe they're still in conference, right?
They are.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Evan. Yeah. So they're still in conference. So we really don't have much going on there. I'm just seeing a lot of people, shouting at the clouds on Twitter here. But it looks like a lot of the official accounts of these Congress people that are supporting Jim Jordon are also digging their heels in. So this isn't over by any stretch, which is good. But also, it seems to be that there may still be some play here. Maybe they were teasing it out to see what we can get done here. Maybe I don't know. I'm looking for some updates. Nick, are you still in DC? I know you're working in the background. So, Millie, have you seen any updates? Okay.
No, I haven't
So
seen
I'm
any
gonna keep
updates.
looking. If you guys go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I haven't seen any updates yet. I'm just sitting here thinking that we are going to see this happen over and over again, where they just continually vote for people that aren't going to be elected as speaker. I think we're going to see a lot of this going on. And I do have some sympathies as well, and I do share some opinions with some of the people earlier who were saying that Jim Jordon quit too soon. I do feel like he quit too soon. I do feel like he walked away too soon, and he probably should have kept on going. And maybe if he would have kept on going, it would have pointed out just the ridiculousness, the pettiness that's going on. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of at a loss for what to do going forward, other than people have to stay the course and call these rhinos and keep calling their phones, and they're going to try to, of course, whine and cry and complain, oh, it's bullying. It's not bullying to call your representative. Like, what, like, what next? Are they going to criminalize it? Are people going to be looked in by the FBI like they did for parents showing up to board meetings or parent teacher conference meetings or something? This is like so un-American to even try to go down that route, saying, oh, it's bullying to call your representative. Obviously, I know that I've encouraged people in these spaces to remain civil, to literally go in there with specific requests when you're making these calls, to to pretty much say what you would like your representative to do. Tell them you're not going to vote for them. Tell them you're going to remove your support. I don't think it needs to divulge into name calling and, oh, you're fat, or you're ugly, or you're the. I don't think it needs to go into that. See, I have spoken out and I said, look, I don't think we need to go that route. I think we could take a higher route. I know that a lot of people do like to do that stuff. They like to meme. They like to joke. I get it. But, I know that most of the people in these spaces are not encouraging any type of bullying or harassment or threats or anything of that nature. We're just saying, we can be effective, and we can, if we call our representatives and we let them know what we think, how we feel, and how we want them to represent us. We're not telling people to call other people's representatives. We're instructing people, call your representatives. Okay? Let's go ahead and
It's also just a constant reminder to them, hearing those phones ringing, that the people's demands have not been met, and they remain.
Well,
Yeah,
I just
just
wanted
some
to.
breaking news
Oh, sorry.
on a side note. I'll be real quick. CENTCOM claims that a number of U.S. troops were injured in a drone strike on the Al Tanif air base in Syria. That's breaking right now.
Yeah, there have been drone strikes over there. Okay. Kristen, you're going to go, and then Paul, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say I miss Ron Paul's foreign policy. So I just wanted to kind of echo what Millie was saying. I think she's exactly right. But I think the bigger issue is we really have to remember too many people have been comfortable. They just go into office. How often does the average American contact their representative? I know before I became like a liberty activist, I didn't care. I didn't know anything about politics until something affected me. What we need to do is we need to have people create relationships, even if they're toxic. I mean, again, don't go ad hominem, but make sure that your representatives know that you're watching what bills they're trying to put through. You're watching what bills they're co-sponsoring or signing on to. There's no accountability here. And what happens is it's the same small groups of people that the representatives hear from. And we have got to get to a place where these people stop giving a flying shit about what their fellow members mean. They need to remember that they answer to the people that they're representing, because those are the people that are going to donate. Those are the people that are going to hold rallies. And when they go back home, I'm just saying this, not literally, but they'll have egg on their face, because you can do whatever you want and they'll have these little mini caucuses and align with your people, like these little lunchroom tables in high school. But the point is, at the end of the day, when they are up for re-election, we have to get everyone engaged on that local level and just stop voting for names they recognize. That's why these morons keep getting reelected. So we've got to get people to learn to contact, like Bill Huizinga's my rep. I'll just leave it at that. His people ask me for my opinion on things because, again, I work with a very large organization here. So if they do something rhino-y, we're going to put them on blast. But when they do something good, we also give them praise, because they answer to us. We do not answer to them, and they do not answer to their colleagues in DC. So whatever we have to do at the local level to get people to be engaged and stop just sitting around. I mean, people are these interest rates, Bidenomics. I mean, everybody's being affected by these policies from both our rhinos and the left. And that's why I'm working with anyone who stands for freedom, regardless of party affiliation.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that's where we can probably try to bring this country back under some sanity. And again, to that point, it's not just that we want, well, we're just crying because we supported Matt Gaetz. We wanted Jim Jordon there. That's not it at all. None of our asks or needs are being met at all by our elected officials. And it's not going to stop with this vote, just to be clear. But this vote and how they've handled it has simply pissed off a lot more people that weren't really saying a whole lot. And now they're starting to notice. Now they're starting to pay attention. And it is an insult. And I take it as an insult to say, oh, we're being threatened. We will not be intimidated. We're going to dig in and we're going to do what we want to do while the entire country and the entire world is on fire. And my gas is still over $5 a gallon. My groceries are double than they were last year and triple than they were a year before. So, like, you know, I don't want to hear these platitudes and these, well, we're not going to be intimidated. We're doing this on principle and it's chaos up there. Yeah, I bet it is chaos. I bet it is chaos to you because for too long, to Kristen's point and Millie's point.
We're about to start more chaos here, Aaron. So stay
all right,
tuned.
All right.
We're
Well, let's
working
start
on
more
something
chaos
here.
then. Let's go, Nick.
Yeah. So stay tuned. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and we're going to start more chaos. But the chaos that they're talking about is just like it was chaos when the 15 votes for McCarthy. It's been turnkey for so long. Everything's predetermined. We got this. We have the steering wheel control. There's no need for accountability, and no one has to have any questions. Yeah, well, I think that time is over. And Dustin, I think, made the point yesterday, which I think was pretty spot on, talking about the Tea Party movement and everything that they learned from the mistakes made during that time and how much that did start to change things. So imagine now with lessons learned, what's going to happen in this chaos and McCarthy yelling at Gaetz to sit down. I don't know who he thinks he is, but being a chief fundraiser for big bags, special interest lobbies, and not having the people in mind and want to be a speaker of the people's house. No, sir. Enjoy the chaos. Hey, Paul, go ahead.
Hey, hi. I just put a phone call into Jim Jordan's office. I mean, I'm here in California. We talk about, local politics, right? So a few years ago, I ran for Congress. I think Laura Loomer was there at the same time. I dropped out. I took time out for a heart attack. So I had to wait until I'm back completely 100%. So now I'm running for California State Assembly. Here's a trifecta here in California for the last 12 years. And I'm running in for state assembly in an open seat and against Anthony Rendon, who will now be gone. But I'm running against three socialists, including the treasurer of the Peace and Freedom folks here in California. And it's just like I told Jim, if I can stand up against this idiotic, insane socialist state of California, I will not accept him stepping down and not continuing to fight for speakership. So if I'm willing to bust my ass down here, and I fully expect Jim to hold up his end, I mean, that's basically where I'm at. I'm just venting at the moment. So pardon me for venting, but that's just the way I feel. Thank you.
Well, no, I think, Paul, we all are kind of venting a little bit, but I also are, having our voice heard. And then also it is inspiring people. Like I'll give an example. Yesterday we had a space and we were kind of, going through the votes, seeing what was what. And it ended up turning into, okay, well, who are the challengers to these people in these districts that are holding up this vote for Jim Jordon? Do we have challengers? And sure enough, brought in 5 or 6 different people that are challenging some of these people that are holdouts and actually just had that conversation. So the phone calls, the pressure, there's people I know of 2 people now that are entering the race because of what's going on to try to primary these people out. So, Paul, I appreciate it. And I understand your frustration. I mean, my goodness, you're trying everything you can to do it and what you're dealing with down there. And so I think we're all frustrated here. And I applaud your efforts, Paul. So I'm glad you're here. Nick, you said you were working on some updates. Do you have those yet? I keep calling him out while he's in the middle of talking, I'm sure.
Yeah,
So,
I did get there is C-SPAN just aired a little blurb of Matt Gaetz, and he said, I'm against Speaker Light. I'm against Bud Light. I believe it's a constitutional desecration to not elect Speaker of the House. We need to stay here until we elect a Speaker. I will do everything possible to stop it.
There you go. So doing an interim speaker is the wrong thing to do. That's taking us back to the establishment.
Yeah, because they just want this next
Yeah,
in line.
I'm sorry, Millie. I just posted that video up to the top, and we are going to be having some. Well, it says posting actually. We're going to have some updates here very shortly because this is not over, guys. This is actually, if anything, we're starting a new battle.
Yeah, and I put up in the Jumbotron before when it was just 22 speakers and you weren't necessarily had a congressman in your district that was voting no. You can call your representative and tell them to vote no on the McHenry resolution.
Exactly.
And there's the number up there in the Jumbotron to call your congressman.
Yep. So that number is 202-224-3121. And as we've been talking about for days and days and days, guys, calling your representative does work. They get the messages. Sometimes it gets overwhelming for them. And that's exactly what needs to be happening right now. Keep on those phones, melt those lines, make it so that they have to bring in office workers on their off days to come in and take all these phone calls. That's what we need here right now. Do not let them side with Democrats and install Patrick McHenry. We cannot let that happen, guys. And that's what we're up against right now. So we have to take action right now, right this second. So that's pinned to the top. I'll be back with an update here in a few short minutes. I'm sorry, I'm literally on the phone trying to get stuff as we speak. Stuff is developing very quickly here.
Also, Nick, real quick, Millie got dropped, so if you want to bring her back up.
Yeah, I'm bringing her right back up.
So, Doc, you had your hand up, then I'll get to you, Max.
Yeah, just a couple points. One, with this temporary speaker, he would not, I don't believe, fall in line in the line of succession if we lose Biden and Harris. A temporary speaker doesn't really hold the same status in the Constitution as Speaker of the House does. If we can distinguish it, and Matt Gaetz can distinguish it, then a court will distinguish it. And that puts Chuck Schumer, Senate leader, as third in line. So our current succession is Biden, Harris, and Schumer, just a FYI. And then the other thing, I saw the posts this morning and the, how upset everybody was. It wasn't going to be a third vote. And the accusations that Jordan's given up, I would just, and I think people are now at this point, holding their water because Jordan didn't say he was resigning from the race. He just said he's not going to call for a third vote, and you guys go ahead. So I just figure this little game theory, he's letting them go forward with this plan, knowing or assuming that they don't have enough votes to pass it within the conference. And they're hoping Jordan, Gaetz, and others will the rhinos will damage themselves by choosing to cooperate with the Democrats to get enough votes for the Speaker pro tem, or they'll jump over and work with Hakeem Jeffries. And then it becomes an election issue that's really favorable for MAGA and for those people who have stood up, those 200 congressmen who stood up for Jim Jordan. So I think there's some game theory going on. I think there's some chicken going on. And I'm looking forward to seeing what and hearing what you guys and Nick gets from the congressman.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And like I said, that's why I asked if they were still in conference, because there actually seems to be messaging coming out while they're in conference from both sides of this argument. So that tells me we're not even remotely close to getting there. And I don't think that they have the votes. And Doc, to your point, I kind of brought that up earlier. It's absolute, primary suicide if they convince the Democrats to go with them on this temporary resolution. Holy cow. Max, go ahead.
Yeah, it is quite strange to see this unfolding. I'm actually aware of some specific names of people that actually voted for McCarthy for the first speaker vote, but then switched over to Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan obviously has a focus on smaller government and taxpayers, so I think he would have been obviously a good speaker. One of the congressmen that I know voted against him was Mr. LaMalfa. He's from the northern state in California. He's a Republican, pretty conservative from based on interactions I've had with him. I just think that this temporary resolution isn't going to do it. I think in order to get the full agenda passed, you'd obviously have to have a House Speaker. And I think it was mentioned by Doc that the line of succession has now changed because there is no constitutionally designated Speaker, occupying the office. In terms of like, we have normally the Democrats get a speaker, and this is the first time this has ever happened. I think this shows you the division within the party, and I think it's pretty problematic, especially for us, in like California, where we're dealing with like them trying to mandate electric vehicles and things like that. I think it was Paul who came on earlier who said that we are a communist state, and one of the things that Congress has actually prioritized as the Republicans had the majority and actually had a speaker was trying to rebuke states like California and other far left states that were trying to mandate electric vehicles by 2035, essentially saying, you can't buy or sell gas powered combustion vehicles by 2035. Obviously, there's the choice in, I think, Vehicles Act, which is what they passed in Congress. It was a bipartisan effort, and I think that you just can't get common sense laws like that passed unless you have an actual speaker. So I think it would have been good to get Jim Jordan in. I think it's a smart idea to get Jim Jordan in, especially for people who are in the far left pockets of the country, where they can use federal law and essentially override all these state mandates and all these state laws that are being made that really have no logical basis. And I guess you have these green crazy environmentalists that want to force people to pick a certain vehicle or to pick doing certain activities. They want us to be less mobile. So I think if we had a good Congress, we wouldn't be facing all these issues in these parts of the country. Anyways, I yield back.
Max, good to see you. I have hope for California Republicans if you continue your fight out there. So keep it up, man. I think you're doing great things out there. So I'm kind of wading through. There's some updates.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Max. There's some updates. There's some things going on in the country that's not related to this speaker race. I'm going to ask Nick and Millie if we should talk about it. But there's some stuff going on in Georgia with the cases. There's stuff going on at the State Department. Savvy, my chief media bureau desk, has been sending me stuff. She's on top of it, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. But I'm debating, and Nick, I'll go to you in the background. But I do want to talk. We should probably at least address what happened in Georgia with Sidney Powell. But I'll get Robert Bozen here to kind of break that down because he's been really close to that. But I think it would be important because I'm seeing a lot of bad and wrong information going out on Twitter right now about it. So we probably should address it while we're waiting for updates. But Turner, go ahead.
Yeah, just sitting here thinking about the situation, and something came to my mind after ruminating on the news of McCarthy and his outburst to Gates telling him to sit down. Kind of just heightened the urgency level in my mind, because to me that says, I'm sure to some extent that's just pure pettiness, but that also to me signals how emboldened he feels that he can just say that, stand up and tell him to sit down in front of the entire conference. Just wanted to throw that out there, see what you think.
Sorry, you cut out in the beginning. What was it about McCarthy and Gates? Sorry about that, Turner.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. No, my bad. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, you're coming clear. Maybe it's just my end. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, I was just saying my level of urgency kind of rose after sitting and thinking about the McCarthy outburst towards Gates a little bit, because I'm sure to some extent that's just pure pettiness that he did that, for obvious reasons. But it also, after thinking about it, made me think, he must feel quite emboldened about the situation in the conference right now for him to feel confident enough to stand up and shout him down, to tell him to sit down in front of the entire conference.
I definitely see what you're going with that. And my initial reaction was, wow, they seem panicked. They really are not happy with what's going on right now. That's what it felt like to me. Because the last time we saw this was during the McCarthy vote, and Mr. Toupee himself was losing his mind in the same fashion that McCarthy is now with Gates. And it's total chaos, and our democracy is gonna crumble if we have to vote again. It's pandemonium. I don't know. It's pretty chill to me, and I like the rules that they got in place and 10 months ago. And you agreed to the single motion to vacate. That's really what he's pissed about. There's a lot of like internal sniping and politicking going on right now. Yeah, and I just got a text from Nick saying we're trying to get some updates that is in fact what's going on. They are creating their own chaos, and I got to be honest with you, I don't have any popcorn at the office, but I might run down to the store and grab some because I think we're going to have a fun day today in their chaos and destruction of our democracy. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have been let down for too long. After what happened to me in 2008 and then watching the government just write a blank check to Wall Street while I lost everything. Sorry, I don't really care about what you think is chaos because they've done nothing but stripped everything from us. And as an adult, even more so. And as a net taxpayer, even more so. So, if I have to cut you extra checks at the end of the year after my W-2 income is taken out, I'm okay with a little bit of chaos up there because you're not representing me at all. So I don't know, Nick, if you have any updates yet, but I'm going to go to the store and get some popcorn, man. I'm here for it.
Yeah, give me just a few more minutes here, like three to 5 more minutes, and I'll come right back, and I'll be back for a while and kind of run through everything. There's a lot to digest here, guys. Very shortly, things are getting very spicy. I don't know if you like spicy popcorn, Aaron, but you're going to be eating a lot of it today. So
Yeah, it
It,
definitely seems
red
like the
wine pairs well
drama.
with popcorn. Red wine goes well.
The drama is ensuing, and this little skirmish between McCarthy and Gates, I think, signals that McCarthy isn't being as much of a good sport as reports were kind of leading us on to believe. So I think McCarthy, who knows? Maybe he has something to do with some of this holdout against Jim Jordan, because it definitely seems like, if you're angry enough to grab someone or something and tell them sit down forcefully, then you're at your wit's end, and there's some bad blood there, definitely.
Well, not only that, remember, Millie, we were getting reports, not just rumors, but actual reports that Steve Scalise had actually been running a behind the scenes campaign to tank the Jordan vote, meanwhile publicly voting for him. So, like, a lot of these guys have been doing this, and I don't want to let Scalise off the hook either. Apparently, he has been doing this. It's been reported. So, and you know what's a shame about this? Here's what's really a shame about this. Now, I've heard Justin Hart's arguments. I've heard many of the other conservative Con Inc. people saying it's not necessarily chaos. I just wish you would have had a plan. And my answer, and Matt Gaetz has been consistent on this, and this is why I support him, because he's been consistent about it from day one. The reason I put that thread out from his recording from 9 months ago, so people could remember exactly what he said and then see what's happening today. And he's saying the exact same thing. The only people being consistent on the Hill right now are the people that actually have the American people's interest at heart. Now, am I going to attribute some kind of like that Matt is like he's just a real fighter for the American people? He might have his own self-interest, but I'll tell you, he told us what he was going to do. They all told us what they were going to do. And the only people that followed through on what they were going to do are the same people now that they're accusing of causing chaos when they said 10 months ago, this is what we're going to do. And you agreed to it, McCarthy. And so that's why I cannot be allowed to be influenced by, other influencers or media reporting or messaging or even the algorithms to try to convince me that, well, maybe we should have had a plan first. You know what? Government shut down. That was my plan. I'm all about it, first of all. And second of all, the plan seems to be going through as they listen to their constituents. And the only people complaining are the people that had to hear from everyone in their district, including now new challengers to their seats in primaries. And they want to say that they will not bend under intimidation or threats. Well, I hate to break it to you, but the American people are talking, and we're not going to shut up about it. So I don't know. This chaos thing is so funny to me. So Kristen, great point. I can't have wine at work. Although if I leave early, I could probably get a glass of whiskey that will go well with spicy popcorn, I think, too. So maybe I'll do that when I get home and watch the show. Oh, by the way, real quick, I haven't looked, and forgive my ignorance. Are they still in the Capitol? Are they still at the Cannon Building? Are they protesting there still? Or is that done? Does anybody know?
I haven't seen any reports that it's going on today. No.
Well, I saw something where they're saying the Senate is trying to hide the fact that it's happening or happened. So I'm not entirely sure.
Well, Laura Loomer was reporting that the camera on the Capitol was frozen to not show it, and that even when it was clearly nighttime in Washington, D.C., they were just looping the same image of it during the day.
I can barely hear you. Probably need to adjust your headphones. Doc, you unmuted.
Yeah, I just wondered if you or anyone else had seen the report that I forget who it was, but someone captured a screenshot of a phone of one of the protesters, and on it was a contact name and number from an attorney at the Southern Poverty Law Center. So the inference was the Southern Poverty Law Center, for whatever that means. I don't really know what this means, but the Southern Poverty Law Center was behind organizing the protest of those, I guess, Jewish Americans in opposition to Israel. I think that's what the protest was.
Yeah, I also saw, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene shared a screenshot of it looks like WhatsApp with global infantata. I don't really know. I don't know. I just took a look at it. I see stuff like that pop up all over social media. I'm just like, I don't know. That looks like an insurrection to me based on everything that I was told to believe for the last 3 years. So that should be acting accordingly. But yeah, interesting. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we're seeing all these groups twist themselves into pretzels over this whole thing. So again, popcorn.
Aaron, is it possible in your mind that Kevin McCarthy is actually orchestrating some sort of coup to come back here? Maybe, kind of destroying the entire process as we saw it, acting like he's supporting Jim Jordon, and then he's going to now try to push for Patrick McHenry, who McCarthy appointed the Speaker Pro Tem to begin with, putting him in for just a little bit so that McCarthy can remount his effort to become Speaker McCarthy again.
Think about what the implications of this are, right? Kevin McCarthy, the reason he had so much power, quote unquote, in D.C. was because of his fundraising ability. And so as Speaker of the House, that puts him in an excellent position to continue that. What Jim Jordan threatens now is now going to have to go out and be a fundraiser, and he's going to tap into grassroots. He's going to tap into America First, direct donations. He's going to change the way they fundraise. It wouldn't surprise me at all that Kevin McCarthy doesn't want to let that go, and that this is 100% probably orchestrating in the background to get himself back in. It wouldn't surprise me a bit, Nick.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think that's what's going on. We just have to wait and find out. We have to wait and see how this is going to play out. It's just one of these things where it's going to take people deciding to step out of the petty drama, infighting, bad blood that's going on inside the House right now, and people decide to just instead do the right thing for the nation and to figure out a way to come together, or have a vote together, if that makes sense. I mean, they don't have to agree on all the same policies, everything, but they need to come together and actually figure out a way to unite and vote. And I think the frustration, with a lot of conservatives and in the Republican Party overall in general, is there's so much division, so much fighting. And the reality is that somehow the Democrats are just always in unison. They always they don't it doesn't matter if there's a turd running with a D, they're going to all vote behind them in unison. And so, I mean, there's good things about that, and there's very, very bad things obviously about that as well. But when it comes to this type of situation here, the division in the Republican Party, this is a bad situation. And I've heard reports from coming from like people around the Trump team and everywhere else that as time goes on, we're more and more concerned about the possibility of some of these rhinos figuring out a way to work a deal with the Democrats, knowing that the Democrats will vote pretty, in unison if they have a game plan. And there's a possibility. There is a actual possibility that we end up with a Democrat Speaker of the House if we keep on fooling around here. I mean, people have been talking about Hakeem Jeffries. All the reports have been coming out, the news stories about Hakeem Jeffries as the speaker. All it would take would be a couple Republican rhinos to just, make some kind of backdoor deals with the Democrats. That's all it's going to take. So we need to get it together and we need to figure something out. And I don't think this temporary speaker situation is going to work for what we need it to be able to do. And it is unconstitutional. We need our representatives to vote on a speaker. And they need to listen to their freaking constituents, for goodness sakes. No, people calling up their representative. It's not bullying. It's called, we're sick and tired and fed up with people putting their own self-interest ahead of the country's best interests.
I hate when I get stuck in a tweet, Millie, and I'm trying to respond, but I can't get back to the mute. I need like a on-screen stamp mute button for this, like a floating toggle. That would be really nice. That would be very, very helpful in Twitter Spaces. So, no, I agree with you 100%, Millie.
Yeah. So, Matt, good to see you. What's your take on this situation? Is this not beyond frustrating, what we're seeing?
Yeah, I just got off the air with the show I do on TV, the Rants of Izzo show with Dominic Izzo, and so kind of getting my schematics back. I see where we're sending a command ship now to the Middle East, so we've got that going for us. I mean, it's great waking up in America. We have no Speaker of the House. The embassy in Lebanon has fallen. We're sending command ships to the Middle East, which means we're going to war. I think we're going to probably wreck hell on Lebanon while Israel wrecks hell on Gaza. It's going to be a street party over there. Should have some great street tacos when it's all done. The speakership, though, going back on that, Millie, I mean, the goal is, I think, right now to put Captain Bowtie and his little gavel in power. I think that's what they're up to anyway. It's at the end of the day, you have to keep the pressure on. You have to keep bugging them. They're super duper pissed off because their wives are getting phone calls from their friends in the neighborhood. They're really irritated right now. So I would say keep the pressure on. Continue to make phone calls. Do not make threats. Those lines are normally recorded, so don't be a dumbass. If you're making calls to your representative, do not make threats. Once again, those lines are always normally recorded, but keep the pressure on. I have made the commitment now. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in Northwest Arkansas and Omaha, Nebraska. We're going to get rid of Steve Womack and Don Bacon. Those two ass clowns have got to go. And so that's my commitment. Gonna see if I can get Scott Pressler to come on the road with me a little bit, but I think it's time to primary a few of these folks. And if I have to run for office, I guess I have to run for office. It's not something with what I've been through the last 3 months that I wanted to do, but it doesn't seem like anyone in my area wants to step up. It doesn't seem like anyone in Omaha, Nebraska wants to step up, and there's lots of other places out there. I mean, for God's sakes, John James literally voted for a public works person in Malcolm County, Michigan. I don't know who he's going to vote for next. Will it be Pee Wee Herman? Will it be Andrew Breitbart? I mean, who's he going to vote for now? Is he going to start voting for dead people? I mean, this is a mockery of our republic, is what it is right now. They don't take you seriously. They don't fear the people. They do what they want to do. They don't listen to their constituents. I've done multiple polls with tens of thousands of votes. 96 to 98% wanted Jim Jordon for Speaker of the House. I've had thousands now of Arkansans DM me, saying they want me to run for office. And it's not something I really want to do, but if I have to, I will. I don't know. I think at this point in time, we're going to end up with Hakeem Jeffries probably as Speaker of the House. You want my honest opinion? I think that's probably where this is headed. That's my honest opinion. I know it's going to be an unpopular thing. I think that's where we're headed with these clowns. And that's okay. I'll just make Hakeem the dream shirts and Faith and Freedoms and roll with it. That's my plan at this point, Millie.
Right? I mean, we need to just really, if this happens, then that pretty much means all of the Republicans that would vote for Hakeem Jeffries should now be Democrats. I mean, they should literally just switch their party affiliation at that point, because that's just ridiculous. I mean, we don't need to see that happen. That would be a sad day in America, because look, I mean, we're literally dealing in lesser evils. We're dealing in lesser evils here with the situation in the House. So many people in the House are compromised. Left, right, doesn't matter. So much nastiness is going on. And, we have to kind of do this delicate dance to try to figure out how to maneuver throughout this situation to just get these freaking policies that we want through made into law so we can actually protect our freaking border, where we literally have millions of illegal immigrants from God knows where flowing into this country, taking over hotels in New York City, you know, taking over high school gymnasiums in poor communities where that's the only way these poor kids have a way out and into college is usually through sports scholarships and those other programs. I mean, we have a serious chaos situation going on in our country with the border. We're on the verge of World War III situation in the Middle East, in not to mention Ukraine, Russia, all that stuff that's going on. We have a horrible president. Okay, so we have so much going on. Our agencies are wrought with corruption. Our Justice Department is literally putting historic level of criminal indictments and charges against a former president of the United States. Our country is falling apart. It is falling apart in front of our eyes. And these rhinos in the House right now are too caught up on pedo ego baloney to just do what's right for the freaking country. My goodness, if that is not insanely offensive and infuriatingly insulting to their constituents, the people who are paying for exorbitantly high gas prices, high grocery bills. That's probably, you're probably paying like on your grocery bill to try to feed your family, right? And our inflation is high, interest rates are high, millennial home ownership is very, very, very low. Okay, we're on the verge of a crisis when all these boomers just start retiring. I mean, that's going to be a crisis, guys. If you haven't looked into that one, that's going to be insane. That's literally going to be insane because we're going to have an entire generation, the boomers, needing to be cared for. And they already have something in store for that, where these nursing home facilities are going to be raking in the dough and sucking up that generational wealth. Instead of it transferring to younger generations, it's literally going to be sucked up and, in these facilities. But, we have so many things going on in our country right now. That's the point I'm getting at. So many things. Our representatives should be getting to work, fixing these problems. Instead, they're too busy playing drama, ego fight games, and everything is just really in shambles. And not to mention, which I keep railing on about because I'm seriously pissed off about, we were just about to get to see the Biden impeachment inquiry, where finally we would be exposing in front of the whole nation to see the criminal activities of Joe Biden and the Hunter and the Biden family. But instead of that, no, we have to be screwing around with this, talking about having temporary speakers and possibly entertaining having a Democrat speaker. That's exactly what the establishment would want. They're trying to, this is the establishment's last gasps, trying to hold on like those old dying Skeksis they are. Hold on to the power, hold on to the control, because they know it's all going to come out soon. That's what it is. They're trying to cover for each other, and it doesn't matter if they've got a D or an R by their name. Go ahead, Chris.
Millie, was that a Dark Crystal reference you just threw in there?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Millie, I also want to say this too, and I'm sure you've probably touched on it. And Trash probably has, as well as Nick and others. I get to see Doc in here and a lot of friends in this space. But the other thing this is honestly doing that nobody wants to take into consideration, it is also hurting Donald Trump's presidential run, because this makes the conservatives and the Republicans look like they don't have their shit together, pardon the language. And as you get into the voting game, this is going to be played back over and over again. And they're going to say, why would you elect a Republican president? They can't even pick a Speaker of the House. And it's going to be media rounds. They're going to be running commercials with this nonsense. I think Trump, honestly, at this point, has got to distance himself, honestly, from most of these people. And of course, all these people are going to need his endorsement to get reelected in 2024. If I'm Donald Trump right now, I'm picking up the phone call. I'm picking up the phone. I'm making some calls. I'm talking to chiefs of staffs, and I'm saying not one more endorsement, not one more dime spent towards helping your guy. Let's get this done. Let's get Jim Jordon. I mean, I guess Jim's not going to run again, from what I'm hearing. So, but it's just, I think Trump needs to strong arm these folks a little bit, because it's going to end up looking really bad for the party in the next 8-10 months if this continues on. It's got to stop, and it just has to. It just has to stop. And this little guy with the bow tie, Millie, let's make no mistake about it. He is nothing more than a continuation of Kevin McCarthy. He's literally just a miniature Kevin McCarthy, if you will. Maybe Kevin McCarthy's mini me. And if you're a meme person, aka trash, hint hint, I would love to see a picture of this asshole on Kevin McCarthy's lap. And Kevin McCarthy going, I will call him mini me. I think that could win the day today if somebody can put that meme together, and I'll yield back.
Probably worse than Kevin McCarthy, honestly.
I've already got the plan for that one, Matt, and he is going to be worse than Kevin McCarthy, because Kevin McCarthy had fundraising duties, and that does also pull him in other directions if he wants to maintain that power. You guys, maybe you're tired of me talking about the money and fundraising, but this is what I've been banging on about in this entire situation, and this is a big piece of this. It's not just the special interest on the omnibus bills. Yes, they want to get their investments back, right? I mean, they donated heavily and organized heavily that they want to get their kickbacks through these bills, but it is also the power of the purse inside Congress and outside Congress in fundraising. So but also, Matt, I probably will go on calm silent for 5 minutes and put that meme together. I already have it in my mind of what I'm going to do. I'll send it to you, and you can blast it out there on a rocket ship. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. That is awesome. I'll get it out there to the masses, and and Millie alluded to this. How about we make groceries affordable again? If you're an American and you've got a family, and especially if you're an elderly American, for God's sakes, and you're on Social Security with maybe a small pension, I don't know how people are making this thing work. It's terrible for all Americans. This isn't a Republican or a Democrat issue. This country is falling apart issue. And you have to ask yourself right now, we're literally 13 months away from a presidential election. And if you look at things right now, wars breaking out on multiple continents, you still have empty shelves. You still have supply chain issues, which, by the way, I'm going to highly advise everyone listening right now to get your Christmas shopping done before Thanksgiving. Because if you think that China is going to continue to ship goods after we jump into this thing in the Middle East, on top of funding the Ukraine war against their ally, Russia, and then their possible involvement with what might happen in Taiwan, if this whole thing kicks off, there's no way in hell we're getting anything from China. Not medicine, not steel, not toys, nothing, not electronics. So it could be a very, very scarce and dark, not winter of death, as Joe Biden would call it. But, I think you better get some shopping done now for your Christmas. I think you better start early, because I don't think I think you're going to see real bad supply chain issues. In fact, I don't want to dox him, but let's just say he's one of the top executives with UPS in the world. He's going to be flying in tonight. He's going to be staying at my place for a few days. One of my good friends, and who's one of those conduits of people, if you'll say, in our movement, and but a high level senior VP at UPS coming in, and I'm hearing this from these folks, and then also I'm even hearing possible banking issues tomorrow. I don't want to scare everyone. I'm not going to say where, but I'd pull a little cash out as well if I were you guys. Had a long talk with Colonel Rob Maness and several Gunther Eagleman and and some other folks today. We're all hearing the same thing among our sources. So I would say go get a little cash out of the ATM if I were you guys. Maybe start your Christmas shopping a little bit early, but this thing's going to get dicey. I don't want to panic anyone, but I'd rather be prepared and wrong than be caught with my pants down and get screwed. And I'll yield back to you guys.
It's always good to be prepared, Matt. I mean, everyone should always have like food supply and have water and provisions. That's literally important. I mean, I've got some kind of thing, I don't even remember the name of it, but it allows you to drink water. It's like that Life Straw, but they've got the Life Straw.
Oh, that's awesome. Mine's not that cool, Millie. I've got a bag or something, but yours actually has style to it.
Yeah, and so it's always important to be prepared and to plan for anything, because it could be a tornado coming into your area. It could be floods. It could be something going on with the economy. You never know what could be going on in your area. So yeah, that's definitely something that you should do. But I think at the same time, Matt, like I feel a little skeptical about China. Why would China completely just cut off supplies? China's economy is very, very dependent
I
on
agree.
the US's as well. So like it could actually be very, very harmful and detrimental to them for them to just cease that. So it ends up being something where it hurts them as well. So they would have to
I agree with you. That's my stance too,
that
Millie, is that
drastic
I
measure.
pushed back on Colonel Manis on that a little bit and some others. I agree with what you're saying. You know, China's economy is based on the U.S.'s, purchasing power and buying power of our consumers. So I have a lot of hesitancies that they're going to actually pull the trigger on the Taiwan thing. I really do. But, it's not, I was talking to a 32-year retired, colonel who's commanded thousands of troops, tens of thousands of troops. He's flown everything from stealth bombers to B-52s, led missions all over the world. And he's a pretty connected guy still on the Atlantic Council. So um, he's concerned. I'll just put it to you that way. And he's not a war hawk by any means. Colonel Rob Manis is definitely not a war hawk, but I think it's one of those things where we just have to be prepared, be vigilant. I don't like. I'm hearing from several high level banking people about a possible run on the banks tomorrow, and I don't know what that entails or why. All I can tell you is that I know that a high level person in Dallas, Nick, I'm going to say this, who is a president of a major banking institution that I talked to personally this morning, said he's been called back in from his vacation for meetings tomorrow morning. I don't know what that means, but I'll yield back to you.
Yeah, but Matt, now we can definitely go back to that because that is an interesting point. But I want to ask you here because what we're seeing going on behind closed doors right now is a little bit worrying. Okay, because keep in mind again, just remind the audience, Kevin McCarthy took 15 rounds to become Speaker of the House, and the way that he did it was by lying to true Republicans like Matt Gaetz, saying, oh, yeah, well, we're going to do this, this, and this. But he didn't follow through with anything. As Aaron said earlier, the only thing that that Kevin McCarthy was ever actually, following through on was the fact that it was only going to take one person to make the motion to vacate, and McCarthy didn't have the choice as to whether or not to enforce that part of the agreement. So he enforced nothing that he was supposed to do, but now it looks like he's working in the background to actively sabotage Jim Jordan's election for Speaker. We're seeing on the front end that he's saying, oh, well, I support Jim Jordan for Speaker, but now McCarthy is sitting there screaming at Matt Gaetz when he tries to speak in the GOP conference earlier today that is still going on right now. And because what's supposed to be going on, apparently, is they're trying to install Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry as the actual Speaker of the House until at least January. And Kevin McCarthy seems to be getting really aggressive over that. What do you think's going on in the background there? Is Kevin McCarthy trying to retake power? What are we looking at, Matt?
I don't know if he's going to retake power or not, but it's very concerning. And Aaron Trash, brought up a great point about the fundraising. What McHenry, it neuters the GOP's ability to fundraise and to run things. That's one thing McCarthy was really good at, is getting money. And I'm sure McCarthy is playing that in the back rooms. He's going, hey, look, I'll be right there by his side. He's putting his arm around his little protege with the bow tie, and he's going, hey, you know what? I'm going to go get that money. If we make this guy the Speaker of the House, it'll put a Band-Aid on the flood, so to speak. I'm confident that's probably what's happening, Nick. I would agree with you there. The biggest thing for me with this entire speaker situation, Nick, is how they're literally going against their constituents on every level. Like I've seen all of these polls in different districts, and it's like 96 to 98%, no matter who posts the poll, with tens of thousands voting. Everyone wants Jim Jordan, but they don't care. Steve Womack, I don't want to say which one I talked to in his office because I'm going to run against him and pound him like a government mule here next year. I'm getting more and more pissed off to do this, but they're literally saying, they were like, look, I'm not changing my vote no matter what. And so when somebody says that to you, when your people are calling you by the tens of thousands, telling you, hey, we want this, and your response is, look, I don't care what you think, I'm not changing my vote. Yeah, Nick, I think it's bad what's going on behind closed doors. It's terrible, actually.
Yeah. Dustin, I want to ask you, welcome to the stage here, man. why are we only seeing somebody like, okay, we've got 435 members of Congress, 221 of them, in the House of Representatives are Republicans. Why is Matt Gaetz the most outspoken one? He's one of the youngest members of Congress, and he's the one that's speaking out the most. It seems to be echoing the sentiments of the American people. What are we doing wrong? How are we electing all these other people that are, are they just sitting back and enjoying the power? I mean, what's going on?
Well, so this gets to what's going on, right? Which is the problem we have is, what can the uniparty always agree on? Spending more money for their donors, right? Which is what we're seeing now. This is why this is such a disaster. The deal is to discard the Constitution, to install Patrick McHenry as a temporary solution until January. But the reason January is such an important date in this is the continuing resolution expires basically at Thanksgiving, which means the plan is to put McHenry in, allow him to cut all of the checks for all of the special interests, for all of the K Street lobbyists, for the military industrial complex, cut all of those checks, and then we'll have the fight in January where it doesn't matter anymore because all of the money's already been appropriated. And so literally they're saying the Constitution isn't even important enough, right? Even the Constitution comes second to making sure that the special interest money goes out. And this is shameful. Reason Matt Gaetz is doing what he's doing, listen, part of it's because he's already announced he's leaving Congress to run for governor of Florida, right? So he in some ways, he's empowered to go ahead and say what's really going on. But the craziest part about this
no, go ahead.
The craziest part about this is it's all being done in secret. And the fact that we tried to draw it out, now they're saying that they were threatened.
I don't think, I just want to be clear. I don't believe Matt Gaetz ever announced that he was leaving and running for governor of Florida. Just to be clear.
Oh, no, he has.
So
we
can and in a tweet today, he said, for the 1,000th time, I'm not running for governor.
Yeah.
He tweeted that out today.
I was just thinking, I didn't want to hit, push back at you without looking at it myself. But yeah, that seems to be the case. So.
Listen, maybe I got that. Now the question, I got that twisted. I know he's not seeking re-election to Congress. And we see this happen where members of Congress, when they're on their way out and they're no longer concerned about making sure that they get reelected, they'll just be truth bombs that come out as a result of that. But the reason we're getting people elected like this is because people aren't involved now. And we're seeing what's happening when they do get involved, which is they're being accused of being threatening. Oh my God, people are calling me and they're saying they're going to primary me. I feel threatened. Like, no, this is political engagement. You represent these people. They have every right to call you and give you a piece of their mind, right? And I saw Don Bacon. He could have put, if he had like crazy text message threats and stuff, you can be sure that when he did his CNN hit, he would have given them the best that he got. All he had was a text to his wife that said, if he doesn't vote for Jim Jordan, he's going to get primaried out of office. There's nothing threatening about that. There's nothing. You are a representative of the people, and they want you to take action, and they're telling you what the response is going to be. There is nothing threatening about that. And so we've got a lot of work to do, guys, a lot of work to do. But
it's not a threat, it's a promise.
100%. But you know what? The good news is for everybody. We've had yesterday, Nick, I couldn't tell you how excited I was to see us divert and bring up these primary challengers, which is we need people who are accessible to us, right? Thomas Massey, Matt Gaetz, George Santos, Corey Mills, they come in and they talk to us on these forums and they at least explain to us what they're thinking, what's happening behind closed doors, right? So until we can get the process like drug out, we need more people to do this, and which means we've got to get involved in these primary fights against these clowns who are happy to watch it all burn down so long as the funding continues to go discard the Constitution, right? Put Patrick McHenry in so that we can pass another omnibus continuing resolution package to fund it out past the elections. I can tell you what they're saying behind closed doors, which is
Yeah.
we don't want to have to like continue to extend spending during the election cycle, right? During the election year part of our cycle here. Let's just put McHenry in there. We will fund everything, right? We will throw all the money at all the special interests, and then we can go back to pretending we care about small government. That's what's about to happen.
Well, it looks like we have a little bit of breaking news here, guys. Steve Scalise, who was supposed to be the guy before Jim Jordon to be elected to Speaker of the House, his name was never put to a floor vote. He has been voting for Jim Jordon on the 2 ballots that have gone through so far. He now says that he is
Gaetz is on
opposed.
TV right now talking about it and says he supports it.
Supports what?
He said that he doesn't support the speaker light option. He supports the idea of having a real speaker, that we need a real speaker. And there's breaking news that says that Scalise is coming in. So it's on TV, MSNBC right now.
Yeah. No, I know. Okay, I think you said Gaetz instead of Scalise.
No, Gaetz is the one talking about Scalise. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So, anyway, Steve Scalise, just to sum it up, Steve Scalise says he's opposed to the resolution to empower a temporary Speaker of the House, which has what's been going on all day today. That's what they've been talking about in the GOP conference and the closed-door meeting, is potentially bringing Patrick McHenry, the current Speaker pro tem, putting a resolution on the floor to elevate him to Speaker of the House until January. However, it's looking like at this point, if that were to happen, that's going to require a hell of a lot of Democrat support. And quite frankly, the people are angry. They're mad. I don't think we're going to let this happen because, you're going to have a lot of quote unquote Republicans on the record having to side with Democrats here if they want to actually make Patrick McHenry Speaker until January. And, that's not going to be exactly good for them. Let's see, Evan, you.
Real quick, Nick.
He just dropped. I was just going to ask him a question. Okay, go ahead.
Real quick. Flow. Expect the coalition behind this nonsense, anti-constitutional McHenry thing to be the exact same coalition that McCarthy put together with the Democrats for the continuing resolution right before he got ousted. The one thing the Uniparty can always agree on is making sure that their cronies are able to feed at the trough of the American taxpayer. So I expect the same coalition because this is all about spending, right? This is all about the continuing resolution is about to expire, right? And they want to make sure that they can spend unlimited amounts of money between now and after the elections so that they could come home and pretend that they're small government conservatives again.
So, Ed Krasenstein, can you give us a perspective on how the left sees this right now and what they feel about the situation? What are they talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think the left's enjoying it just because, if they can make the right look like they're in disarray, they probably believe it benefits them. I don't know if it necessarily does, but I think they believe it does. I don't think you're going to get Democrats to support McHenry as, the speaker light. I think they're going to want concessions to do so, and I don't think Republicans are going to be willing to give them any concessions. So
I mean, isn't putting Patrick
don't
McHenry as Speaker of the House until January a concession enough on the Republican part? I mean, come on. I mean, we're basically electing a Democrat.
I don't know though, but if that's what Republicans want, I think Democrats are going to say we want something in return. If that's what the majority of Republicans want, I think they're going to say we want something in return. I don't think Republicans are going to be able to do it without Democrat support. I think you're going to have the same people who refuse to, the same people who are not supporting Jordan or supporting Jordan, even in some cases, are going to be like, we want Jordan, or the people who wanted McCarthy are going to be like, no, we want McCarthy, and they're not going to support McHenry. I think there's just going to be too many dissenters there. So Democrats are going to need to be in support of it. At least a few of them will. And I don't think they're going to, I think they're going to stick together. I don't think they're going to say, okay, I'm going to support this because it's for the good of the country, or, because it's going to let us get votes done. I think they're going to still stick together and blame it on Republicans.
Okay, so why is it that Democrats, Ed, just every single one of them have voted for radical leftist Hakeem Jeffries at this point? I mean, every single one of them. There are 212 Democrats, and they've all voted for Hakeem Jeffries for.
I don't view him as a radical leftist. I think he's closer to the middle than a lot of them. I think they're voting for him because they know it makes the Republican Party look like the weaker party, and I think that's the reason.
And that's one of the worst takes I've ever heard you say.
No, but I think that's why Democrats are doing that. They're voting for Jeffries because they know that if they do so, Republicans are going to struggle to find a speaker, and if Republicans don't find a speaker, the Republicans are going to look weak.
No, I actually think that is their strategy. I actually think that he's probably right in that they are saying, oh, this is going to be good because it's going to make the Republicans look weak, look divided. Republican voters and constituents are going to express who they want. You know, they're going to see representatives not listening to them. And then it's going to make those races easier to try to win come the next elections when these representatives are on the chopping block.
I mean, Democrats aren't there's no Democrats saying, "Oh, damn it, Democrats are supporting Jeffries." Nobody's saying that, right? But there's plenty of Republicans mad at multiple other Republicans who are going to be probably primaried in the races, where there's no reason for Democrats to stray from being unified here. There just doesn't benefit them politically.
Here's some breaking news real quick. MSNBC is reporting House plan to empower McHenry as Speaker is quote unquote dead.
Hey, I guess that's a good thing.
That would be a fantastic thing.
Yeah, that I mean, because at that point, if we got rid of McCarthy, but many people view that McHenry is actually worse. So it would have the whole thing would have been seen as a disaster, I think, by most conservatives if that were to have happened. So that might be a good thing. Actually, it is a good thing. And
where do they go from here, though? Like, who's next? Like, I can't think of someone.
Ed. I mean, come on, Ed. Can you not at least agree a little bit that maybe just keeping the House closed for several months, if we're not going to have. Look, if you guys were going to, would you support somebody? Well, first of all, Ed, who would be your Speaker of the House? That's an audience question. I'm kind of curious, so I want to go on to that. Who would be your choice
as a
for
Democrat?
Speaker?
Obviously,
if it's
would
not,
probably.
You can't say Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, you can't say that because I know you're a Democrat, and all the D's, all 100-something million of them in the country, all vote unanimously. But so you can't say him.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably pick one of the moderates. I don't even know the names of the more moderate ones from a moderate district. From a district that Biden won. As a Democrat, that's probably what I would want. There's no way somebody like that's going to get the nomination now, right?
Yeah, who do you think? Who would you, if you had to pick any Republican to be the Speaker of the House, who would you pick?
Yeah, so I mean, I couldn't do that right now. I had to research it and see like who the Republicans from the Biden won districts are. I don't know that off the top of my head, but it would definitely be one of them. As a Democrat, that's who I would want because I would figure that it would benefit the Democrats the most.
It would be the Congresswoman from Oregon. Then she won in a Biden district, very slim majority, and she happens to also have different hair color, as one would expect from Oregon. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Trash, that...
Hang on one second, guys. We got some breaking news here, actually. It looks like Congressman Matt Gaetz is now saying he expects a third ballot for Jim Jordon for today, with McCarthy likely being the one to nominate Jim Jordon. So, and then we also got a little bit more breaking news. Tom Emmer, the House Majority Whip, is also now coming out publicly opposed to the temporary Speaker. So, guys, we're doing some work here. We're doing some good work. We're getting some stuff done.
So if I can just chime in for a moment in between sips of my now red wine and popcorn, I just wanted to kind of point out that I tend to view things from a 10,000-foot view. And I know, and I can side with some of the ideologies of, there should have been a plan in place. Like Matt Gaetz should have had something in line and not be knee jerk. But when you kind of remove that emotion for a moment, remember that he is answering to his constituents, and he, got McCarthy in with the understanding of having negotiations, and McCarthy just kind of shit the bed on that deal. So why some of us want to like quick respond and say, hey, let's say worst case scenario, somehow Jeffries got in. Everyone, in media would blame Matt. And I think the problem with that is how do we expect change to occur? People like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I remember Ron Paul was a crazy isolationist. People who actually try to uphold their oath and answer to their constituents are demonized. And we're never going to see change in DC and either side of the aisle if people just toe the party line. And we have to understand there has to be sacrifices. And, I'm just saying, being a Bears fan, trust me, I know how this feels, okay? Incremental wins are key. And I just want to put that out there that if something bad were to occur, I don't think everyone should just start throwing pitchforks at Matt because
yeah, they shouldn't. And here's the thing. The mainstream media is going to say what they're going to say. The fake news media, I think your analysis is 100% accurate. You better believe they're going to try to throw Matt Gaetz under the bus and make it look like he's a failure, this, that, and the other. But the American people see otherwise. The American people, who they're going to blame for it? Whichever rhinos vote for Hakeem Jeffries. That's who the American people will be looking at and pointing the finger at and literally primarying out and throwing their shade at. It's not going to be what the mainstream media will do because the mainstream media is not in line with reality, truth, and with the American people.
No, I understand. And, even if something is inaccurate, we both know working in media that, that accusation sticks. But I just think that, and people like me that are more, independent, I'm actually a voluntarist, not that many of you know what that is, but I guess you could call me libertarian, is that I tend to see people that are considered the angry birds or the knee-jerk people. It's just that we're so fed up with the same old. And again, someone mentioned earlier, and I mentioned this earlier, so I'll say it again, these people keep getting reelected because so many people are not engaged and they just will vote for a name that they recognize or is easy to pronounce. And even though they may not, like in my state, John James, I guarantee you he's not getting voted in again just because we have large grassroots here, but he, ran off our backs. So when you have easy to pronounce names and recognizable names from media, they'll get in. So that's why I keep saying you holding spaces like this is so key because a lot of younger people hang out on these platforms. And that's who we have to wake up because they are being completely brainwashed. And again, I say that from both sides. So I just wanted to throw that in there that we have to make sure we're not reacting with emotions. We have to be able to view our objections clearly by looking at the facts and more of a 10,000 foot view.
Thank you so much for that, Kristen. That was a really good thing for you to bring up because I could totally see what you're saying, the mainstream media attacking Gaetz. And we need to make sure that if they do try to go that route, we push back on that narrative because it's not Gaetz' fault. McCarthy didn't keep his end of the bargain, and that was sure to upset the people who voted for him and put him in place. So he kind of brought this upon himself by not keeping his word. And if anyone's going to support Hakeem Jeffries, those are the people that need to be held responsible and accountable, not Matt Gaetz.
Okay, guys, I'm going to chime in just 1 second with some other breaking news. It looks like Jim Jordon also now expects a third speaker vote for today. As I just announced about 2 minutes ago, it's pinned to the top here. Matt Gaetz came out and says that he expects a third speaker vote for Jim Jordon, with McCarthy likely giving the nomination speech. So let's go, guys. I told you this was going to be an interesting day. That's why we ended up starting up the space here. Trash has popcorn and vodka or whatever, or popcorn doused in vodka. I don't know exactly what he said. And we're gonna keep going here for a while because we are still just heating up here on Capitol Hill. So
yeah, and Vern,
right now, Nick. Oh my God, hang on.
Sorry, Trash. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Aaron.
Yeah, no, never mind. The joke's already passed. Go ahead, go.
Sorry, Trash. I was just going to say that Vern Buchanan retweeted a Hill tweet that says Representatives Byron Donalds and Vern Buchanan say the resolution to empower Speaker Pro McHenry is dead. So Vern Buchanan confirming it now.
And Buchanan, just to remind everybody, was one of the holdouts as well. So that's interesting. And again, what it seems like to me, and if McCarthy actually does come out and put forth a nomination, I'll say this, and I think Dustin said it, and I've said it too, and Matt Gaetz even said it when we had him in the space, when we were talking with him, I don't know, a couple days ago, I don't know, this whole week has been crazy, but he said, expect Jim Jordon not to be everything that you guys are hoping him to be. He just seems to be the best solution with what we've got right now. And as Speaker of the House, as a fundraiser, we're probably going to have a lot to complain about with Jim Jordon if they do get him in here. Like, I'm well aware.
Hey,
But,
Trash, I don't want to interrupt
yeah.
you. I'm coming right back to you. I just spoke to somebody who works directly for Matt Gaetz. I can't say the name, but he is confirming that McCarthy is likely nominating Jim Jordon and will be giving the speech. So going right back to you, Trash. Just wanted to tell you that I just got off the phone.
No, it's perfect. Thank you. And I know who you talked to. Actually, Nick, I'm back at the office, so I will be prepared if they do the nomination speech. I can stream it through into the space here, and that way we can listen to it. I would be highly interested in seeing it. And since I can get this joke back, I'm actually not having any alcoholic beverages. So if my employer is listening right now, I am not drinking on the job. I have a Monster Energy drink, grapes, crackers, and cheese. So no popcorn either, folks. They were all sold out at the gas station.
Thank
Apparently,
you for
a
that
lot of other people had
clarification,
the same
Trash,
idea.
because I was about ready to DoorDash some popcorn and vodka just to celebrate with you. So thank you.
Well, I just wanted to add, I'm currently finishing up my meme of a rhino humping a cactus, so you'll see that in the comments.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, Matt Couch, if you guys wanted to see the tweet, or I can put it down in the chat, I did complete the meme when I went calm silent, and I think it turned out pretty well. And you know what? Matter of fact, Matt Couch, I think I'm going to individually take credit for the meme is what made Kevin McCarthy to give the nomination speech if that's what he does today. It was all me, just so we're clear.
I will give you full credit tonight on Matt After Dark, buddy. You have no problems with that.
I'm in a good mood.
No, this is a huge development because either way, no matter what even happens here, like in the worst case scenario at this point, it looks like Patrick McHenry for Speaker is now dead. So that was a very short-lived pipe dream of the GOP establishment. I guess that 4-hour conference that they did earlier didn't exactly go very well. And so now we're moving back to where we should actually be, which is Jim Jordon for Speaker of the House. I'm sorry to give all this bad news to you while you're up here on stage, Mr. Krasenstein. So.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's bad news. I just don't think Jordan's going to win the vote here. I think it's just going to be the same as I think he'll probably maybe lose 1 or 2 or gain 1 or 2, but it won't be enough.
Hey, if it takes 20, we're back. We are back in, and if the government stays shut down while we do it, I'm in.
Please, yeah, shut her down, Ed. I mean, come on. What good has the government ever done for you, man? Let's be honest. Like, what good comes out of the House of Representatives at this point? You have children, right? And that,
Yeah, but if I had a government job, I would definitely be like, yeah, those children aren't going to have dinner on the table.
Yeah, well, the government employs way too damn many people, so we have to do something else about that. We shouldn't have hired those 87,000 IRS employees, and maybe they could find a job somewhere else. I don't know, but
hey, Nick, I have a question for you. Technically, going through you for Ed. Ed, if I decide to run for Congress against Steve Womack, can I get you to do a voiceover that says Steve Womack sucks for me?
Sure, I think I could do that.
Awesome, brother. Thank you.
That's awesome. Now, we got some hands. Dustin, yeah, go ahead. And
just to remind everybody, bottom right-hand corner, thoughts, comments. What do you think is going to happen today? Are you still behind Jim Jordon for Speaker? Would you like to see somebody else for Speaker? I don't know. It's looking better probably now than it has. I don't think we've gotten any statements from any of the rhinos yet that have been voting against Jim Jordon on these other ballots. I guess we'll see what will come out from there. But now that they know that the Patrick McHenry for Speaker resolution seems to be dead, maybe we'll see some changes there. And so we'll keep you guys posted that. But I'll be looking through the comment section right now. But Dustin, go ahead.
Listen, the air of the Jim Jordon balloon has been deflated for me, at least. Like, just again, the worst part is
you're just shitting on our party, Dustin.
Did he just fall
You're
for
shitting in
the
the
same?
popcorn.
Did he just fall for the same thing that McCarthy fell for with the Democrats? Like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go along with this McHenry for Speaker thing. It seems like the Democrats like forced him into a position where he basically showed that he wasn't up for the fight. And so, like, yes, like he's probably still the best we can get, but B, it just emphasizes like whatever pressure has been applied to this point is going to have to continue under a speaker. This is not a case where we're getting somebody who's going to go in and we can trust to like do all the right things. In fact, we're going to have to amplify the pressure to get any of the concerns we care about through.
Well, but does it not at least seem like even based on your pessimistic view so far of Jim Jordan, wouldn't it be say that it's probably going to be more effective to be able to, convince Jim Jordan? Well, I mean, I don't even know if we're going to have to convince Jim Jordan to do the things that he said he was going to do, because it's kind of like what he's been doing since he was elected from what we can see. I mean, I don't know. He's not like McCarthy back in January that made a bunch of promises that were totally, opposed to what he had been doing his entire time in Congress, right? Jim Jordan would have to flip the opposite direction. Does that not make sense?
Yeah, listen, places where I think Jordan will be good. Border, he's been very strong on the border as a member of Congress. So, right, we're not having to like twist his arm on that. On the investigations, I think we'll see, right, the subpoena of Hunter Biden. I think he understands the benefits politically of that, at least from a media perspective. Places that we're going to have to ramp up though are anything financially conservative, right? We saw his laundry list of spending for the military industrial complex over the weekend with his negotiation with Mike Rogers and the J6 tapes and investigation. He's clearly going to require a lot of pressure on those things. And so he's better than McCarthy, right? I still think he's the best we're going to get with the majority that we have right now. But if we want some of the stuff that we care about to get through, I think it is going to require us to stay like pedal to the metal on the pressure campaign.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, we're gonna have to hold his feet to the fire. I mean, he's somebody who, when he gets in as speaker, it's gonna mean his constituents, which he is actually my representative in Ohio. So me, others in my area, we're gonna have to be really on him, and really the people in America overall. I think at that point, if he's speaker and he's having a say over what. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call. It's going to require everyone to hold him to the fire. So you're absolutely right, Dustin. All right, let's go to some of these hands. I noticed we've got quite a few hands. I'm not sure who had their hand up first. I guess we'll go to Vinny. Go ahead, Vinny.
Hey guys. So I think the thing we have to do is look at the reality of everything that's going on, and I think the real reality is I think it's the establishment who's bluffing with we're going to work with Jeffries. We know that's political suicide, and we know that they're staring down the real barrel of the war, losing its, everyone being emotional about the war and wanting to give tons of money. So I think what we're seeing is establishment posturing and trying to be like, oh, we're going to lose it and this is chaos and everything. But I think we have to remember we hold all the cards for the first time in a long time. Let's hold tight. And let them put anyone in or do anything that, goes against our interests. I believe that Jim Jordan probably is the person best we can get in, but unfortunately it seems like he's going to need to be reminded to get a backbone here and there. I don't know. I just feel like we have to keep pushing for this. We need to keep calling, and we need to have people pushing for Jim Jordan again since his hat's back in the ring. But, yeah, ideally it'd be someone else, but I don't think we should be afraid of them working with Jeffries at all.
All right, let's go the honey badger.
Hey Millie, thank you so much, you guys. So
hold on, before we do that, I just want to let you know I got two people in the audience that just all of a sudden just replied saying, "Is Jim Jordan in or out?" Just to remind everybody, Jim Jordan is in. We're looking at a third vote coming here very, very shortly. So Jim Jordan is in. Third speaker vote imminent. today. That's what it's looking like. That's according to Matt Gaetz and a couple other guys as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. And so I would just like to propose, first of all, this could have been, Jim Jordan could have withdrawn from the third time to force the situation, knowing knowing the position it would put everybody in, and how ugly it would look. So, that is a possibility, or he might have taken that on advisement. But the other thing I'd like to say, and I'm glad Kristen is still here, and, James needs to get primaried out of Michigan immediately. That jerk. Trump did everything he could to get him elected, and so I'm going to pivot right here to the last couple of spaces that Nick has done. One of the greatest things that has happened through the spaces of these last couple of votes has been the emergence of people who would like to primary these candidates that have been holding out. And so, for my money, through all of this process, now we're seeing people speak and tell us exactly what's going on in their representative districts and why they're running against them, and essentially they're getting their voice to the people. 18,000 people, Nick, 18,000 people got to be introduced to all of the folks that came. Victor Avila and John O'Shea. It was really exciting. So I'm going to be making a series of clips of videos, based off of the spaces, and hopefully we can entice some other people to come in that want to primary, or if they have the guts, they can come and speak in these spaces themselves and tell us what this is all about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it was, and I saw those clips, and I encourage you to keep doing that, and we'll get them shared out. I'll see what Brandon is up to, because he couldn't come in yesterday, and I want Brandon to have equal representation on the stage to pitch his ideas, because he is going against Victor Avila in Texas for the Gonzales seat. And, not to mention, since I like pew pews so much, I'm a big fan of Brandon, because he's the AK guy on YouTube, if you don't know who he is. And he also shares my memes on his stream. So again, big fan of that too. The Bud Light Liberty Safe meme he showed. But anyway, long story boring. I would say that I'm going to try to get Brandon on here. But if we can continue to do this, we've had Nick. I don't know. You guys can keep, Millie, you might know this too. I think we had 6 or 7, Dustin. Right? I think we had 6 or 7 come through yesterday and pitch who they were going to primary out. Another thing interesting that happened yesterday was we were looking to see who was going to be trying to challenge Simpson in Idaho. Turns out nobody was. So now it turns out, from what I'm hearing, is that there's now people going to start entering that race, try to primary Simpson out. So now there's movement, and that's why Idaho GOP, if you've noticed, that account has been going crazy. Not only are they retweeting their own letters that they've written about their displeasure with Simpson, but they're going out and finding all the other state GOPs and retweeting theirs too. Like they're going crazy in Idaho right now. And seeing Idaho get activated is frankly just hilarious, and I'm here for it. But no,
Well,
I agree.
and Trash, real quick, we managed to add one more. So Eddie Sphere, who's running against Vern
Yeah, I was going to
Buchanan
talk
in the
about that, Dustin.
in the Sarasota. He also put $500,000 of his own money up. So we have a at least partially self-funding candidate appearing there. I think it's important when we get these guys, Trash, like especially since we have 2 guys running against Gonzales, we have the opportunity to do the candidate forums right here in these spaces, right? We need to turn this into a platform where candidates expect, and there's an expectation of candidates that they come in and talk to us directly in these spaces, the way Matt Gaetz has, the way Thomas Massey has, the way Corey Mills has, the way George Santos has, right? The way all of these guys have. We need to continue that program. To me, it's more important than any of the other like one issue stuff. Issues will come and go. If we have accessibility, we can finally start having some accountability.
That's
Anyway, I sent Eddie an invite too. We'll see if we can get him in.
awesome. Thanks so much, Dustin. All right. Let's go to the following program. Go ahead. What do you think about this situation with Speaker of the House? Do you think Jim Jordan will get the votes on this next round?
I don't know if anyone can accurately predict what's going to happen. I mean, Matt Gaetz obviously seems to be confident about that, and that's encouraging. I wanted to comment about how it's interesting that, everyone was so upset in November 2022 when we didn't get the red wave that we were expecting, and we barely took the House. And we're watching the duality of the upside of that and downside of that, because there's a massive upside in the sense that because there was such a slim majority, that's what enabled the Freedom Caucus to basically come in here and bounce McCarthy out. Because if we had in the House 260 seats, there's no way the Freedom Caucus would have been able to hold his feet to the fire. He could have withstood any push that they would have made, and we'd still have that uniparty member sitting there as the speaker. It's because the Republican Party as a whole was is sitting there with a 7-vote lead, and we know the Democrats always vote in lockstep. They're just gonna do what they're gonna do. That the Freedom Caucus had the ability to say, we just need to cobble together only 8 people. If it was 260, they would have to cobble together like 50 people to knock him out. Now they only had to get together 8 people to knock out McCarthy. So in that sense, there's an irony that slim majority ended up giving the Freedom Caucus a lot more power than they otherwise would have had if there was the landslide that we'd all anticipated. And the only reason we didn't get that landslide is because the Uniparty fought really hard to keep Republicans from getting in there by coming out by giving primary financial support to opponents of the Freedom Caucus. It was a really funny thing how that kind of blew up in their faces. But the reason that's relevant with respect to this vote is because I have concerns that Jordon had to cave to other more uniparty people in order to get these last 20 votes. There was a lot of people there who, there was a lot of people who were basically saying, I'm not going Jim Jordon. Like Ken Bucks of the world was saying, unless he comes out and admits that Trump lost the election and things of that nature. And I think that, it's exciting to think that, he could be the speaker. It could be potentially awesome. But at the same time, I really want to temper that initial excitement until we get to hear exactly what did he have to do in order to convince these last people. Is it that they caved because uniparty people tend to be really squishy and have no backbone? And that's sort of a definition of why they become a part of the uniparty, is that they basically don't have the backbone of someone who's actually fighting for Americans and more invested in fighting for themselves than fighting for Americans. Or so is it the squishiness of the uniparty that they said, yeah, we need to get a speaker, so we'll go along with Jim Jordon, even though Jim Jordon didn't cave? Or did he end up caving and seeing that, hey, I don't want to end up being the next Scalise and fighting or whatever and losing this nomination, and promising that he's going to cave to the uniparty or go along with certain things. I think it's something we really need to look at is what had to happen here in order to get these 20 votes? Who blinked? Was it Jim Jordon or was it these other 20 people? And I think that's something we all should really focus on.
So here's what I
So
think.
guys, Aaron, before you jump in, I just want to let everybody know we have Lou Dobbs coming on. The legendary Lou Dobbs is about to join us right now. We just got to get him up here somehow. Oh, he's down in the audience now, so we'll get him up here. Aaron, go ahead and ask your question. We'll get Lou Dobbs up here. I'm really excited for this. And
I have been so quiet about this, but I got the follow from Lou Dobbs. I've been so quiet. I haven't said anything about it, but I'm like, dude, like, you have no idea how much that made my day that day. Like, I'm so excited.
Hey, Lou, I'm in the speaker position now, so give me a follow. Love you.
Okay. So, you're actually spot on. I actually brought this up yesterday. Following, I was talking about this because this is why I'm actually going to have J.R. Majewski and trying to get Joe Kent in here as well, because I was speaking about this yesterday, where it's like the only way it would have happened, to your point, is in that slim majority, and that it was actually very effective. And the whole point of this, which I think is just hilarious to me, is that everything that they did in 2020 and 2022 to funding, hey, Lou, good to see you. Welcome up, by the way.
Hey, Lou Dobbs.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, and then I want to kick to Lou, Nick. I was going to say was what McConnell did in Alaska with Murkowski to keep power, even as the minority leader, as opposed to us having a majority in the Senate. And then what they did in 2022 to the America First candidates and diverting funding away from them in their races, like the J.R. Majewskis, the Carolyn Levitts, the Joe Kents, many of those other people. It's actually now backfiring in their face right now. So I think that was a very good point. Nick, I'll kick to you, and then glad to see Lou's here with us. So.
Sure. Yeah. Mr. Lou Dobbs, welcome back to the stage. We're so happy to have you here, especially on a day like today. It seems like, my gosh, I'm sure you've been keeping up with the updates here, but nothing is going as planned today, it seems. I don't know, just your overall feedback on what you've seen. Maybe you have some updates for us. What do you think, sir?
Well, let me see. Can you hear me? First of all.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Outstanding. Well, as you say, and it's a pleasure to be back with you guys and to be listening to everything that's happening in real time. But I'm one of those who thinks that Jim Jordon reasserting himself and making certain that there is not even an ounce of daylight between himself, his aspiration to be speaker, and the conference. He is the man. He's got 200 votes. He only needs 17 more. No one else can speak for the conference with the power and the representation that he has. And I just think it's a terrific decision on his part. And it would have been, I think, desultory to have gone ahead with the Speaker Pro Tem, who, by the way, did not, to his credit, I think, Patrick McHenry did not want to do it. But I think it would have been desultory to the conference and to, frankly, the Republic. This isn't the way we should do business. Go sit in there and go get the votes and lead.
Yeah, and I don't understand, Lou. Maybe you have, because honestly, you probably out of any of us up here, you have the most experience in how Capitol Hill politics works. I'm telling you. So going into today, and based on what we know now, are you feeling pretty good about a Speaker Jim Jordon at this point?
I feel I feel very good about it, frankly, because what is required now is strong leadership. Jim Jordon is that guy to begin with. There's no one with greater character and, in my judgment, values than he. He is, without a doubt, the most able spokesman, the very best communicator for the Republican conference and the traditions, ideals, and values of the party. I think that there is no competition, frankly. There are, I think the expression is in the vernacular, a lot of people butthurt, but they're not going to be the people who are going to be determinant, I believe, in this. I think the people who rise to the occasion amongst that group of what is now 18, they'll be on the right side of history, and the Republican Party will line up behind Jim Jordon and the conference, certainly.
So I just want to remind the audience, if you have any questions for Mr. Lou Dobbs, bottom right-hand corner, hit that purple pill. We'll be going through them. He's got a little bit of time with us, and I know he's a busy man. He's got his show to do here shortly as well. But actually, Aaron, can you take it for a second? I got to take this call.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Lou, we've got a lot of stuff breaking in real time, and it looks like we're seeing several confirmed reports that Kevin McCarthy is going to come out and put the nomination forth for Jim Jordon again, which I think is interesting. But we were kind of talking in the background, and I'll probably tag Matt into this as well, Mr. Dobbs. But it seems to be that they're trying to resupplant Kevin McCarthy as being the reasonable one. I don't know what you think about that, Lou, but it seems like this is like a motion
I lost the sound again.
Oh no, Lou! Can someone speak to him so I can drop him down and bring him back up?
And McCarthy. Oh. Lou, were you able to hear Trash Discourse?
I did not. I did not hear that for some reason.
Oh, Lou, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Nope.
Can you hear me?
I guess he can't hear you at all, Aaron. And I was on the phone, so I didn't actually hear your question. Darn it.
So real quick, real quick.
Just give me the gist, and I'll ask him real quick.
Yeah, 30 seconds. It's basically, it seems like they're trying to put forth McCarthy as kind of like the reasonable one and try to reassert his favor with the base and everything else by using this, by coming out and then making the nomination for Jim Jordon is what it seems like. And there's some rumblings in the background. Maybe Matt can actually crystallize this a little bit better for me, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can tag in here, Aaron. I don't know if Lou can hear me or not either.
I don't know
but,
what's happened to the sound here.
Lou, can you hear me at all, brother?
Lou, can you hear me? Here, I'm going to drop Mr. Dobbs. I'm going to drop you down and bring you right back up, okay? Because
You bet.
it's a glitch.
You bet.
Thank you, sir.
Nick, I'll tag in. Basically, what Trash is saying. I mean, I've got several sources that work for congressional members. I don't want to give them out, but it looks like Kevin McCarthy is going to make the nomination and also give the speech from everything that I'm hearing. And Chad Caton, who's got several congressional members in South Carolina also reporting the same thing. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, Nick, because I think now people are going to, and I've heard, and this is, of course, Chad Caton, and about 10 ready to flip right now from what I'm hearing, 10 conservatives ready to flip to Jim Jordon, which would put him at about 210, 211, depending on where we're at right now. And so the holdouts at this point, Nick, are going to be really, they're going to look really bad. And I'm convinced that Don Bacon and Steve Womack will be in those holdouts if there is a holdout situation, Nick.
So yeah, and that's what I was going to try to get Lou's take on this. Nick, I do not see Lou in the audience.
I re-invite. I'm going back and forth by
Gotcha.
here. So just give us 2 minutes here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going at, Matt. It's like now you obviously have been able to crystallize it more, but that's what the play seems to be. And now there was a clip that just came out of of McCarthy, basically now trying to bring the House down, in front of the press on Gates. He's saying, yes, I did. A lot of us want to yell. Matter of fact, I think the whole country wants to yell at Matt Gaetz for doing what he did here. So he just did that. But now he's going to put forth, Jim Jordon and make the nomination so that you can see the posturing in the play here. Because it seems to me that a lot of these candidates that were getting their phones blown up and protested are like, okay, we are actually in a serious situation here. We've got primaries coming up, and we need to shift this. Is that what you're thinking, Matt?
Yeah, I think so. There's certain people like, Don Bacon and Steve Womack have literally committed career suicide here. There's no way they don't get primaried at this point. I've talked to too many people in Nebraska, too many people here locally. I've got people in Fort Smith, all the way, multiple counties. So I think there's going to be people that I don't know what they were thinking. I guess they thought they could bully it like the old boys club, the old fashioned way. They could just bully and get what they wanted, Trash in this conversation, and they could just hold out long enough to get the person they wanted. And it's obviously it's blown up in their faces. I think there's John James is. Michigan. If you vote for John James, my God, I don't even know what to say anymore. The guy's literally dominant. He's nominating fictional characters at this point for Speaker of the House. And I'll yield back to you, Trash.
No, absolutely. And Kristen is up here. She works with the grassroots in Michigan, and the temperature is not looking so good for Mr. James up in Michigan. So, Joe Pags, I see you joined us. Maybe your thoughts on the day while we try to rearrange the room here. Good to see you.
Glad to be in. Great space. What jumped out at me yesterday is the lunacy of this guy. What is it? Mike Kelly, I think it was, out of Pennsylvania, nominated John Boehner. And that showed me the lack of seriousness in this entire action. And by the way, Matt Gaetz is going to get some sort of strange procedural punishment once this thing is over. And he tried to explain it the other night to me, and I didn't get it. But anybody who's complaining about Matt Gaetz needs to go back to January and realize that they basically held the House hostage for 15 votes. Kevin McCarthy made promises that he didn't keep. He got rolled by Joe Biden in the debt ceiling, argument. He offered $1.5 trillion and gave them an infinite number until March of 2005 or 2025. So the idea that they didn't expect this, they didn't want this is exactly what the process was in January. And thank God that Matt Gaetz stood up and said, hey, we can't keep on going for another year like this. We're going to lose in the election next year and maybe lose the House because this guy isn't doing what he said that he would do. But I don't understand why John James does what he does, because this guy was a rising star in the Republican Party, and why this Mike Kelly guy thought it would be funny to say the name John Boehner. It's not funny. Hakeem Jeffries literally, if he picks off, 5 Republicans, which some of these Republicans are dumb enough to do it, gets to be the Speaker of the House. So I hope they get very serious about it. And while you reestablish Lou, I'll give you a quick anecdote about Lou. I was filling in for Glenn Beck on Headline News, and 2007 or something in New York, and I met Lou, and he could not have been a nicer guy. Like, I was like, damn, that's Lou Dobbs. And he could not have been more cordial, more welcoming, and just a very nice guy. We actually were meeting at like the table where the food was, if that gives you any context. But really, what a great guy. And I hope that he gets back up on top and continues speaking. But that's my take on it. On my show every day, I've been talking about this, watching this, and saying out loud, why do we have 20 children who are on the Republican side in the House of Representatives? Because if the Democrats had the same opportunity right now, they would have gotten this done day one. Appreciate the space.
Absolutely, 100%. And Joe,
thank you, Joe. I'm just letting you guys know we're going to get Lou back up here very shortly. We're working out some technical issues, some glitches here, but we'll have him right back here very shortly. So, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and Joe, to that point, I'm glad that you gave that anecdote about when you met him, because he had been on our space one time before. He was here for like 3 hours listening, and then participated for an hour, and he has just been the nicest, most accommodating guy, like very complimentary of us. I'm like, oh, first of all, Mr. Tubbs, the compliments are going to go to you, sir. But like, I love the fact that I'm able to have a conversation with Lou Dobbs on a Twitter space and really try to be on the edge of whatever's breaking here and try to get rational thought and just ignoring what the influence operations on Twitter or the media, whatever they're trying to put up, and just trying to get to the facts. So that's a great story. Following, go ahead.
Yeah, no, first and foremost, I want to echo what Joe just said and say that Matt Gaetz showed remarkable bravery in getting us to this point, and cojones of steel to go up against his own and make himself the least popular man in Washington, D.C., at least on the Hill, in order to get that McCarthy removed. But Joe mentioned that he doesn't understand those 20 people. I'll tell you why you don't understand them. It's because you are naturally attuned to the zeitgeist of this country, and the Uniparty is not. They don't appreciate the fact that much of the Republican Party is a MAGA type of atmosphere, and I don't mean MAGA in the sense of saying that it's Trump or bust. I mean MAGA as far as a reawakening the importance of our constitutional values, our foundational values, and the fact that we need to have accountability and more and transparency about integrity, not simply integrity, but actually that we can all see that there is actual integrity. They don't see that. The Uniparty is all about America as an institution, upholding our institutions, even if we have to lie because an institution is looking bad, and we're going to keep doing whatever needs to be done because America's institutions must be held strong. And the MAGA perspective is exactly the opposite of that. That the way America stays strong is that we actually have accountability, that we can own up to our mistakes, that we don't keep making the same mistakes because, well, that's just what America does. And those 20 people, along with much of the rest of the Uniparty, basically, they figure, oh, we want to punish Matt Gaetz because we're mad at him and we want to try and embarrass him and say this entire removal and ouster of McCarthy was a terrible mistake made by a bunch of crazy people. And they don't appreciate the fact that a significant portion of their constituents are thrilled to see how the Republican Party is steadily changing from being institution first to actually being America first.
Very well said. I've got to say this. People in Pensacola love Matt, so it doesn't really matter if they love him or hate him inside the Beltway. At the end of the day, these people need to get their asses out of the House and go back to their districts, find out exactly what the people that voted them in want from them. And they don't want them saying John Boehner or making up fictional characters when they're asked who the speaker should be. They want them to do the job of the House of Representatives. And that means 12 separate bills, not an omnibus. That means a definite debt ceiling, not an open door to spend as much as you want. That means account for the money going to Ukraine and not send them $200 billion and you're not allowed to ask where the money went. They need to get out and smell the air and talk to people and get out of that beltway. Because, again, the Uniparty is, we're going to have martinis for lunch this afternoon or not? You're going to meet me at the executive workout gym or not? When they need to be in their district finding out why people can't pay for bread and milk. They need to go into the districts and find out why people are spending 17% more now than they did when Trump was the president. They have to get out of that room. They can't do it until they pick a speaker. This isn't a game. Nobody out here is laughing at it. The Democrats are, but nobody who's a conservative in this country is laughing at this process right now.
And that's exactly why what you just said is exactly why what our host said earlier about the importance of coming into these spaces is for these congressional members, that they can actually hear from large numbers of people. And at least they see how many people are in a Twitter space and how many people are sticking around to watch it, and then messaging that is coming from the hosts. And that gives them a feeling as to how their own constituents are feeling about things, because they get to interact and have back and forths and be able to gauge exactly what the constituents are thinking and feeling. So, Joe, you're awesome. I'm really thrilled to be sitting here on this panel with you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and I really appreciate when Joe comes by as well. You always have like spot on analysis. And so I always love it when you give us your time as well. So thanks for being here, Joe. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate the microphone. Thank you.
Absolutely. Looks
And
like
we were
we're
able to
working.
get Lou Dobbs back up on the stage, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see him as a speaker. I currently cannot.
I would be my guess that he's seeing a circle spin on his end because it was stuck on the blue dot. So I'll send him an invite now.
Yes.
It's going to be good to go.
Okay.
It was showing his speaker, but it had the blue dot, which tells me it was still spinning on his end, connecting. So, Kristen, jump in here while we're trying to get Mr. Dobbs back up, and then I'll go to you, Chad.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I know I kind of mentioned this earlier, but we have a newer audience now. But I think everything that everyone is saying right now, and like I said, I'm not a Republican. I come from kind of the Misfits of Liberty realm, the former Ron Paul people, and what we're seeing now by these people like Matt, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, I call him Ron Paul 2.0. These types of Republicans that are going against the establishment and not necessarily towing the party line to shut up and color. Those are the type of people that are redrawing in the people that don't feel they have a home. But these are people that are grassroots personnel. They know how to door knock. They know how to invoke change. But they're so disenfranchised by what happened during the Ron Paul Revolution days that they are a tool that we need. So we cannot demonize these entities that are just kind of maybe seeing a little bit, quote, extreme or, again, knee-jerk. But actually, those are the type of people that excite the base of people, again, that feel they're just in limbo and don't belong in a party. So now is the time to capitalize with the independents and libertarians. I cannot stress that enough.
No, I think that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up again. And for everyone that doesn't know, Kristen's working really hard with the Michigan GOP, going after John James and trying to hold these people accountable. So she's doing awesome work. And not just with Michigan. You're working with a lot of people, as you mentioned, Kristen. So keep up the good work for sure. Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to come up here from what Couch was saying. I've got 4 different congressional staffers now that are hinting at the play for Kevin McCarthy to go to the nomination for Jordan. And the word is it can be anywhere from 6 to 10 have flipped in regards to Kevin McCarthy being the hero in optics. That's kind of what they've planned out. That's what they're all saying, and that this is going to be Jordan's one way or another, and the people that don't are going to be seen exactly for what we're seeing with John James and Mr. Bacon and the rest. So it looks like the play is now with McCarthy doing this nomination. It's for optics for him to be the hero after being ousted, and then the establishment is realizing the pressure is way too big, and they're going for it, but they're not sure they have the votes. That's why they think they're going to go to the floor and let them be seen for who they are.
No, I appreciate the update. That's what we were talking about in the background. So I'm glad you came up to give that, because obviously you guys are talking with people directly versus me playing telephone. So I appreciate it. Dustin, get in here.
So I just want to say, is it crazy how many people are, from the Ron Paul Revolution are still around? Right? There's a progression from like Ron Paul to Tea Party to MAGA and Trump, right? That's just I'm always astounded by. And it really is this vein of like these people don't represent us. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that our advantage is in the technology, which is not only are these dinosaurs in office completely detached from modern reality. All you have to do is look at any of the censorship hearings or big tech hearings to understand that. They're also completely disengaged from a technology point from around organizing, campaigning, and politicking. And so, right, when Scott Presler is offering apps that the RNC isn't offering, we've got to take that into account and look at that as our advantage with whoever ends up being on our primary list. And some of these guys, I'm not buying the McCarthy nonsense, right? I don't care, right? To me, this all seems so dramatic and ridiculous on its face. Like, oh, well, now that Kevin McCarthy's coming in, now it's okay. We have to use technology to outperform them. And I just want to encourage everybody, keep using this platform in particular.
100%. And looks like Mr. Dobbs has rejoined us. Good to see you, Lou. Glad to hear you back. Nick, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am. I believe you were asking Mr. Dobbs a question when we had a little bit of technical glitch earlier. Lou, are you able to hear Aaron now?
See if we can get him to unmute there.
Yeah, bottom left-hand corner, the microphone button there.
Twitter is a fun place today. It's the size of the room. Hopefully, is our nest, is it overpacked? Is the nest overpacked? Because that causes a lot of these glitches.
It actually does. You're right. I forget about that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be worked out on this whole app. But we'll just kind of out-remove some things here while we try to get him to unmute.
So also while we're waiting, I sent you in the back channel, you and Millie, so the New York Times, the only thing that they seem to be good for these days, they actually have a real-time Speaker of the House vote tally counter. So as this is going on today, we'll actually be able to individually see and track who voted where for who. It'll be a lot more helpful than writing it down. So I sent that to you in the back. I'll go ahead and post it down in the chat as well. And I will play that video of the nomination speech when it happens. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. It looks like cspan.org is down. I don't know if it's still down, but I did find one on YouTube. PBS has one on YouTube. So we have a couple.
Yeah. That pretty accurately describes everything we've seen today. Everything is a total crap show. But you know, it makes politics entertaining, right? It's never boring. But you know, while we wait on Mr. Dobbs here, I'm going to go through the audience questions on the bottom right hand corner, and we'll have plenty of questions for him after Aaron asks his. But Evan, you're my Capitol Hill man here. You got almost as much experience as everybody but Moo Dobbs up here. So what's going on right now? What are you hearing on the inside? Anything new to tell us?
Nothing new as of now. It seems as if the conference has just wrapped up within the last hour or so. I'm sure the leader.
And that was a fairly long conference.
Yeah, it went 4 hours. So I heard it was quite tense. There was a lot of infighting, which doesn't surprise me at all, but it was more than usual. And then it seems as if we're planning on doing a third vote. I haven't got a time, but as it's been thrown out, it seems in the 6 o'clock hour is most likely. So once I get that, I'll be sure to let everybody know.
Yeah, and absolutely. And just to kind of give a total, bird's eye view of everything that's going on for the audience, it looks like at this point, the vote to elevate Patrick McHenry, the current Speaker Pro Tem, elevating him to Speaker of the House is now dead. It looks like that is over. Steve Scalise was a vocal opponent of it. The chair of the House GOP conference, that is Elise Stefanik, she came out and is now opposed to it. And now Matt Gaetz is telling us that he expects a third vote for Jim Jordon on the floor today for Speaker of the House. And honestly, from what all of this news, combining it all together, it makes me pretty optimistic. And Evan, I would imagine you probably feel the same, no?
100%, Nick. I think we're all pretty optimistic. From what it sounds like, it seems like Jim might actually pick up votes this time. I don't know if it'll be the final one. I don't think anybody's expecting that. But it does seem like we might trim the number down here, maybe to single digits, but definitely low teens.
Well, I find it interesting that the original reports were that Jim Jordon was backing out. You know, we've heard a lot of people earlier today upset about that, feeling like he threw in the towel too soon. I don't know if he was receiving calls or not. Was anyone able to actually confirm if that was in fact the case and why he did that initially?
So what I had reported earlier was that he was willing to back the idea of Patrick McHenry being elevated to Speaker of the House until January. However, in the same post, I also mentioned that Jim Jordon was not bowing out. He never did bow out of this race. So, it seemed like there was some scheming going on in the background, that there was some sort of plan or a play. Maybe he even expected this to happen today, because his team has been actively monitoring this entire situation, trying to see if a vote for Patrick McHenry would even succeed. You had a lot of pundits that were saying, oh, it absolutely would succeed. It'd be a shoo-in. And then other people were calling the bluff, saying there's no way. Jim Jordon actually said to bring it to the floor yesterday, and they didn't do it for some reason. Is it because they knew that putting the resolution to elevate Patrick McHenry to Speaker of the House was going to fail miserably? Probably.
Well, yeah, you and I talked about that, Nick. I agree. Like when we were talking about this morning, you're like, there's a play here. I'm like, yeah, I think that was the play too.
Yeah.
And just real quick, I have some breaking.
Lou Dobbs is coming back.
Yeah.
Again, by the way, he's switching to his phone. They just messaged me now saying he's switching to his phone because his computer is giving him a hard time. So he'll be back.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a statement from Jim Jordon. He just came out as of 6 minutes ago. Says, I'm still running for speaker and I plan to go to the floor to get the votes and win this race. So he's all in. He's making his official statement to the press, not just a tweet, but he's actually giving a conference. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Kristen, I have my popcorn sans wine. I do have popcorn now. So I was actually able to Instacart some popcorn to the office. I wasn't kidding.
Well, I am so happy for you. And while we're waiting for Lou to come back, I just want to add, somebody earlier mentioned that they're so surprised at how many Ron Paul people are still around. But if people remember that time frame, it was a lot of younger people. And what we're missing now is the younger people. So I am a health freedom activist, but I'm also a political activist. And everywhere I go around the country, I'm not being ageist, it's Q-tips. And we need those younger people, because I think the reason that the Democratic Party can do all this text to donate, all this stuff, is because they have these young tech personnel. So whoever said that is absolutely correct. I second that. And that's why now we have to do everything we can to not demonize the misfits. We need to bring them in and find common ground. And remember that as long as we agree on 70% of things. And what's really shocking to me throughout this fight, and this is why so many of my libertarian friends and even my anarchist friends, not the ones that burned down Burger King, but that follow like Mises.org, peaceful anarchists and voluntarists, they believe that they're, living free on their compounds, collecting their rainwater is even threatened, because the government is just becoming so bloated, especially my friends that are in crypto and are worried about, being attacked through the IRS, not even doing anything illegal, but just being targeted. So what we have to do is find a way to get these people kind of get a fire under their butts, because they're even saying to me, wow, we really do need Speaker Jordon in, because it's the only way the Bidens are going to be held accountable. So although you guys may not see that, I do. And here in Michigan on the Detroit side, there's a huge group of people that are the former Ron Paul misfits, and they need a home. So I don't want to just keep being an echo and repeating myself, but I just wanted to say that technology aspect is why the Democrat has more of a technological advance in hitting homes and more door knocking and just getting the donations and their Act Blue and all that stuff, is because we lacked that young crowd, and we really, really need that.
Yeah, so we do have, it looks like we do have Lou Dobbs back here on stage. Mr. Dobbs, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
I can hear you.
Perfect. So I'll toss to Aaron, because he was trying to ask you a question earlier, and we're having some technical issues. Thank you for coming back. We really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
Well, and Mr. Dobbs, what I was asking you before we had the technical issues was simply this. It seems to be that this is a play. They were playing some games here with the McHenry vote, teasing that out there. Obviously, that failed miserably, and it's almost like Jim Jordon let that happen, wanted it to happen. But what I'm seeing now is the messaging about McCarthy, because we know that he is a chief fundraiser, and he has taken a lot of hits over this. And if he, being removed as speaker, it hurt his fundraising ability. And it looks like they're trying to now reintroduce McCarthy as this good guy that just wants to get back to work for the American people, and bad Matt Gaetz and good McCarthy. That's what seems to be the play here. I don't know what your thoughts are, maybe how you've looked at how all this has played out.
Well, I'm not certain of what's happening in the hearts and minds of the folks behind those closed doors, but I do know that I'm pleased to see Jordon step out and represent the conference. He's the guy with the votes. He represents the vast preponderance of the members of the conference, and there is just no doubt that he is going to proceed in that fashion now. I think it's the right strategy to think of the equivalency issues here, to have Don Bacon taking on Jim Jordon on CNN of all places and spewing his nonsense at CNN. It's just crazy. And he's taken this with, I think, great humor and hasn't reacted. But I think that he is doing exactly the right thing now. And the idea that McCarthy wants to come back, I'm not sure I buy anything that's said about McCarthy. I don't know that if I'd make an exception about this idea. But McCarthy and Scalise are just going to have to get over themselves and start thinking about the good of the party and the country. And that's not just cliched rhetoric. That happens to be the reality that they face.
I think that's an excellent point. And I think you hit right on. Following, did you want to come in there? I saw you on the mute.
Yeah, there's a few things here, both with respect to what Lou was just talking about and Nick's question about Jim Jordan's vacillation. There was a fascinating 4-minute interview that's posted on Forbes' page on YouTube with where McCarthy ended up giving us a lot more insight into how the sausage is made inside the Beltway than I think most of us had. And he explained that he spent from November to January trying to rally together enough support to win the speakership. And it took him, and he spent, over a month trying to get that. And it still took him 15 tries. And that's why Jim Jordan now is trying to cobble this together in a couple of days. And, people need to give him time to sort that out. And what was fascinating as he was talking about this is the idea of the reason, why are we here? The reason we are here is because the Freedom Caucus, and Matt Gaetz specifically, said we're tired of doing business as usual, that we're going to have these omnibus bills, and we're going to kick the can down the road and be like, well, we can't sort anything out. Let's just roll everything over and do the same as last year and hike everything up by whatever, and adjust it for inflation, and have all the pork shoved into that omnibus bills where we end up spending trillions and more than we should ever be spending. And that's what the Uniparty has always been about: kick the can down the road. And that's what a move to embolden the powers of the Speaker pro tempore is all about. Is we can't figure out how to make a speaker, so let's take Uniparty McHenry and have him be the guy who's going to end up having the power, and we'll still be sitting there as pro tempore and come next November 2024 because we can never figure out how to sort out cobbling together enough votes for a speaker. So it was classic Uniparty move for them to say let's give him that power. Now Jim Jordan, with respect to his waffling, to me it seems like this guy is a very, very shrewd politician in the best, and I mean that in the best ways possible, as opposed to the negative ways possible. In that I was surprised initially when I saw him stand up and argue against Gaetz, and he was screaming that we need to keep McCarthy in here, and that this is wrong, and he deserves the speakership, and he's lived up to his promises. And I was thinking to myself, what the hell is this guy talking about? I used to like Jim Jordan. Like, that's what I was thinking at first, and I was like, oh, he wants to be speaker. he knows that everyone's sitting there in the right side of the aisle. They all love McCarthy because apparently he's a fundraising machine, and he's the one who helps keep them in power. So if he stands up there screaming at Matt Gaetz publicly about how terrible it is to try removing McCarthy, that helps distinguish him from the Freedom Caucus as being someone that the Republicans themselves would call too far hard right for us, and makes him come across as being one of them without me. And the reason I think that's healthy politicking is because he's basically endearing himself to these Uniparty people who still hold the levers of power without making any promises to them as to what steps he's going to take going forward, and making commitments that he'll go along with Ukraine, or if we have to, we'll do an omnibus bill. He's not made any of those negative promises, at least so far. And to me, I think that's why we've seen him try to come forward as the reasonable member of the Freedom Caucus, where it's like, yeah, you know what, we can't go forward without having a House of Representatives, so we can expand the power of the pro tempore for 45 days, knowing that that's not going to pass, and that way he comes out as reasonable and helps enhance the possibilities that those last few Uniparty people who he needs their support for now, that they will be like, yeah, Jim Jordan, he's softened up and he's more like one of us, and we can support him. And so I think he's doing that for the appearances of those Uniparty members, and I think it's smart politicking.
Yeah. So That's actually why I was asking the question. So, real quick, Mr. Nick, are you there? Real quick, I'm getting phone calls. Hang on. Sorry about that. I
Oh,
keep getting
sure.
back to
So,
back.
yeah, I actually I have a question for Mr. Lou Dobbs. Where do you think this is going to go on this next round of voting for Jim Jordan? And how many votes do you think it will take to get Jim Jordan in if that happens?
Well, the quick answer is I don't know. I do know that he is in a much stronger position now than he was coming out of the second round. But I think that also goes to considerably the dynamics that are happening. One is that in the suggestion, I think it's important for us all to think about who the source of the idea of I love the idea of expanding the powers of the speaker pro tem. Uh, that came from serial rhinos, Newt Gingrich and John Boehner, still ex the caucus and conference. I think it's just remarkable that this idea took flight in the way that it did, with Patrick McHenry, our sources telling us that he didn't want it to begin with. He did it dutifully. And he told Jordan, even as Jordan was contemplating the idea, if not indeed persuaded on the idea, that he was supporting Jim Jordan all the way through. So I don't know to what degree McHenry, was playing a uniparty card here in his role. I don't think he had much choice since McCarthy asked him to do it. But I do think that he has been stand up in the midst of all of the if you will, the turmoil over the last 24, 48 hours. But he pledged fully and I think meaningfully to support Jim Jordan throughout. And I think that's an important consideration as to how long it takes for Jim Jordan. I think that it's one of those things that's an imponderable because we don't have enough facts on what will move any one of these recalcitrants. But I'm going to guess it will. It shouldn't take more than one or two more rounds for people to understand. But it's going to be also that'll depend on what deals are being cut. And I have to say, Steve Scalise in this has been as I think repugnant as he could possibly be in his exertion of his influence over a number of the members is a matter of protest. I think it's short sighted. I think it is awful. And I think that the conference will not be in any way persuaded that it was just happenstance and a momentary flight of resentment. I don't think that's going to hold much steam. As we proceed through these rounds, Scalise is seen as he is, McCarthy seen as he was, Jim Jordan as who he just might well be, which is one of the best, in my opinion, speakers in a very long time. You look at the legacy. I mean, you go from Boehner to Ryan to McCarthy. I will assure you, each and everyone listening here, I guarantee Jim Jordan will be a sight better than any one of those. And by the way, the preceding speaker, including Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah. So, Mr. Dobbs, what do you think these holdouts? What is their problem? Are they pouting? Are they? I mean, do they have any legitimate reasons? I haven't heard any yet. I've been asking and asking and asking, and I'll go to you first on that. Maybe Justin can give some insight on that afterward. But I'd really love your opinion on that. Is there any real legitimate reason, or are it because a lot of these people are, I believe, appropriations guys, and that might even have something to do with it. But I'd love your take.
No, I think that has a lot. I think you're exactly right. It does have a lot to do with it. From our understanding, the appropriators are the agitators because they like the idea of the swamp keeping its current level inside the conference and the House. And Jim Jordan means that there will be adjustments. How big, how meaningful, we don't know, but it will be considerably different. And at risk are those appropriators' power over the money that is flowing through the swamp, and and the Capitol is, as you all know, is awash with it. So there, I think that is a good measure of what we're witnessing here. It's going to be interesting, the horse trading that has to be done to at least tranquilize them just a bit.
Now, in your experience, Lou, since you've been paying attention to politics for quite a while, how do you think this is going to affect the next election moving forward? I know you've got Trump as the strongest candidate for 2024 on the Republican side, but do you think that this is going to possibly fare poorly for the Republicans in the House and the Senate during that election? Meaning, even if Trump would win, do you think we might end up with the House actually turning blue because of all of this?
I think that's a great question, and I think it's a question we're all going to have to deal with over the course of these coming months and year. My best guess, and it's no more than that, is that Trump will come to some sort of relationship with the House of Representatives, and I'm assuming here that Jim Jordan becomes the Speaker. That doesn't in any way impinge on the independence of Jordan and the House, but yet is a strong relationship and a prosperous foundation that will unite both the president and the House conference in America First and MAGA. The only new idea, and I would love to hear what people think, but I truly believe the only new ideas that the Republican Party have experienced in the past 10 years are those of President Trump, MAGA, America First policies, and a modest, I would refer to as foreign policy as a modest one, right? Pulling in our troops that are now in over 100 countries around the world, for crying out loud. And now we have over 100,000 on the eastern flank of Europe, protecting Europe from the nasty Russians. It's mindlessness what we've seen, that is the absolute inverse of what President Trump was trying to do in his 4 years. That is to bring home our troops, to in many ways create some dislocation for the military-industrial complex. That's all going to be part of what faces this House going forward. It goes back to the point about the appropriators. That's why they are that's part of why they are in this discussion as the recalcitrants.
Yeah. So before I go to an audience question here, I want to go to Justin Hart up here on stage. Do you have a question for Lou?
Well, no, I
Nice
mean,
to see you, Justin.
my sense is, and I wanted to get your take on this, Lou, was that, look, Jordan is exactly where he needs to be as head of the judiciary. He's got strong competence there. I've mentioned in previous spaces the hirings that he's done there on the back end for the committee, which are stellar, and they're making some great progress. I think they can go somewhere there.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're pulling him out, and it's a very different skill set to be speaker. And already I'm getting red flags because he's gotten rolled 3 times now. He's got rolled first by agreeing to run for the speakership, which I don't think he wanted. No one wants that with a margin of 9 seats. Second, he got rolled again for bringing up the first vote without a whip knowledge that he had 20 people voting against him. And he got rolled a 3rd time today. He let 6 hours pass before deciding, yeah, no, I'm actually in it. I'm going to run again. I don't care who started the rumor. He should have gone out there and quashed that if that wasn't the case. But he hemmed and hawed for another 6 hours before deciding he was going to do that. It just shows me that he's really, he doesn't have the staff. He doesn't have necessarily the respect, it looks like. And unfortunately, he lost a lot of respect thanks to Matt Gaetz. And I'm frustrated because here's Jim Jordan being sacrificed on this pile of decisions that was just really inordinately and ill-timed, right? It's just not good juju to throw off your leader when you only have a 9-vote margin. And some of these guys, yeah, I can look down the list of the 20 folks. some of them are indeed squished. I can look at like, Maria Dow's Ballard. She's got like a 56 rating, but you look at like Jake Elsey, he's got an 88% rating, or Kay Granger, or even Mike Kelly, who a lot of people don't like. He voted for Boehner, I think it was yesterday. But then you look at half of the people on that 20 list. Don Bacon, he's in an even district. Lori Chavez to Rimbers in a D+2, Esposito D+5, Lawler D+3. I mean, these are people who won their election just by the nails. And so literally, if they went and voted for Jordon, they will be, there'll be mailers, there'll be direct mailers. They will just come lambasting after them, and they could lose that seat. And it doesn't matter if we elect Jordan, he won't be the speakership because all these 9-10 seats will be gone. These are tight races, and these guys are like, look, I not only just like looking for survival, but
Yeah,
talking.
Justin, we have very limited time with Lou.
Yeah, okay,
so
but
I
just
gotta
want to
get
get your take
question.
on that, Lou, because I just think it's just bad timing and bad skill set.
Well, I think there's much to what your much to your analysis. The issue of Don Bacon and his district. We're talking about a district where we're looking at 6.5 points for Biden. He's in a difficult situation, but he's making his difficult situation more so by going on CNN and prattling off just pure nonsense, and with bravado and in my opinion, it's just I as you might guess, I just find his behavior awful, irrespective of his politics, his partisanship. This is not a way a man operates, especially a guy who spent as much time in the military as he did. I expect better. He's not leading; he's being a preposterous thespian rather than, to me, a responsible public servant. So I just think that Bacon and a couple of others are just operating in their own atmosphere. In that those atmospherics may be determined by their electoral challenges. I don't know, but they're behaving badly as members of the conference. So, how do we get from here to there? I have to say that's going to be the test of his leadership. And I think Jordan, you talked about him being rolled. I think that he has been dragged before he was rolled. He has, going back 10 years, he has wanted no part of this. And I think one of his great credentials is that he didn't want to be speaker going into this. And he's not kidding about it. This is not a man who is, in my judgment at least, he is not a man who is ambitious to the point that it in any way would consume his energy rather than being a highly effective congressman and a conservative as well. I just think that I take your point and your analysis, which I think is valid. I just think that the conclusions that we might draw from that analysis are different.
Yep. I agree with you as well, Lou. And listen, I understand what Justin's saying, and we've kind of broken this down and gone through this, but we are seeing most of the pushback coming from the appropriators, from the people that are pushing their special interests, like a farm bill subsidies and things of that nature, and big spending. And so I've made that point as well. We know that Jim did not want the position, and there's the old trope, the man who doesn't want the position should be the one in the position.
Right.
And that's been my contention on that. So, it looks. I'm trying to avoid the other breaking news of the world, Nick. But
yeah, well, no, we'll we're definitely going to get there. There's a hell of a lot of content to cover, and I want to go to an audience question real quick because I've been scrolling through it. There are a lot of you guys, and I love to see how many people are engaged right now. People seem to be excited. Everybody was so disappointed earlier, so frustrated, and I'm sure those phone lines were melting again for their Congress people, and that's how we're getting a lot of this work done. But Lou, so there's an audience question for you where Jenny wants to know, what exactly would you expect to change under a speaker Jim Jordon? Because we have, as you mentioned earlier, the last Republican speakers that we've had like John Boehner and Paul Ryan and Kevin McCarthy, and I mean they were totally I don't even want to just say they were ineffective. They actually seem to play in the hands of the Democrats. Are we going to see some radical change here if we can get Jim Jordon in?
Well, to your point, all of those speakers were establishment figures and were without question not operating in the best interest of the Republican Party in terms of policy. Paul Ryan. He gave great lip service to the budget and the deficits, and both rose under his speakership. And I'm not going to just pick on Paul Ryan. The same is true of on steroids. The truth is that McCarthy gave away a debt ceiling fight by eliminating the debt ceiling. It's the darndest thing I've ever seen, and felt comfortable doing that. And he brought all this on him by doing so. It's his speakership, Jordan's. I think I'm very comfortable in saying this will be he will bring as much power and force to the role of speakership, I think, as any man, and certainly in recent memory. You have to go back to '96 to Newt Gingrich, I think, to find a parallel. But he is not going to be walking into a debt ceiling discussion after the fact. He's going to be leading through the budget process and the appropriations process as he should. The debt ceiling, to me, is a non-starter for the Republican Party. They've demonstrated it over and over that they cannot win, and I think that Jordan understands that clearly and understands how to lead on the issue of budget priorities and to meet the White House as an equal, and not just simply fast track everything and cede power to the executive. I think there will be a huge difference in that respect that will inure to the advantage of those who are concerned about a $33 trillion deficit and a $2 trillion a year plus deficit, and the fact that we now have to spend more money servicing the debt of this country than we do on our own military. I think those will be significant differences.
Yeah, and so one of the arguments that we keep hearing is, oh, well, somebody like Speaker McCarthy, he has to work with a Democrat Senate and a Democrat president. Why, though? I mean, is there any incentive? Why not just, if we're going to pass Biden bills, why not just not pass anything at all? Let's not even bring anything to a vote. Am I missing something there? Does he have any obligation to even do that?
I think there is an obligation to represent the will of the people. It's still a country that, if it's somewhat suspended, I do think that the consent of the governed is a quaint relic to try to resuscitate from time to time. And this is one of the best times I could imagine, given every challenge that we face with this administration and with world and domestic circumstances. So I think you have it exactly right. The House of Representatives is a co-equal branch of government. It has to, amongst other things, recover, whether it be treaties, whether it be the idea that the President of the United States can just throw an executive action off his desk and say, give me $30 billion for Ukraine without any further discussion, or appropriate money for the debtors in perpetuity, blue states, and bail them out. As the Republicans just watched, he'll be quite a different leader than that. I'm very confident.
Well, one thing I'll say to answer that as well is, the Democrats, they didn't need to have the Senate and the presidency to run their impeachment on Trump and call these hearings and make this big show about it. So, if we had a united Republican House, we could be having these impeachment inquiries and doing something similar to Joe Biden and utilizing the House to uncover and subpoena the corruption that's wrought within our government agencies, the DOJ, and within some of these families like the Biden family. So, sure, we might not be able to get every single bill we want passed through the Democrat-controlled Senate and Joe Biden's presidency, but we can do a lot if we have a united House. And I think that's what's going to be the most beneficial and what the constituents want to see.
I couldn't agree with you more. And in the prospect of a unified conference scares as you all were discussing earlier, scares the uniparty to death. The very idea that Republicans would be, repairing to high standards of their party, fiscal responsibility and prudence, integrity in government. Do you realize how many agencies and departments would break out in feverish sweats if we started talking about ethics and the ideals of public service and eliminating corruption? I mean, this will be seismic, if tectonic. It will shake up a lot of people and a lot of ground.
And I think that's what we need. I think the conversation needs to be had. And again, I strictly want to point to everyone saying that this is chaos. Who that message is coming from? I mean, it's not chaos. We are going through a constitutional process. We are, as a country, allowed to do this, and we are, as a people, with our elected representatives up on the Hill, demand that we can request things from them. And I think the shakeup is what we need. I'm here for it, sir. So moving forward, obviously, we're probably going to have a few votes on this. It's going to take some time. What was one of the things what would be the main thing that you would like to see coming out of this as Jim Jordan is speaker? What would you say would be a priority? What would be the number one?
The priority is, to me, first of all, is to get to be speaker. And that's not going to be an easy stroke. It may be quicker than it is easy. But despite that, the first priority, I really believe, is to align the conference around the issues, the challenges that deserve the most attention. And they are unquestionably the Biden investigation that is now as a result of the speaker contest, maybe, but perhaps because of a slow roll by Kevin McCarthy. But it hasn't moved as quickly as it should, and I think we all understand that, because the impeachment inquiry is an unnecessary add-on. The impeachment itself is a charge against the president. That charge, I think, has been demonstrated to be based in evidence and the facts, and raising great questions about not only his integrity, but the abject corruption across his entire administration, and the bribery. And we can go from his obvious role as a compromised vice president is as ugly as anything any of us could have imagined. So this should be moving forthwith. The subpoenas should have already been flying against Hunter Biden, President Biden, and all who were involved throughout his career. But that hasn't happened. It could happen, and it should happen under an energized, animated speaker that I think will be Jim Jordan.
I agree as well, and I think it's way past time. I mean, we saw Joe Biden go over to Israel, not bring back a single hostage, didn't even make a mention of it while you're over there. It's just it's abhorrent to me, and I don't understand why the messaging is the way it is out of this corrupt White House. And I think it boils down to what you pointed out. I think he should be registered as a foreign agent under FARA. I think it is crystal clear to me now, and the impeachment needs to move forward. I don't see any other way around it. So, and that is definitely it. We've seen the select subcommittees on the coronavirus research. I think that's important to get that fired back up. I'm hearing rumblings about some subpoenas that are ready to go out for the House Oversight Committee on the Weaponization of the Government. I would also like to see some impeachment inquiry, at the very least, into Mayorkas and into Merrick Garland as well. These people are selling out the American people, and they're doing it with a smile on their face, sir. I don't know what your take is on that, but.
Well, my take is, again, you're absolutely correct. And in terms of priorities, I would put second among them the oversight committees in Congress, restoring to themselves the power and using the power that their authority gives them. To see the Judiciary Committee in their august hearing room, listening to Chris Wray tell them to go to hell, is something that has to end. there's no respect, let alone any kind of acknowledgement there is a Constitution and a responsibility on the part of the Congress for oversight. That's got to end. And the real teeth have got to be brought. It's complicated now because we have so many cross interests, whether it be the uniparty or the interparty, the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy, however you want to describe this alchemy that's created on Capitol Hill, corrupt alchemy. We've got to stop it, and it's got to end with, I believe, within the next presidency, or we're lost as a republic. This is overwhelming. The swamp is fetid, it is hungry, and it is feasting. And we've got to deal with it. And this Congress has got to have a spine and the ability to serve above the ability to, if you will, extract as much as they can from K Street, the Chamber of Commerce, a big pharma, and the military-industrial complex. We have to come to terms with reality. We have to, and earlier was pointed out, we haven't even resolved the China virus. We haven't had hearings about it. We've had touch and goes about it, but we need to land on it and really explain to the American people what's happening. Think of the issues that divide us right now, whether it be gender transformation. We still don't have hearings from the Congress of the United States about what are the implications of gender identification, pronouns, woke policies in the military, and why are there people who are being offended by the fact that we want to recognize that there are two sexes, and should we think about the possibility that there are three or four or five? Why don't we have a hearing and look at facts and have a real discussion nationally about it? It's because, in part, we've got leaders who are so corrupt and who use very real issues for their own to preserve their own political posts and assure their fortunes. That too, in my dream of dreams, is the America that should result, beginning with the speakership of Jim Jordon.
And you make a good point, and they even need to dive deep into, why are we allowing children to be chemically castrated? Why are we allowing children to have their breasts surgically removed or their genitals mutilated?
Amen.
These are all real big concerns, and you have the medical industry profiting off of this. So yeah, not good. I mean, there's a lot of things we could be doing right now, and I just wish that our representatives would be actually representing what the American people want them to do.
Couldn't agree more. And when you talk about the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the American Medical Association has a great deal to account for. How in the world have we permitted physicians who operate under first do no harm, mutilate minors in the name of gender transformation without any forethought about telling American people what's going on? How have we permitted two teachers' unions to decide that they are also not only teachers' unions, but they're obviously sociologists, and they're obviously psychologists and psychiatrists and therapists of various forms? Who knew? But they can't educate our children. And why is it that we are seeing constantly declining scores in our public schools? Our public schools are well financed. We're spending lots of money, and student scores keep dropping on those tests instead of rising. We have to come to terms with what is broken and how we will, in good faith and good heart, fix them, not out of political purposes, but from pragmatic execution of the function. If teachers are to teach, they are not there as counselors. They are teachers, and they must have something to teach. But only 10% of the teachers in public education have a major in the subjects they're teaching. I mean, it's extraordinary where we are right now as a country. So what I'm begging for is Congress, to really take on the issues and to do so not in a bipartisan way. I think that's a tiresome and scary word, frankly, uh, but in a shared interest in the good of this country and the good of the American people.
What do you think about the media's silence relative for the pro-Palestine and leftist protesters that were being disruptive in the House yesterday?
It's none of us were surprised, right? We know what the legacy media is. We know what, frankly, our purpose, for the most part, we're all independent journalists. Uh, Corporate journalism is nothing more than a very large conglomerate that includes propaganda for the ownership. We don't call them the billionaires that we honor and we actually bow down to in this country way too often. They're called oligarchs in every other country, but here we don't call them oligarchs. We call them, living the American dream. But when elephants dance, small animals get crushed. And the elephants are dancing right now as they've never danced before. And we have to be very, very conscious of that. And the national media, owned by oligarchs, will not. And that is part of our purpose here, I think, to bring that to the attention of the citizenry.
I absolutely agree. And looks like Jim Papp has also joined us. Jim, and I don't know if you had any questions for Lou or you have some updates about what's going on through your contacts in D.C., what you're hearing as well.
I'm just hearing that they're coming out of conference and apparently going to try another time with Jim for speaker, but we'll see what happens. I think it's a little cloudy at the moment, but hopefully, listen, I've had conversations with some of these moderate type people that I know in DC, and I'm friendly with a lot of folks. They know where I stand, but we talk, and it's really absurd what these appropriators have been doing to block Jim. They're scared to death. They are upset about issues like farm bills that he stopped, and anyone that knows the farm bill, they know how crazy a piece of legislation that is. Bob Dole.
Yeah, and Mr. Dobbs was kind of giving us a little bit of insight on that as well. He seems to agree, but he does have quite limited time. So, Jim, we're going to get back around to that. We'll talk to that much more in depth. But I want to get to, I promised I'd get to some audience questions as well. We got to some earlier. I want to get to one more for Mr. Dobbs as well. Guys, bottom right-hand corner, hit that purple pill button. Leave us your questions, comments, insults. Say whatever you want. Call me ugly. That's fine. Put it down there. It's kind of funny sometimes. You just get random shameless insults. But anyway, so Mr. Dobbs, you have talked to presidents, senators. I can't even. I mean, the list is probably huge of various United States politicians that you've had on your show that you've had the privilege of interviewing in the past. What makes them make moves? What do they want to hear from the people? Does it matter if they're getting, phone calls? How much does that influence them? And what action should people be taking in order to really let them know enough is enough? This is what we want. We're tired of the games. We want Speaker Jim Jordon. Something like that. What's the most effective way to make that happen?
Yeah, I truly believe it's as straightforward as calling the Capitol switchboard. I mean, I urge folks all the time on our podcast and whatever other devices we're using to call the switchboard and get a hold of their representative. Representative in this case, but that switchboard also takes you to your favorite sclerotic senator. It really is effective. And I hear it from congressmen all the time. It drives them nuts because they have to devote staff to it. They have to respond to it. And apparently, by the way, the hooks, I mean, the phones have been ringing off the hooks over the course of the last week or so. And I would personally be thrilled to death as a fellow voter to see that be a sort of a permanent condition and remind them who who in the heck they work for. Guys, I have to apologize. I have to jump. I've got a radio hit I've got to do, and
Absolutely.
And you guys are always great. Thanks so much, and I look forward to our next conversation. I love hearing you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs. Really appreciate you coming. We truly appreciate your insight. Thank you, sir.
Nick, thank you very much. Thank you.
Come
guys.
anytime. Bye.
Thank you.
I love when he comes in, man. It's so cool.
It's awesome. It's just such a
It's
change
just
of
so
vibe
cool.
because it's like we have so many people up here that like to play expert, right? Even me sometimes. We all of us we think we're a little bit more intelligent and more well versed than we probably are sometimes. But you have Lou up here. Lou's been through it all. He's seen so much throughout his career. He's one of the most successful pundits in U.S. history, if you're going to ask me. So absolutely legendary, and his insight is so valuable to so many people. So hopefully we'll have him back again here soon. But let's see here. Who's new up here on stage? We got Doc in here. I think Doc is always a fun one to jump to. Doc, what's going on today, man? What are you thinking? Are you feeling good? Is Jim Jordon going to become Speaker of the House here, a little bit later today, maybe?
Yeah, whenever Justin's feeling happy, I feel sad. Whenever Justin is sad, I feel happy. So I think he's sort of projecting a little bit. I do think
yin and yang, yin and yang. Love you, though.
Yeah. So yeah, love you, Justin. No, I think there's some game theory going on here. I think there's a lot of chess being played. I think what comes out to the public, even through congressmen that come through this space, and congratulations both to you, Nick, and Millie, and Trash, and Justin, and Jen, and your spaces for bringing these people up and attempting to hold them accountable. But I think when they come in here, they're speaking not only to us but to other audiences, right? They're also talking to the other congressmen in their conference, staking out a position and sticking to it, and that's what I see when I see the clip of Jim Jordon coming forward and saying and letting us know that the attempt of the conference to find enough support to put Speaker Bowtie in through January, that effort failed. So there's going to be as much pressure on these 20 holdouts that were on the 8 holdouts back in January to justify their action going forward, knowing that a compromise solution that they obviously would have supported, that being letting Captain Bowtie do Kevin McCarthy's work through January, that they couldn't find enough support for that. So I think that Jordan's confidence that in his tone and his carriage that I saw in that clip just a few minutes ago, when he said he was coming back to the floor, when he said that he was going to get the votes and he was going to win, I take that Jordan is sort of a no nonsense kind of communicator. I think he's just straight ahead checkers kind of player. I don't think he's a dissembler or a chess player or speaks to different audiences and at different times. So I just trust what he said. I bolstered by his confidence. I don't think that 20 people can derail 200. I don't think those 20 people have any intention of joining with Jeffries. I think that's just a tactic, because I think if they do, no matter, Justin, if they were in a conference, or excuse me, in a district where they're +1 Democrat or +3 Democrat or +10 Democrats, the Democrats are not going to have the same support in this election that they did in the last one. And that's if you assume that the election wasn't stolen or couldn't be stolen. The party that the country is obviously swinging to the middle or to the right. And I think that's plain as day. I don't think past performance here is a predictor of future performance. So Justin's reliance upon the prior voting records that elected these congressmen, I don't think that's something that they should hang their hat on in any real significant way. I think they have to be worried about pleasing Democrats in their district at a time when Democrats are running away from the party, running away from Joe Biden, running away from a president and a country who was one vote out of 15 to continue the really the war that we're getting into in Israel. For those who don't know, the China, Russia, and several other of the permanent 5 members of the Security Council brought forward a resolution asking for the resolution that the UN would state, asking for an immediate ceasefire and for aid to come into Gaza. The U.S. was the only country to vote against it, and because we're a permanent member, our no vote meant that the resolution died. So I'm disgusted by what the country is doing, by bolstering up the continuing fight. Whoever I might be, whose side I might be on, or appear to be on, or whose side you're on, the only humane response to this situation is for a ceasefire, get the parties to talk, and bring in aid. And we're standing in the way of that. It's just horrible. And so I come back to the point, I'll end it here, that I don't care if we don't have a speaker today, tomorrow, or next week, because as long as there's no speaker, there's no new money for the war machine. And I think that might be the most successful thing we do this year, is make sure that the war machine stops, at least for a moment, demonstrates our power.
But is it really stopping if they're sending missiles and other things to Israel right now?
No, but it is stopping new money flowing into the system. And no, there's a lot a president can do, obviously, without a declaration of war, without new funding requests. I mean, keep in mind that all the money authorized under the 2022 Omnibus Bill is now available to the president and the Treasury. And as Donald Trump demonstrated when he went to the Supreme Court to redirect military funds, which the Supreme Court allowed him to do, military funds for border work, it demonstrates that the president, once he has the money authorized, reallocating it and moving it into different purposes is fairly easy. There are plenty of authorities that the president can use to do that. And even if there weren't, he could declare a national emergency, just as nonsensical as that might be at this point. And those powers would give him the right to do almost anything he wanted without additional authorization from Congress. So I'm optimistic, and I remain optimistic until until we're dead in the water. So that's how I feel about it.
Thanks, Doc. All right, let's go to David.
Hey, thank you so much for the mic, and it's good to see everybody in here. Man, Doc, I love you. Set me up so perfectly to disagree with everything you're saying. Respectfully, though. First of all, I really, really am excited for the first time that we actually did something in this administration that I'm proud of, and that is blocking a ceasefire. Understand that this has always been the playbook of whether it be Hezbollah or Hamas. It's always attack Israel, and then when Israel strikes back, cry like a baby, and then wait for the world to condemn and ask for a ceasefire. The reason why Gaza bombed their own parking lot of their own hospital is because they wanted the world to declare a ceasefire. This is how they operate. They go and attack a country, and then they go, no, don't hit me. They're punks. There shouldn't be a ceasefire. There shouldn't be a ceasefire until the war on terror is complete, first of all. And I'm glad the United States, and I'm really impressed that Joe Biden actually stood by his guns and did that. So kudos. Second thing is,
this is the thing. We're not really talking about Israel and Palestine right now.
Nope.
This space is supposed to be about the speaker vote.
Yeah. Let me get to that. I'll go to that.
I don't want us going down that rabbit hole too far because
no worries.
Look, I think of us are all on slightly different opinions, and I mean this could go on forever, but that's not really what the topic of this space is.
Fair enough. I'll pivot very quickly. Sorry. I'll pivot because that's what I wanted to talk about anyhow. Yes. So I'm really excited that there's also another. We'll see if this speaker vote comes through. What is so impressive to me is that we had a speaker in McCarthy that basically barely crossed the finish line by making a deal with the Freedom Caucus. He comes across the finish line. He doesn't keep his promises. He gets booted, and then the establishment strikes back and then blocks the leader of the Freedom Caucus, essentially. And they're not, and then somebody said this in a space, and I forget where it was, but it wasn't that they're stopping Jim Jordon. what they really hate is anybody who supports Jim Jordan, just like what they really hate is anybody that supports Trump supporters. Because at the end of the day, what we're seeing in Washington, D.C., and that's what's so interesting, is you have this base of establishment Republicans that no longer seem to serve the majority of conservative Republicans. And then you have a minority of conservative Republicans doing what people sent them to Washington to do, doing what we gave the Republicans the majority to do, and the establishment blocks them. It's a really interesting place to be in right now, and what you're seeing in the Republican Party is two choices. And do you want this establishment pre-Donald Trump party that doesn't represent the actual American people, or do we want to put our efforts behind people who are actually going to do what people who expect Congress to do? And so I'm really pushing. I hope Jim Jordan, if it's not Jim Jordan, it better be another Freedom Caucus member, because if we just give the House back to the swamp, I don't think getting rid of Kevin McCarthy did anything then at the end of the day. But we'll see. I mean, he has to keep peeling away votes. A lot of these guys are no-name people. I think they're just trying to pull a Matt Gaetz, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way to Matt Gaetz. I think they're trying to make a name for themselves and trying to hold out until the last minute, but we'll wait and see. But anyway, thanks for the mic. Thanks for the space. Sorry for the rabbit hole, and I'll end there.
Oh, good. Yeah. So to that point, yeah, I think that's part of it. It's backfiring spectacularly on them. So I'm here for it. So I appreciate you, David. Kristen, I brought up, I believe this Stand Up Michigan and Ron Armstrong. If you wanted to introduce, maybe we can kick off the conversation that way. I'm interested to see.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's the only reason I had my hand raised. So I mentioned earlier how I work with one of the largest grassroots organization in Michigan, and I just wanted to introduce and bring on Ron Armstrong, who's the president of Stand Up Michigan. He's a former mayor. He's really the goat of liberty here in Michigan, and he is very engaged on the national level. And we talked about the importance of grassroots, but I just wanted to have Ron come on and kind of give his input, like we have been talking about the speakership, what we can do, what is the impact, and just we really wanted to hear your opinion, Ron, because you are so engaged in this, and I don't think many people here know about you, but I think that they should.
Thank you, Kristen. Glad to join. And, we've been working. I kind of lead a group of frontliners, which is over 100 grassroots organizational leaders. And every week we get on a call and talk about messaging. We engage and, of course, activate the people to reach out to the grassroots. Work with Chris Ullman at Eagle Forum and Jenny Beth Martin, who have been doing an incredible job at the messaging level. Now, what we've been doing, of course, over the last few weeks is chasing our tail, because we continue to, we fought the budget battle. We fought we had the vacate the chair. We had the Scalise-Jordan battle, and it was going to be Scalise, and it went to Jordan, and we did everything we could to get Jordan kind of over the finish line, believing he was going to hold on and fight till the end. And then, lo and behold, this morning, this whole effort happened, and many of the grassroots were like, okay, we don't understand what's really happening. And so what we felt like today on the messaging side, and I think it's important for everybody here, is we have got to not take the bait that the left and the media have tried to do. What they wanted to do at the time of vacate and continue with Jim Jordan is make this about personalities. They wanted to make this about the dissension and the battle between the Freedom Caucus. We know it exists. We know why these 20 have held out. They can't stand the thought of one of the founding Freedom Caucus members being the Speaker of the House, or actually fighting for what it is we keep claiming we're fighting for. Now, which is why I think it's important for all of us, especially on the grassroots side, to really focus on the battles that we seek to win. I believe the American people, and this is what I'm saying for the 20. If you talk to the 20, or if you are connected to grassroots people who need to fight for Jim Jordan as Speaker, here is the reason. We need to ask the 20, what is their plan? Because they have none. What are their grievances in regards to the issues or the way in which he would serve as Speaker? Because we're not hearing any. Now, I think many will come on board in this next round, and I think then the momentum can shift. But either way, once it shifts, let's not continue to allow this to be what it's about. It is really about the delivery of the of the promises that were made to the American people. We want to see the border shut. We want to see the weaponization of government be taken on in a real way. We want to see appropriations and regular order of business be returned, and the budget be cut to the level that we need to, and fight, even if it means a shutdown, to fight for the reductions in spending that are necessary so that we don't continue down this inflationary path. I think all of these things, and of course, we want the stand and the support of Israel without $100 billion, of which they're going to use Israel as the messaging tool, but they're going to give them $10 billion and $40 to $50 billion to Ukraine. This needs to be a non-starter. Now, what I'd ask the 20 is, if they agree with the goals that we have, who is the best messenger? Who can create the best narrative that the people of America will go along with? And who's the best one that can get this over the finish line? If they can find someone better than Jim Jordan to carry that torch, to be able to convey the message, to be able to stay on message in regards to the narrative, then give us a name. And can you get close to 217 to get them over the finish line? This is not about the man. This needs to be about the mission. This needs to be about messaging around the mission, and we need the best person. And I would defy anyone to find a better person who can make our case, who can fight the battle, even in a shutdown, better than Jim Jordan could. Because if they can, then give us a name and give us a plan. Otherwise, you need to fall in line, and we need to work towards that goal. But I think what Doc said earlier, I believe is right on target. Many of these people don't want these items over the finish line. They want the big budgets. They're not true Republicans. They're not conservatives. They want to fall behind this. They're willing to fall on their sword. They're willing to take a job on K Street if they lose their position and get paid more than they get paid in Congress. And if anything more, we're going to expose them for it. Now, I still think we can get much of this over the finish line. But if indeed this had fallen today and we had gone down this road of this next 80 days, what we would have experienced is another CR, another omnibus. And by the time Jim Jordan, as we were mentioning, might become speaker next year, we would be impotent. And we would be given the same promises we're given every cycle. And that is that the next cycle we get the Senate, we get the presidency, and oh boy, wait till you see what we do then. Well, the problem is this time, folks, is there is not just another cycle. America as we know it will be gone if we do not prevail and begin to turn the tides right now. And I believe that Jim Jordan, the Conservative Caucus, and the American people need to lead the way.
Appreciate you, Ron. And I've been introduced to you, so I appreciate it. Dustin, let me kick it to you now. You threw your hand up. Go ahead.
All right, listen, I'm gonna be a little more. Listen, I'm a little more fiery. Fuck the 22. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the people who are primarying them. I'm doing everything I can to support, right, making their lives hell. And I don't give a shit if they lose in the general election, right? There's no way if I'm in Don Bacon's district, I'm casting a vote for him. Period. I don't care if it's the primary. I don't care if it's the general. I don't care if Nancy Pelosi herself is going to take his seat. I'd rather have a Democrat that I know where they're coming from than a quote unquote Republican who constantly betrays us. For the 22, their fates from the grassroots side have to already be sealed. They've shown that they put the interests of big money and K Street lobbyists ahead of anybody, right? They're the ones who refuse to unify. They're the ones who would do anything to keep the trough open, right? To keep the never-ending spending going. And they're beyond, right? They are a cancer in the Republican Party and need to be excised as quickly as absolutely possible. And for Don Bacon and his like to go out and be like, oh my God, the people have been contacting me. I feel scared. I'm going to contact the Attorney General. I'm going to ask Christopher Wray to put them in the same like the new category of MAGA extremist, scary people. Like, nope. I'm done with that. I'm done with it. And right, the repercussions are what the repercussions are. And no, but there's no one to blame here but McCarthy. At the end of the day, he cut a deal with us that he intended to betray from the very moment, and he gave it away in his little butthurt press conference when he said, Nancy told me, just give it to them, Kevin. Just give it to them, Kevin, and I will be there for you if you need me. Oh, biggest shock ever that the Democrats left somebody hanging. So for me, like, I'm beyond the point. Like, I'm not calling Turd Ferguson or Don Bacon or any of these other clowns. I'm calling their primary opponents. I'm asking them where I can send money and where I can send support.
Yeah, so Justin, I'm going to get you in here real quick and just ask you. It doesn't look like maybe this is going to work out for Mr. Turd Ferguson here, and Don Bacon, whoever these people are. Honestly, I had never heard of them before. I don't know if this is why they're making this play. I don't know, but do you seriously believe this is going to play out in their favor? If in their districts, if they're vocally against and even blocking Jim Jordan from becoming Speaker of the House?
Well, I'm worried about these broad brushes that you guys paint for the back to the swamp. They're a cancer. They take special interest money. Ken Buck, Doug LaMafia, Jake Elzy, Kay Granger. I mean, these guys have strong conservative ratings. Victoria Sparks, Steve Womack is fantastic. I mean, you look down these, and I mean, there are legitimate concerns
What
that
is
these guys.
fantastic about a representative that
You
says,
just
"Well,
said yourself,
I'm not going to vote for what my
Nick,
constituents are saying because they're bullying me"?
Jesus, can I speak since I'm
keep
actually in
hearing
Steve
that.
Womack's
Oh my gosh!
fucking
Hold
district?
on a second. Let me speak. Nick, you just said yourself you had no idea who these guys were, and now you're saying they're a cancer on this.
Now I'm
They take
clearly
special
I'm having to
interest.
pay attention to them now because they're out here, blocking the best Speaker of the House at the Republican. And you even agree with this, Justin? I mean, can we get a better Speaker of the House right now? I mean, Jim Jordan is fantastic.
I've already told
you know him.
I
You
think
like him.
No, to be clear on my position, I think Jim is probably the only way forward, but no one wants this job, and we're basically sacrificing Jim Jordan. I don't think he's going to be a terribly successful speaker, and I've already laid out my case why. He's already demonstrated in the last 3 days why
If he
he
is
probably
able
won't.
to block all of the Democrat bullshit that the past Republican speakers keep letting, roll on through, that is success enough to me. I'm just saying. I mean, the bar is awfully low, Justin, is it not?
Can I jump back in here? It's Ron.
No, not yet.
Actually,
No.
let me say real quick. Ron, I actually like a lot of what you said. I think especially on the state side, this is exactly where we need grassroots. We've been incredibly successful by comparison in past years here in California because we have amazing, amazing people doing those grassroots. New York, they were fantastically explosive and did some incredible stuff. I think that's where we're going to make progress. I just think this is the wrong attention spot. This is not where we're going to make progress right now at this level until we win at the state level and get this going. And we've lost so much ground since 2016. We've got to make that back somewhere on all levels, right? I mean, we went from like 56 governorships to 42. We went from a majority to barely hanging on as far as legislatures goes. You look from the Senate, you look at the presidency, everything. We failed. We keep losing. We've got to learn how to win again. And this is not when you drop a bomb, when you have a 9%, when you don't have the Senate and you have a 9-person majority barely hanging on in the House. It's just a bad timing, and we're sacrificing Jim Jordan as base. This is the end point of his career. If he makes it the speaker, that's great.
Justin,
but I don't think
it's great timing. It's the only way this would have worked. Matt Gaetz put it the end of 20 back 10 months ago. They set the rules. Kevin McCarthy agreed to those damn rules. He did not hold his end of a bargain. And I don't care about the timing of having a slim majority. That's actually how this worked. It wouldn't have worked if we had 260 seats. And then what do we get? Business as usual, hyper spending, keep the fundraisers going, keep K Street going, a bunch of selling out the American public, a bunch of posturing.
Last I checked, they actually had an 8% reduction in the budget deal that McCarthy had. That was the largest reduction we've ever seen in a very long time across the board. Look, only 35% of the spending is discretionary. Everything else is
Justin, you came on here and said that Steve Womack was a good congressman.
Yeah, Steve Womack has a 74% rating from CPAC.
Yeah, what has he ever done for the people of Arkansas, Justin? I actually live in his district. I'm a 4th-generation Rogers resident. My kids are 5th generation. Name something he's actually fucking done for Northwest Arkansas, his constituents. Oh, he votes with the elites? Seriously, name something he's done for my community.
All I know is he won his last election by 30-plus points.
Because he didn't have a fucking opponent.
All right, guys, let's try to, come on. Keep the language a little bit clean here.
Well, I'm sorry. It pisses me off.
No clean language.
Well, yeah, because the Democrats are worried about language, Millie. I mean, they really play by the rules, and and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pick on Millie here, but it really pisses me off when somebody comes in that doesn't live in a district that I live in, that hasn't been through what the people in this area have been through. He wins because he's got more money than anybody else. He's a rhino. He's grandfathered in. And that's exactly what it is. He's got all the money, the backers in this area. He's got the Walmarts. He's got the Tyson Foods. He's got the JB Hunts. He's got all the big Fortune 500 companies that are donating to his PAC and everything else. But name something the guy has actually done for Northwest Arkansas or Fort Smith. You can't name anything. And all they do is build $1 million bike trails for the rich people. Name something they do for blue collar workers. Tell me why all the manufacturing is shut down. Tell me why all this is happening in our area, Justin.
Yeah, well, a big problem is because we basically printed half of the existing money in the universe in the last 3 years, thanks to President Trump and President Biden. I mean, that's a big part of it.
So
and there it is.
So we're still blaming Trump. That's interesting.
It started. I mean, are you going to deny it? I mean, we printed 30% of all the money that ever existed.
We were $26 trillion in debt when Trump took office. I don't really know how. He created more debt.
And he added $8 trillion to that. What are you saying?
No,
I'm saying that our government's out of control.
Justin.
By the way, your Congress approved all that. Sorry, Dustin, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, changes in politics is difficult. You have to sort of figure out how you're going to govern and get stuff done. And you do it. Like Nancy Pelosi, as I said before, got stuff done because she had a 70-person majority in the House, right? And she had the Senate. We need to get back to where we have those numbers. Otherwise, nothing gets done at the federal. I mean,
then Justin, you better do something and figure out how to reach Generation Z instead of shilling for Ron DeSantis in his stilt boots, buddy. Because I promise you, that's not going to relate to anyone that gets us votes at all. I mean, nobody's going to vote for a vanilla guy like that.
States. You can look at Florida compared to the other states in 2022. I think they fared pretty well.
Yeah, they got a 30% increase in property insurance for next year.
So everybody around the country. Here we can't even get insurance in California, my friend. You know that.
Well. Here's the thing, Justin. It all ties back to trying to make the case that DeSantis is somehow coming back. It's not happening. But the idea that the reason we lost is Trump's fault, right? Really, if the Republican establishment and the money and the lawyers and the infrastructure had backed us up when the Democrats came at all of us with lawfare, when they buried us in subpoenas and indictments and nonsense, and you guys cheered them on, right? Maybe, just maybe, the grassroots would have turned out for something. What you're seeing right now is a result of those betrayals, right? Those betrayals from the Don Bacon wing, the K Street wing. They left us to hang, and we are no longer playing their game, period.
Yeah, maybe when somebody takes you evidence and you have a meeting in the Rayburn building, maybe the head of the HISP might actually, I don't know, maybe present the evidence for certain things against the other party. But, it never happens, Dustin, because all they do is let guys like us get sued into the fucking Stone Age. Pardon the language, Millie.
So I wanted to get Mitt Romney's holograms take on
and just before you go there, Millie, I'm just letting you know, guys, the space is glitching a little bit. I just had to literally force close my app and reopen it so that some of you may have gotten kicked out. Some of you might be coming in and out. If the space does end for whatever reason, we'll be right back. We ain't going anywhere because this shit is going down tonight, guys.
Fiery. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
hear
you.
Yeah, Mitt, can you hear Nick?
Yeah, go ahead. I wanted to hear your take. I know you always bring a lot of interesting and insightful perspectives to the conversation. So what's your take on the current situation?
Thanks, Millie. I'll give you my take. My take is, I was just saying, you guys are young, fiery warriors, and I love it. It's awesome. You're out there fighting the good fight. Dustin, Trash, Nick, Millie, you guys are all, you guys are rocking a bunch of people on this stage. But I do want to remind everybody that this fucking establishment rhino elite class is a big machine, and big machines roll forward and don't change course. That's what they do. And what we're experiencing right now is proof of it. And let me take you back to when I was a little bit more fiery warrior, when we kicked John Boehner's ass out of the speaker seat because he was a rhino. He was against the Tea Party. He was doing everything wrong that we hated. And we really had kind of taken over Congress. And, we'd seen what a asswipe he was, and we got rid of him.
Guys, come on with the language now.
Sorry. So we kicked his fanny.
You can get your point across.
Okay, I'm sorry. We kicked his fanny out of the seat. That's right. Remember, afterwards, they threatened a lot of people with a lot of bad stuff, and nobody would take the speakership. They had a hard time filling the speakership, and they couldn't get anyone to do it. But magically, the one person that they got was Paul Ryan. And look what he did for us. He submarined everything about America. He submarined everything that we stand for. He submarined Trump. He was a never Trumper before Trump was even there. And look at how he's working against us now. And what we're seeing today is exactly what we saw back then when Boehner left. They want to get another Paul Ryan back in that seat. That's exactly what Kevin McCarthy was. And that's exactly what's happening right now. They can't stand it. They don't want it to happen, and they're going to do everything to keep it from happening. And that's my proof. And that's exactly what's going on right now.
All right, can I jump in for a second here and just say I don't understand, Justin, what the heck you're talking about. As we've talked about here, we needed the planets to align so neatly in order to have any chance of someone who has America First type values sitting in that speaker role. And you're saying, no, let's leave him on the judiciary and hope that one day, somehow, the Republican Party has this magical, massive upswing for reasons we can't imagine. There's no reason to think that there's going to be some massive upswell in voting for Republicans across the country. But only then, when he's in a position to actually pass legislation, should we have to hope to get someone who's America First in there. That is nonsense. That is lunacy. That is establishment first type of thinking. And because basically you're saying, let's just hope things work out better sometime in the future. And at that point, we can get someone who's America First. That's kicking the can down the road. When you have an opportunity like this to have someone who actually is displayed through his career significant American First values to have the third most important job on the planet and sit there as the Speaker of the House, you don't say, oh, you know what, our majority in the House is too small. Let's kick that down the can for another day. You get him in there and you fight like hell to get him in there. And the reason you do that is because we hope to continue that holding the House in 2024. And hopefully at that point it swells. And whoever's sitting in that Speaker role will be certainly in line to be reelected as Speaker for the next session of Congress. So this is about American First type of personalities, not the Ken Bucks of the world who are like, oh, I'm not going to vote for somebody who doesn't admit that Biden won the election, and God, we need to get rid of that guy as bad as any other schmuck in Congress. And I'll tell you that to sit here and say that we should just waste this opportunity where we can actually get someone who has those type of values in that type of position is just beyond bizarre thinking to me.
I think I've made myself clear that I think Jordan is probably the only way forward, but I think it's going to be a complete failure. I don't think he's going to get the speakership. It was a fool's errand that gets put together to make this happen. He's like Brutus standing with the bloody knife now at the pulpit.
Okay, but Justin, that's what you continue to say. That's what you can. Why is it a fool's errand to hold congressmen accountable for what they promised that they were going to do? I'm just telling you the reality on the ground. I don't understand that. I mean, it can. I don't care. What is the reality on the ground? The reality on the ground is the fact that he lied. That Kevin McCarthy lied. He lied to his voters. He lied to Matt Gaetz. He lied to other members of Congress that he made a pact with, saying that, okay, yes, make me Speaker of the House. And, we'll release the J6 tapes. We won't do an omnibus bill. Several other aspects that he totally disregarded, didn't even attempt to make it happen. There was nothing restricting him from releasing the J6 tapes. He just felt like he didn't bother. When Matt Gaetz threatened him multiple times and said that, we're going to make this motion to vacate. If you don't follow through with what you promised to do, there's going to be a motion to vacate. What did Kevin McCarthy respond? He said, bring it. Okay. This asshole decided that he was going to be all, big and mighty, thinking that he was untouchable. And then Matt Gaetz actually put his money where his mouth is and made that motion to vacate. We see what happened there. I mean, it's not like Matt Gaetz unilaterally took him out. He
had the Democrats on his side. That's for.
Hold on. If doing what you promised you're going to do is a fool's errand, if
it's like you can promise to do it.
Listening to their constituents is a fool's errand, then their constituents are going to come to believe that donating to the GOP or the RNC or any of their particular political campaigns is also a fool's errand. So let them hear that message.
So, Justin, that's the point that it seems like maybe a lot of people just aren't getting here. Okay?
What's that point?
It's that I mean, what did you just say about Kevin McCarthy? You're saying that, this is Matt Gaetz' fault, that Congress is in chaos, and that it's just this is a total disaster. Our country's never going to recover.
I think he said himself he wanted to cause chaos, and he got it. So look, it is what it is, right? He went. Look, you can make all the promises you can, but at a 9-person margin, you're not going to have a ton of success. Now, he gave some great J6 tapes.
If we get a Jim
Julie
Jordon
took the tapes and she ran with them. I don't know where the rest of them are. Maybe that's a legitimate criticism. I think there's some legitimate criticism against McCarthy. But heck, you gave him like 8-9 months to actually work in anything. And so, and then you kick him out
to release some
with
J6
the help
tapes to the public. How many months do you
kicked
need?
him out.
I mean, he can make a
him out
phone
with the
call.
help of the Democrats, and now it's chaos, and now you can't get a speakership.
It's chaos. We're never going to recover.
Justin, McCarthy.
I mean, you guys are here on the spaces raising hell. It's chaos. It's crazy.
Raising hell because we want a Speaker of the House that is actually going to be.
Huh?
Well, I mean, hell, he was the one kind of running the. Go ahead.
McCarthy is the reason for the slim 9-seat margin. He and his money and Karl Rove and his money took out quality MAGA conservative candidates in their primaries, purposely got rid of them, wouldn't fund them, funded people that were kind and beholding to his rhino and establishment causes. And so when you use the 9-seat margin as a reason for not or can't or could or won't do something, that really irks me because he's the reason for it. We'd have a 20-seat margin if it wasn't for McCarthy.
That's not the case. The case was that because of the COVID policies, which were designed in 2020.
I'm talking in 22. I'm talking 22.
Let me finish.
In the 22 race.
Let me finish. Guys, the COVID policies, which were enacted across 25 states, which completely upended the typical way that these states did ballots, many of them going to full universal at-home ballots, that is what screwed things up. What happened was weeks before the 2022 election, we all looked at the numbers. We realized, oh my gosh, it's still coming in that the mail-in ballots are going to have a huge impact. When we saw that, lots of noise going on there. Not sure if that's me or not.
Oh, I thought it was you, Justin.
I don't think
Somebody
so.
at the beach?
No, I wish I was right now. No, but look, the deal in 2022 is that we had significant still at-home balloting. You look at, for example, the Fetterman race. And on election day, we outnumbered the Democrats by like 3-2, okay? But what happened was the Democrats got all their ballots in because they used the new Pennsylvania mail home ballot initiative here. Here in California, we barely eked by. We would have gotten rid of Gavin Newsom if it wasn't for that stay-at-home ballot, which was a recommendation from the federal government on the way down, which gave $400 million to the EAC, the Election Assistance Committee, which went out to all the states and spent 10 times what they
Justin, we're so far off track, man. We're trying to figure out, why
guys, you're flying at 35,000 feet, dropping bombs like cancer. I'm giving you details. Has anyone else here brought up like the actual names of the people?
Justin, I'll give you details because I think your take here is pedestrian. And the reason I think that is because you're correct. That at-home mail-in balloting definitely is a huge disadvantage for the Republican Party, particularly because we've been discouraging our own voters from using that, and it makes it much easier to vote. And part of the struggle of getting people to getting them out to vote. So when we tell people that they shouldn't do mail-in balloting, and the Democrats saying, yeah, throw in those mail-in ballots, you're correct that does give an advantage to them. However, you are giving far too great a pass to the Republican uniparty that helped scuttle the 2022 election. The fact that you had McCarthy, the fact that you had Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, and other members throwing out the concept that we should have universal abortion bans or and put that on the national table helped intentionally swell up the crazy, angry, pro-choice vote to come out there and scuttle anything that was America First under the threat of they're taking away our abortion. And that was intentional. There was zero logic behind them floating them out there unless they wanted to rally the pro-choice movement forward because they knew they didn't have the Senate, they didn't have the House at that point, and they're sitting here throwing out there basically after we have the Dobbs decision coming out there saying that it should be something that's a localized decision. And that's what Republicans have been screaming about for the last 50 years. 10 minutes after this decision is passed, you get these jackasses coming out here saying, no, 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 we need to make this a national decision and start throwing this out there. And that was an intentional scuttling. When they start throwing money into primaries to support anyone who's more uniparty than MAGA first, that helps scuttle those primaries. That's why we don't have a massive majority here. That's why we end up having only 221 seats in there instead of 250 seats. And it blew up in their faces because they didn't realize that ended up giving those 8 people massive power where they could control and basically knock out the speaker when he broke promise after promise. And I'm sorry, respectfully, Justin, everything you're saying here it sounds very establishment, and is a reminder that why it is that people think that DeSantis supporters are totally fine with just go along, get along, and do things the same way the Tea Party did and the neocons want to do, and that's what DeSantis is all about.
DeSantis is all about winning, which is what he did in Florida, which is what they did in Georgia, and everything else there. I mean, look, we've been losing seats since 2016. We lost in 2018. We lost in 2020. We lost in 2022.
You're talking about the GOP. We disavow the GOP. We disavow the party
disavow the
leadership.
GOP, and yet we're here discovering about the 20
No.
GOP
We're talking
rhinos.
about
What are you
populism and where conservatism is and is going and has been going since 2016. And you're a speed bump in the road, my friend.
It's the same political thinking. Listen, the elections is the same political thinking as what we're dealing with right now, which is to deny Matt Gaetz a victory. They would rather throw everything into chaos. To deny Donald Trump a victory in 2022 and the 2020 elections, they were willing to throw everybody under the bus, all the American First candidates. Deny Joe Ken a victory, deny J.R. Majewski, right? Carolyn Levitt. Right? This is the strategy, which is it all boils back to Trump derangement syndrome amongst a certain part of the Republican Party. They would rather be noble losers than have to deal with those of us who are MAGA. And this all is a result. And we're seeing that come from McCarthy. We're seeing it come from McConnell. We're seeing it come from the 22, including Don Bacon and Turd Ferguson. It all comes back to Trump derangement syndrome.
You know, they do have smaller brushes at Home Depot, not these big 3 foot wide, 35,000 feet deliver
Come on,
cancer type
Justin.
of rhetoric.
That's
Listen,
a rhino
I've gone into
response.
detail. No, I mean, look, I want, when someone says, for example, I think all these rhinos are basically taking money under the table from big PACs. I'm like, okay, name them. Name me, you know, what is Ken Buck taking under the table? What is Jake Elsie taking under the table? Tell me what Mike Kelly's doing. Don Bacon, you know,
Did you
get
just hear
detailed.
the
I don't like
following?
these big.
Did you
Ken
hear
Buck
the
wants to go to
following come out?
CNN.
Did you hear the following come out and lay it out for you succinctly and perfectly? And you went right back to, he just spoke to you for 3 minutes of eloquent, detailed response
Did you
about the
name me a
22
single
elections.
seat that where was the
Come
Republican
on.
establishment that took out all these
You
these
listened
MAGA
to
guys?
nothing to what he had to say.
Can I?
I interrupt this session of Justin getting smashed with logic to just remind everybody in the audience that is asking about the vote that's upcoming here. The third Jim Jordon vote we expect to happen in about an hour. At this point, it could happen in an hour. It could happen in 45 minutes. It could happen in an hour and a half. We don't exactly know because we're working on Capitol Hill scheduling, which is really unreliable to say the least. So we'll let you guys know. We'll keep you updated. In the meantime, Jim Jordon has said he expects a third vote around 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see. I've heard also 5:30 Eastern time, and I've heard 7:30 Eastern time. So we'll figure it out. I'll keep you posted on the timing. But go ahead, guys. Yell at each other again.
Oh yeah, and Justin, you also were waffling in the nature of Jordan's purported failure that's inevitably going to come. In one breath, you're saying that it's a failure because he's going to lose this. He's never going to get enough votes, and it's going to be a stain, and he's going to be lost in the annals of history. And the next, you're saying that when he gets in there, he's going to be a failure because he's not going to be able to pass any legislation. Which to me doesn't sound as if you actually believe either of these opinions. You're just looking to find some reason to say that Jim Jordan should not be the man.
And also, real quick, just for an update,
Jim Jordon a lot.
real quick, just for an update, real quick. I'm going to go ahead and bring proof of what we're saying here. I've been talking with J.R. Majewski since yesterday. He's had some meetings. He's going to be coming to the space shortly, I believe. He can tell you in his own words exactly what happened. So we can go from there. This is such.
I mean, don't be upset. Just bring receipts. I mean, look, I
These
bring
are the
receipts all day
receipts,
long here.
dude. Come on, man. Like, listen,
Well,
what receipts do you need?
Well, you went ahead and you said, for example, that there were numerous MAGA seats that weren't funded
Yes.
properly and that they were
Carolyn Levitt, Jared
railroaded and
Majewski.
marginalized. So list those,
Yes.
list those, what those are off.
Yes.
And that's
Yeah, they're
great.
on
We
their
can have
Carolyn
that
way.
Levitt,
conversation. Huh?
Carolyn Levitt, Jared Majewski, Joe Kent. That's 3 of them just this past race.
Laura
We're not going
Loomer.
to keep. Yeah, Laura Loomer. Also, the race in Alaska, where McConnell got behind Murkowski when he didn't need to get involved and diverted funds away from many of my Arizona candidates as well.
Don't
So, like,
ask me. Don't talk
Blake
about
Masters.
don't talk to you about what?
Blake Masters. Yeah. No, he got so much money.
And it was the Princess Lindsey Graham's coordinated announcement about the months of viability for abortion. He threw that out there and crushed those people. And then McCarthy came in with what they could and couldn't say about it. And that hurt every one of those guys in their primary races. It bounced them out.
Georgia passed a really stringent heartbeat bill, and Kemp came out just fine, right? There's like 3 other states that passed rigorous state level bills against this, and all their governors came out fine. A lot of you look at Florida, who was pushing towards that, they came out just fine. It seems a lot of this is local politics.
TJ, sick Justin, go ahead.
Well,
I mean, so on the abortion matter, I can speak from personal experience that the Republican Party of Kentucky was actively telling their candidates in 2022 not to call themselves pro-life if they were in purple districts. And the only big purple district that we had was actually a district that in redistricting was made for a Republican to take over. And that Republican still lost despite following RPK's advice. So I'm actually of the opinion that, frankly, pro-life is an issue that doesn't actually cause the losses that a lot of people are saying. I will say it largely was a funding issue. For all the times that I've decided to be a rhino squish and defend Kevin McCarthy, one matter where I will not defend on the 2022 elections, where there were active participation in primaries, something that I think was remarkably inappropriate. Further, there were races that were absolutely winnable that they did not put resources to. The biggest offender was Mitch McConnell, which is my home state, of course. I would be inclined to agree. We would have Senator Masters if the national party kicked in anywhere near as much as they kicked in to try to get Perdue and Loeffler elected in Georgia in 2020, much to their failure, because frankly, I'm sorry, if you're in Georgia and your last name is Perdue and you're running as an outsider, the people are going to laugh at you like you're being gaslit. And they were. And I'm not even, like, would I have voted for Perdue in that race? Absolutely, because his opponent is John Ossoff and is terrible. But that's the unfortunate. So, yeah, your Republican base isn't getting anything. And also, one thing I can tell you guys in terms of the speaker vote, if they assemble at 6 o'clock, you're not going to see the voting start until 7:30 because of the quorum call and stuff like that. That was more.
Well, that's why that's why we're trying to. That's why we keep hearing earlier times as well for a quorum call. So I'm not giving out an official time yet because we don't exactly know. I'm waiting till I have an email from Tom Emmer to figure that out. So we're not mentioning any times right now anymore, TJ. I kind of gave the spectrum, and we're going to leave.
I know. I'm just letting people have their expectations of like, hey, just because that's the time that's in Tom Emmer's email, that's not when the vote is happening.
Got it.
Sure.
TJ, it's not in every district that abortion is going to be the pivotal issue. I wasn't looking to make that allegation, but there are many districts where it is important, and we saw in Michigan how Dixon managed to somehow lose to Madam Lockdown Whitmer, despite how completely unpopular she was there, because they managed to rail up the the pro-choice vote? Is it going to be? Is going to affect everywhere? No. But when you have Lindsey Graham talking on a national stage, and that's able to be played over, and then they can try and tie into the pro-life values in an area where it is a hotter issue, which will vary significantly depending on which part of the country you're in. In that case, it is hurting them. It is hurting our total numbers sitting in Congress. So, and that was my point. But I also agree that the funding was a massive issue. Anyone who Trump endorsed was someone that McConnell and Lindsey Graham was not going to give money to. Specifically primary, which that should never, no party should ever be investing money in saying we want this candidate to win the primary, to win the GOP primary rather than another candidate. That is establishment thinking. That is a way of basically trying to say, oh, we can figure out from across the country which of these people are going to be more successful in the general election. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's a waste of money. It's actually a form of thievery because you're taking from these people who are trying to help the GOP win, and you're saying we know better than you, so we're gonna invest our money here rather than helping them in the general election. And that was my point with respect to the scuttle.
Okay, yeah, totally. And to double down on your point there, like there's a reason why I have never given money to a political party ever, and I never will. Because frankly, every political party that is to the right, whether that be the Republican Party, the Constitution Party, the Libertarian, but whatever party that's allegedly to the right, I promise you that party's infrastructure is to the left of you. Donate to the candidates. And another thing as well, now to push back a little bit on your point about how it is hurting in some areas, like there was a lot of things going in Michigan as well, where the Democrats were on a big push to repeal right to work. And Michigan is one of the strongest union states in the country. So that was another issue. But also at the end of the day, the Michigan Republican Party also has a lot of division as well. And what that led to was a horrific ground game where you didn't have people knocking doors. People don't realize this. For every face-to-face voter contact that you make, if you make 17 voter contacts, you have statistically shifted one vote. That's a remarkable number where, frankly, for some reason, people have decided to take politics entirely to social media, which here I am on social media talking about politics. So I guess I'm kind of refuting myself there. But I promise you your time is better spent with mobilizing resources toward ground game, knocking doors, and doing get out the vote efforts, which I think that Republicans in 2022 seem to completely forget. And that's where a lot of our losses came from too. We sucked as a grassroots operation.
Doc, does your mic work now?
Yeah, no, it was funny. Before I got booted, I couldn't unmic.
I
My
didn't
mic
know.
was
I
on,
only
and I
booted
couldn't
you
turn
is
it
because
off.
I thought I couldn't hear you. I thought you were speaking and I couldn't hear you. I booted you was bringing you back up. That's all.
I couldn't turn the mic off. So yeah, a couple things. One, on the national abortion sort of issue, look, people need to understand that there cannot be federal legislation on abortion any longer unless the state agrees to it. Okay, the Supreme Court has set forth in Dobbs, and they're not going to change their mind anytime soon, that it's up to the states to litigate abortion. So that's one thing. The fact that our voting public is dumb enough in the light of the Dobbs decision, all the publicity it got, to still believe that the federal regulation was a threat, sort of disappoints me. The other thing is, and I haven't heard anyone mention this yet, one of the advantages of being a speaker and having a speaker that's got 1 foot in MAGA and 1 foot in the Rhino House is the speaker has control of quite a bit of campaign funds through the House Leadership PAC, and there's a couple other that the speaker either controls or heavily influences. So I think part of the objection now among some on the Rhino side are a fear that funds will be directed to candidates, MAGA candidates, like it was previously mentioned in the room, that lost in 2020 because PAC funds were redirected to other places into races that either didn't need the money or would be wasted and wouldn't be placed in a position which would have garnered us a MAGA representative or a MAGA senator. I think it's quite disingenuous of Dustin not to acknowledge that was part and parcel of the strategy of the GOP and Ronna McDaniels And Harmeet Dillon, please, I got personal experience and knowledge with Harmeet. She is cut from the same cloth as Rana. She's not going to help out the MAGA crowd or the conservative crowd.
You and I agree
from my
there.
perspective. So
You and I agree there.
Wow,
Yeah.
Doc and
I actually
Justin
like
agree on something? Wait a minute. Hold on. That's breaking news right here, actually. Yeah, so hey, there's a reason I like to have both of them on stage together, because then I can like sit back and bullshit
I'll
around
go
as
get
well.
I'll go get Fidgetal and we can argue. I'll argue with Fidgetal.
Oh no, please don't.
So before I get to we'll get to some hands here, we'll get some audience questions as well. I want to go to an update from our favorite Capitol Hill staffer, Evan Nash, who's back up here on stage. He is currently working with Brad Winstrup, formerly with Representative Thomas Massey. Evan, it's a pleasure to have you back here again. What are you hearing? I know things have been pretty hectic up there on the Hill today.
Hey, Nick, absolutely. And I'll give you what I can. I got to run here in a bit. TJ and I got an event. So, I mean, pretty much, the third vote is imminent. Like I said, and you said, I think the 6 o'clock hour seems the best bet. We'll know. We'll probably get a whip email here in the next 30 or so minutes. From what I'm hearing after the conference, Jordon met with the 2022 dissenters from the last vote and is trying to whip them into shape and get them to vote for him on this third round. I heard that a few of them were refusing to come to that meeting. Yeah. I'm going to assume that was Don Bacon and some of those others that have been hardliners the whole time. So we'll see what happens. We've been able to lose 4, so we can trim down 18. Then we can forget about Don Bacon and primary him and get him out eventually. But it ought to be real interesting, and I'll update with the time once I get it.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it. Matt Gadsden, welcome back to the stage.
Hey, Nick, appreciate it. I'm going to be brief here. I just wanted to weigh in on Kevin McCarthy's lack of funding in November of 2022 and the lead up to that. I'm in Caroline Leavitt's district, New Hampshire 1. Now, the reason why her name gets brought up a lot with Joe Kent, it's absolute karma what went on with Matt Gaetz a few weeks ago, getting rid of Kevin McCarthy unceremoniously. So here's the situation. That was a very winnable district. I'm in a small state. It's got 2 congressional districts. I can traverse from my house on the Atlantic Ocean to the Canadian border in 3 hours. So I'm not from Texas. I'm not from Florida. I'm not from these gargantuan gerrymandered congressional districts. I've been voting for 25 years. I have never seen somebody who understood retail politics like Caroline Leavitt. There's a reason you guys see her on Newsmax and you see her. Probably she's going to be the next White House communications director in the Trump 2.0 administration. Kevin McCarthy left her out to dry again, and that district, my district, got lost to a Pelosi puppet that is right off the San Francisco assembly line in my little red state. So congratulations, Kevin McCarthy. And then Joe Kent, what did he lose by? 1,800 votes in a previously held red district, one of the few in Washington state. Reprehensible. It's a failure of leadership. It's not just the lying and his quest for the omnibus, which is what he really wants, a blank check. It's leaving all of these trash, all your people in Arizona, Blake, Abe, Carrie Lake, all of those people sabotaged by the GOP. Okay, losing to inferior candidates across the board. Okay, so the Republican Party on the congressional level, they have a tremendous image problem and a tremendous ineffectiveness problem. So Kevin McCarthy, no thank you. New Hampshire 1 should have gone red. She was last point here, Nick. Caroline Leavitt was like a 3-day weekend of funding where she could get like YouTube ads away from beating Chris Pappas, who is in a red district, and he's got the politics of like Adam Schiff. That is because of Kevin McCarthy. It's not because she was an unelectable, MAGA sycophant. So I find it very hard to believe that people are defending Kevin McCarthy. He's raising money. He's raising money so Don Bacon can get reelected in his caucus. He's raising money so guys like Rutherford, who don't know left, right from center down in Florida, can get reelected. He's absolutely not there because of his ineffectiveness. I don't want that lost on anybody. He was 100% the reason these really electable Republicans, which, by the way, have the will of the people, like Anna Paulina Luna and others, are not, in the swamp right now fighting for us. So it's not on a poorly funded MAGA candidate. It is 100% on Kevin McCarthy. So I'm actually happy that he's coping and seething right now. So appreciate it, Nick.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. This is what I've been banging on about. And I, too, share in that joy. And I've been eating a lot of popcorn today. I'm only a couple hours away from joining Megan with popcorn and a glass of wine or whiskey. So I'm here for
I
a
hope
show.
I hope it's the non-GMO kind, Trash.
It is absolutely the non-GMO kind. Listen, I got a little bit of crunchy in me. I go to the natural grocers. I get the good stuff, So if I'm going to Instacart it and pay $20 for some popcorn, you better believe it's coming from natural grocers, not Kroger fries. David, go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
Hey,
sir.
thank you so much. And sorry I had to keep dropping and coming back. Every time somebody added new, I couldn't hear them. So anyway, Twitter time.
Oh, David, you're like tugging at my heartstrings. Like anytime someone says that, I just as a joke, I always want to kick them off stage just to do it. But I will resist.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'll make 2 quick points. One, and I forget who made this point, but it was a good one. But what the establishment, the Uniparty, I think it was the following, was saying, another thing they do, the reason why we couldn't pick up more MAGA seats is it seems like the Kevin McCarthy establishment will only get behind candidates that they know are in districts that most likely Republicans will win. And in these districts where you have really good MAGA candidates that can actually flip a seat, they don't put any money towards those races. And one specific example was CD9, where a guy named Scotty Moore is running against Darren Soto. This was a district that we can flip. It was only, I believe, like a D+6. He outraised all of his competitors by 4 or 5 times. The Republicans ignored him. They would be in town. They wouldn't even invite him. They completely abandoned him. And if they would have thrown some money his way, that's the seat we could have flipped. And that happened all across the country, and it continues to happen. It's almost like they want to just pick the winners. And that's another reason why we didn't do as well as we could have, because we could have flipped more seats. We just weren't paying attention to them. And so that was a little frustrating to see. The other thing was, and Doc's right about that, Republicans are awful at messaging, and we lost the abortion messaging all day long. The Democrats had us defined before we could define ourselves. They made us seem like we were the extremists with respect to abortion when they were out there basically with abortion on demand up until birth. And we had no way to articulate what our position was, and that was a big issue as well. But, and I'll make one more point on that, and I'll get to my last point. The other issue is, whether it's Harmeet Dillon or Ronna McDaniel, Republicans don't know how to win either. We don't know how to get the ground game going. That's why Scott Presler is so important, because of the work he does and try to teach Republicans how to get elected. Somebody made the great point earlier that we have to get Republicans comfortable with voting by mail. I'm working on an election right now. We sent out cards that had a QR code for you to request a ballot by mail, because we're trying to increase the Republican turnout and get Republicans comfortable with mail. But our door data, our canvassing data, still reflects that the majority of the Republicans still plan to vote on Election Day. I don't know what we can do, and I think the Republican Party nationally needs to put more of an effort into educating Republicans that it's safe and it's okay to vote by mail, and maybe even incentivize that you have less shenanigans that are going to happen on Election Day, less provisional ballots. If you vote by mail, you can at least verify whether or not they've been counted. So I think we need to fix that problem. And then the last point I'm going to make, and I'll land, is what you're hearing between what Justin was saying and then the rest of the conservative MAGA people in this space that I tend to agree with, is that split in the Republican Party. And I don't even want to call them Republicans anymore. We call them rhinos, but in a sense, rhinos are really Republicans. The rest of us are this new type of Trump conservative that we still live in the Republican Party. But ever since Trump came onto the stage, I agree with MAGA people about how much I hate Republicans more than I agree with Republicans. So I think we're at a point where Republicans are Republicans. They're not rhinos. The rest of us are I'll call us the rhinos, but I don't mean that in a bad way. We're Republican in name because there's no home for conservatives, and maybe there needs to be one because that's their party and we're trying to live in it. But clearly, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and that's something I think where we need to maybe look into how to make ourselves more powerful. We have the Tea Party, we have the Freedom Caucus, but I think the Trump Republicans is really the future. And anyway, we'll see. But I'll land there. Thank you so much, Nick.
Yeah,
Preach,
and again,
Brother David.
and again, you know, I mean, I'm in Maricopa County in Arizona, like, right? So, like, election day. So, one of the things that we've been working on, like, crazy tremendously here is to get people voting early. And anytime I see that, when there's like Facebook groups going and there's a lot of people who are not really informed, but they're still voters, and they just blackpill each other to death saying, why? So they can know how many they need to cheat on election day? And I'm like, yeah, except for the fact that they figure out how to cheat on election day by breaking the printers, getting the wrong paper, introducing unchecked signature verification. They did all of these things. And you know who did that here in Arizona? It wasn't Democrats. It was Republicans working with Democrats to do that. And they formed these super PACs. They screwed us in 2022. They screwed us in 20 and have completely ruined the system here. So whatever we want to call ourselves or we want to call them, you're absolutely right. There's a massive effort here to get people voting early. You can vote in person early here in Arizona. It's 2 or 3 weeks, I think. And so that's kind of the message that's going on here. But I would advise everyone as well to do that and kindly smack away black pills as you see them, because that is what the operation is, to get people to only vote on that day or not vote at all because they don't think their vote's going to count, so it doesn't matter. And that is absolutely being weaponized against people who are not as well informed as like us nut job politicos on Twitter. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. It's very, very important. It's a very important point. TJ, get in here, and then I'll get Kevin on here.
Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to kind of elaborate on with what David was saying is when you are looking at these districts of where people have absolutely solid voting records, they tend to be the more conservative firebrands. I mean, just one person that comes to mind, I know a lot of people don't like him because he's one of the few members of Congress to endorse Ron DeSantis, who I have listed on my will as one of my pallbearers so he can let me down one last time. But Chip Roy has a terrific voting record.
Yeah, I thought so. So again, don't rush. Let's make sure we get everything.
Okay, but
Hot mic. I got it. No
I'm sorry
problem.
about that. Yeah. So, Chip Roy has a very good voting record in terms of fiscal responsibility, protection of civil liberties, things along those lines. He is a good vote, whether you like his endorsement or not. If you look at his district when he initially got elected, it was an incredibly purple district with pretty much no guarantee that a Republican could actually fathomably win that seat. Um, the reality is that firebrands, they actually excite the voters, and they're also willing to get in there and fight in those areas that are not guarantees. There's good news and bad news to that. The good news is that if we as conservatives actually go and fight and in these races, there's actually a good chance that we could take these people out in the primary because, frankly, uh, while Ken Buck and Don Bacon are the exceptions in more purplish districts, their Republicans are very, very conservative. Ken Buck has Rocky Mountain gun owners and the National Association for Gun Rights in there. He's traditionally been an ally to them, and now because of the speaker fight, he's vulnerable. And I'm sure when he takes his job at CNN, Rocky Mountain gun owners and National Association for Gun Rights is going to have some remarkably good candidates for to run against him and to make sure that his chosen squish successor, who will sell out over pure bitterness over the fact that he didn't get appointed as the chair of the antitrust subcommittee, there is a lot of reasons to be optimistic, and frankly, you are more capable of influencing these people during the primaries. That's really the point that I'm trying to make of get the ground game going, and frankly, get in touch with Scott Pressler for how to do that. I'd love for more people to start talking about what are the actual ways to fight for liberty in that end. And with that, I actually just arrived at the event that Evan mentioned, so I'm going to bounce out here. Thank you all so much.
Appreciate you, TJ. And real quick, guys, just as a reminder for those of you making your way in, the vote is expected to start within the next, 30 minutes or so, give or take. Once that happens, I will be streaming the nomination speech. It's believed to be by Kevin McCarthy. So he will be giving the nomination speech for Jim Jordon. I will stream it into the space when that happens. So stick around. Do you guys have any comments, questions, concerns? Listen, I've got requests. I can scroll my page 4 times to see how many requests we have. So just bear with us, guys. We try to do the best we can with rotating the panel, getting people up. With that being said, Kevin, I did promise you next. I just want to do some housekeeping there, and then Dustin, I'll get you in here.
Hey, what's up, guys? Awesome as always. Thanks for having me. It's so funny. David was talking about promoting Republicans to do mail-in ballots and vote early and all that stuff. And Trish, you said you were from Maricopa. And this is a tactic I've used a few times. I actually used the Maricopa County ballot problem for convincing people to vote early. So if there are people out there, a lot of times I'll say, look, the ballots didn't match the machines, and that caused a whole bunch of problems. I'll go into the whole thing that happened. But what I'll tell people is, look, if you vote early and there's a problem, you can come back the next day. But I'm sorry, if you wait until, 7 o'clock on election night and you get to your polling location and the line's 5 miles long and there's a problem, well, you're shit out of luck. But if you do it 3-4 days before and there's a problem, maybe they send you to a different voting location. Maybe they work out the problem. Maybe you come back every single day. The bottom line is that for me, at least, here on Long Island, I worked for a candidate that lost by 314 votes. That's like 2 blocks on Long Island. Lauren Boebert won by like 500. Claudia Tenney in upstate New York won by 78 votes. 78 votes. That's like 2 high school classes of people. So when people say, think about those lines in Maricopa. If all those people had voted the day before, the week before, and there was an issue, they could have come back, and then who the hell knows what could have happened. So I used the Maricopa County example as a reason to get out and vote early. Even for the people that are like, they're gonna know how much they got to cheat by. All right, well, they're just gonna make it up anyway. But you know what? At least you know that you'll be free on election day to help out other people if you want to be involved in that sort of way. So I was just, we were talking about how to get people involved and get them to vote early and get them to mail in their ballot or get them to do whatever. That I used the Maricopa County example as exactly how or exactly why we should do that.
It's an extremely easy.
Sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
I was going to say it's an extremely easy example to use. It's plain as day. We all know it happened, and it's never been denied. They know it happened, and we know that she did it on purpose. But go ahead, Nick. Sorry about that.
No, there's just a little bit of a delay here where I am, but I'm just letting everybody know, basically, so it was just reported a little bit earlier that there are some anti-Jim Jordon holdouts in the Republican Party that are literally just refusing to meet with him or take his calls at this point. And so it sounds like what they need is some pressure. So I have decided that I tweeted out each and every one of the holdouts' Twitter handles. I just did. It's now pinned to the top of the space here. And then the phone number where you can call them at. That'd be fantastic. If you want to do that, you can make it so you can make their Twitter accounts totally unusable if you want to by just, getting into their replies. That'd be fantastic. These people need to realize that we're not going to back down here. We're not giving up. And, we're going to hold them accountable. And if they look, we've already started sourcing primary opponents here, especially for Turd Ferguson down there in Georgia. We have a really strong primary opponent now for Representative Turd Ferguson, who decide that, he's going to continue to vote against Jim Jordon because he's gotten too many people bullying him, telling him to vote for Jim Jordon. I mean, come on. So, these people are going to learn, and they're going to learn today. We're expecting a third vote for Jim Jordon, a third ballot today, hopefully within the hour. and we'll keep you guys posted. But check that up at the top and let them know how you feel.
I'm a big fan of that. And again, to update the room real quick, go retweet that. Tell them you know what to do. And maybe we can hurt their fees just a little bit more and keep the pressure up. So we know it's working. I know it's working for sure. We've actually, so on the side, we actually got some confirmation from some of these folks. I'm not going to mention names, but they're like, yeah, it's working. So that's pretty cool. Dustin, go ahead.
So, meme army, we have great memes of most of these people, right? So the meme creators and geniuses have been hard at work. So like, make sure you go through and like other people's comments, right? When you're tweeting at, just flood the zone. Like Nick said, you have the power to make their Twitters completely and totally unusable. If you say stupid, threatening stuff, we all assume you're not one of us because no one amongst us is dumb enough to call for violence or any such idiocy. So, like, it's a great way for you to re-up yourself is by getting stupid and Fed posting. We all know what that is. It's not any of us in here. I'm going to ask for forgiveness for this one, Trash and Nick and Millie. Gary Gensler just got slapped down by Ripple. They literally just dropped the case against Ripple entirely. It's a huge deal and a great win for people against big government. Sorry, I just had to go there. I'm pretty excited.
Well, like it's not going to derail, but that's why I sent it to you when I saw it. So just real quick, because he did break up, what he said was the SEC and Gary Gensler dropped their lawsuit against Ripple, XRP, and its executives. That is a huge deal because they were using that for legislation on other crypto areas and tried to legislate through policy saying that they're securities. That's a big deal, guys. So anyway, I won't derail any further, but I just wanted you guys to know that if you didn't know already, not financial advice, just wanted to point that out. So, real quick, a couple things going on here. So once we get to the vote, I'm watching for the video. We know we'll be getting updates. Also, New York Times, the only thing that I've ever seen the New York Times be good for, other than knowing exactly what the lie is versus the truth, is they do have a tracker. So when we start doing the live vote count, it actually breaks it down who they voted for and which reps voted for whom. So it's actually pretty good, and it's kept in real time, and it shows each individual ballot who they've selected. So it'll be updating in real time. We'll keep an eye on that. It'll be a lot easier to track while we're doing it. I'm looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to naming names once again. Keep naming the names. We need to stop like grouping them all together. We're just going to individually call them out. So that's where we're at here right now, and trying to get some updates. So other than that, this is where we're at. The holdouts need to be held accountable. We've been hearing the last couple of days from the primary challengers to these people in respective districts. We heard from Jim Bennett, who is going after down in Georgia after Turd Ferguson. We've heard from many people in Colorado, and now apparently Idaho is rallying. They're going to get somebody. So go ahead, Savvy.
No, I was just going to give props to Nick for putting out that tweet because I am now rage tweeting each and every one of the people on there. I am literally copy and paste it. So how many people are in this space right now? 1,340. Okay. So if 1,340 people go up to the top and get Nick's post, and you can copy or just hit the link, put what you're going to do, make sure you copy it so you don't have to like type it out every time, hit send, and go to the next one. I'm on Mike Lawler currently, rage tweeting in all caps. Enjoy, guys. This is a great tool. Nick, way to go.
Oh, please have fun with Mike.
Thank you. It takes
have fun with Mike Lawler.
Forever.
He's the worst.
Mike Lawler.
Oh God, he is the worst. I loathe that man.
What about Despacito?
I mean, yeah, honestly, out of the Long Island Three, I hate Anthony D'Esposito the least. Is that does that work? I mean, I really don't like the other two, so I guess.
Yeah, what was he bitching about this morning, Kevin? Didn't he post something else saying like, "Well, I can't vote for Jim Jordon because of this"? I mean, he made something.
Yeah, it was something about he can't vote for somebody who doesn't follow house rules. I think it had to do with the fact that Jim Jordan ignored a subpoena to Congress or something. But so what? Everybody does.
Well, how I'd probably, for any Fed listening, I'd probably ignore a subpoena to
Nah.
Congress too at this
I'm
point
praying.
because
I am praying that the House subpoenas me so I can put on a show. I can do a 8-hour long comedy bit. I'm gonna find something stupid on every person on that panel. Like I'm gonna ask Jerry Nadler why he wears his pants so high, and I'm gonna ask Ilhan Omar about her brother husband, and I'm gonna ask AOC if she wasn't relatively attractive, would she have ever gotten anywhere in life? Like, I'm just gonna hit people all day long because what are they gonna do? What are they gonna take from me? My t-shirt business? Okay, take it.
I mean, they can't hit you for not showing up. That's not contempt of Congress at that point. I mean, you showed up. You just answered honestly.
And believe me, every like, I don't know, half hour, I'm definitely lighting a cigarette and making them write me a ticket.
I will donate and pay the fine. I will do
I'll
it.
I'll just be like, so write me a ticket. I'll put it out in that little Deer Park water bottle that they all have sitting next to them.
100% will help you crowdsource the funds to pay those fines. I will be all in on that.
The headline in the New York Times is going to be agitated chain smoker testifies before Congress.
No, it'll be even worse. It'll be agitated chain smoking, ultra nuclear MAGA, right-wing extremist smokes cigarette in Congress.
I wonder if they'll let me do it with sunglasses on. Like I'll come in with some Ray-Bans like the Blues Brothers.
These people are unhinged, man, I swear. But on a serious note,
well, you say that, but I also would love to see somebody. This is why I want, I would love to. The only reason I would ever want to go to Congress myself is so that I can be this committee chair that subpoenas people like Kevin just to shit on people like AOC that's sitting up there spewing her bullshit.
Yo, like I'll be like one notch below. What the hell is that Dave Chappelle movie where he's like, fuck you, you're cool, fuck you.
Half-baked.
I'm sorry,
okay.
Aaron.
So, no, it's okay. I'm going to go to Savvy, and then I'm going to make my point. I'm going to kind of bring us back here a little bit. Go ahead, Sav.
No, I was just saying we need to do until the vote, and if for some unknown reason it doesn't go on the way, I think I shall continue I'm done with the list. It's that simple, guys. You can all do it. I'm going to do it every 20 minutes. But I got to change it up because Twitter's like, you already said that. I'm like, I know, bitch, and I want to say it again. So then I got to change a word or two every 20 minutes. Like, just keep going. Just keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
And I can confirm, I was seeing Savvy. She was going through each and every person on that list and asking them politely to vote for Jim Jordon.
I did it in a nice way. It was in all
So
caps.
what I definitely wanted to talk about, and yeah, no Fed posting, was these committees. In all seriousness, so been talking to a lot of people. There are some people that I talk to up on the Hill and give them information, or at least suggest maybe what subpoenas should be done. And I've heard that there's several subpoenas that are ready to go out or have gone out for these committees as they continue. But again, you got to pay attention, right? We got the Oversight Committee, Weaponization of Government. We've got the impeachment inquiry. We've got the Select Subcommittee on the coronavirus. We have all of these things going on. And remember, November 14th, I want to say, is when they were going to be having Peter Daszak of EcoHealth Alliance in front of the committee on the Select Subcommittee of coronavirus. So paying attention to all these things is very, very important, and I'm very much looking forward to getting back to work on those, as those are the most important thing I think that we need to moving forward. And apparently Lou Dobbs also agrees with that, as we heard it earlier in the space when he was in here. So I just wanted to point that out, that those committees are actually important. But then also, let's get the other committees up there. So, chain smoking, ultra MAGA extremists are smoking cigarettes in Congress. I'd like to see that as well. Just Deb, go ahead.
Hey, thanks a lot, you guys. Good pod. Kevin, when are we going to get this ball rolling? I was looking at rallies from 2020, and we got to get it going because we got to get these three out.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, I with those rallies from 2020 were unbelievable. We had, for those of you who don't know, we were having Trump car parades with 5, 10, 15, 20. One of them had like 30,000 people at it. It was unbelievable. It was like 80 miles long here on Long Island. The big thing with those is it's, the timing has to be right, particularly now that the world is open again. Unfortunately, and I think this is a problem that many Republican activists, I don't know if Scott can speak more to this, but people went back to their lives. People went back to Little League. They went back to grandma. They went back to church. And, in 2020, when there was nothing going on, it was really easy to motivate people as far as masks in the school and stuff. But shockingly, some of these Democrats have actually, in some ways, eased up a little bit with some of their craziness. I mean, particularly here in the state of New York. But believe me, once we get into the 2024 cycle, once we get past the new year and primaries start and these guys all come home and they come begging for my help, which they always do, which is always fun. Because there's nothing more exciting than having a congressman ask you a favor and you hang up on him. But once that happens, we're going to be out registering voters, doing the hard work. And look, right now we have our local elections, and I'm sure a lot of people here have local elections, particularly if you live in Mississippi or Kentucky or New Jersey has local elections this year. Now it's about getting the ground game, knocking on the doors, talking to the voters, doing the door hangers. Frankly, the boring stuff, but that's the stuff that is most effective. Somebody was talking about it a little bit earlier about how every time you connect with a voter, that brings out it's that we have relied too heavily on social media, as we said on social media, but it's about
Kevin. Do you know? You just mentioned Kentucky,
Sorry.
and you said Kentucky has local elections. Do you know who the governor of Kentucky is? Do you know what their party is?
Yes, somehow. And interesting fact about Andy Beshear.
The state with Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell as their senators has
a Democrat,
who was their governor.
And more importantly, by polling, he is the most popular governor in America. He polls at like 58%, 59%.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, nothing in politics is 59%.
Hey, here's some breaking news from Manu Raju of CNN. He said that Patrick McHenry told him that he hasn't made a decision yet on whether to have a vote tonight on Jordan's third ballot.
Have you changed the batteries in your smoke detector recently, Mr. Gaze, for Trump?
I'm actually in the hospital, and that's my
shit!
That's my IV beeping.
I'm so sorry.
It's just keeping him alive. Then.
Oh my
God!
Come on. I feel really bad. I mean, luckily, I have spent more than enough time in the hospital here recently. But the only reason I even mentioned that is because of the fact I didn't recognize the beeping. I hope you're okay. Can I help?
Yeah, no, it's just
well, dude.
Everyone
the fact
knows
that you're
my
sitting
story.
here in our Twitter space and you have been over the past several days while you're sitting in a hospital bed is super admirable.
I've got my phone. I've got my laptop. It's just I developed what was called recurrent acute idiopathic pancreatitis after I got COVID. I didn't even take the vaccine. And so the doctors can't figure out why I keep getting it. Because I don't drink, I don't have gallstones. But don't worry, I'm not in any pain. They give me morphine every 3 hours. So that's definitely helped me.
Okay, well, I'm going to message you in the background then. Because, we're not going to just let you sit there.
Can I ask?
I mean, you're a patriot, man. So, yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Can I ask? Yeah. So I'm a chiropractor, Gaze, so I have some tip of knowledge of the human body. I'm just curious. Idiopathic, for those who don't means that doctors have no idea what's happening to you, which is really unfortunate. And pancreatitis is very, very painful for anyone who hasn't experienced it. So I'm sorry for that. What are they doing? Well, you know what? I'll just DM you because I have some questions and maybe some suggestions. But sorry to derail the conversation.
No, you didn't derail anything. It's like, no, if there's anything we can do to help you. And I mean, I just, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, the questions I would ask would just, probably require some personal information that.
Well, no. I'm saying to Mr. Gaze for Trump here. I mean, I just want to make sure, hell, we have a nice platform going here, right? We're making a hell of a lot of stuff happening in DC. I mean, may as well. I mean, we can definitely help Mr. Gaze for Trump too. So that's kind of what we're here for. That's what we.
No, I'm all good. You guys have so many people in here from Scott Pressler to Honey Badger to Caroline to Mrs. G. They all know the situation, and they've all supported me through this. And just trust me, I'm not in any pain. It's just a minor inconvenience, and I've got my laptop and my phone, and so I'm all good.
I just wish I knew. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I wish I knew a long time ago.
Looks like Ivan's
anyway,
in the
we'll
house.
talk.
Ivan, are you down in DC again? Can you give us an inside scoop of what the conversations are sounding like?
Sorry, I already landed in Los Angeles. I have a speaking event tonight, but I would say one thing, if you guys haven't covered it yet, that Troy Nels, did you guys see his tweet? So right now it's a lot of back and forth going on between
he wants Trump
one
to
way
come in for
party and the
100
other,
days.
and I think one way to break the impasse is for enough of the Freedom Caucus to say, you know what, and it's essentially echoing what Troy Nels just put out, which was Kevin McCarthy can't get the 217. Steve Scalise wasn't able to get the 217. Jim Jordon, the most popular Republican Congress member, can't get to 217. Maybe we need to bring back the leader of the party, Donald Trump, and that's Troy Nels speaking. So I think the rhinos might have to start capitulating if that becomes a serious topic of discussion, specifically if during round 3, if the same holdouts continue to vote the way they are, by the time it hits Despacito on the D's, that'll be the 5th vote that's against Jordan. And I recommend everybody after the D that's in the Freedom Caucus to start voting for Trump, to start to change the calculus and dynamics so that the rhinos start squealing. That's all I got.
I'm all about it. If you guys remember, Troy Nils was the same person that said, if we don't have a speaker by Sunday, that I'm going to be voting for Trump all the way through. So it looks like Troy is holding up his end of the bargain. And I think that was a great point. Nick, you
And
need to go.
I had a nice little conversation with Troy yesterday, too. I don't know how that had any impact, but we'll see.
Honestly, at this point, so we are seeing, obviously we're having some holdouts here that are refusing to meet with Jim Jordon. And we don't know why, because they won't talk. They're just sitting there probably in the corner of their offices and, with their arms folded across saying, no, I'm not going to talk to Jim Jordon. For whatever reason, don't know why. I don't know if somebody is threatening to withhold a donation check to their reelection campaign. Don't know what it is. They could very easily dispel whatever these sort of rumors are, with people like me that are saying it's probably because they're not getting campaign checks. If they were to just talk to somebody, talk to me, it doesn't even have to be me. Go talk to CNN if you want to, if that's your preferred network, and tell them why you're so adamantly against Jim Jordon. Okay? Why are you camping in a corner and just saying no and turning your phone off and locking your office door and having somebody put out a press release saying we need to get the country back to work? Okay, if you're going to go and hide in the corner and not talk to anybody, the country's not going back to work. Okay? And honestly, if you're somebody that does want to go sit and hide in the corner, I don't want your input on anything anyway. But, it seems like we have a lot of people running our country that are grandstanding at this point. At least, there are a lot of people that'll sit down there and say, well, Matt Gaetz was grandstanding. No, this is not the same thing, guys. Matt Gaetz was very clear as to why he was, he set out ground rules, some guidelines for Kevin McCarthy back in January. Okay? Kevin McCarthy agreed to those guidelines. Those were the guidelines that the people wanted, the American people wanted. And then Kevin McCarthy just, blatantly breaks every single one of those guidelines for 9 months straight. Matt Gaetz warns him throughout the process, you're out of line, you're out of line, you're out of line, get back in line, or I'm gonna to file a motion to vacate. McCarthy responds and says, bring it on. Okay? So what do? We bring it on. Matt Gaetz was very clear what his position was the entire time. This is not the same thing. So I know Justin Hart was coming in here saying earlier, well, Matt Gaetz did this, Matt Gaetz did this. It's not the same at all. These people won't even tell us why they are so adamantly anti-Jim Jordon, besides the fact that they're just pouting.
So why don't Why don't I do this? We'll get to Jen, and then why don't I do this? Why don't I remind everybody of what those asks were from 10 months ago? I've put together the entire thread of all of this stuff. I can play the clips through the space. They're only about 50 seconds long each, and he breaks down specifically what the asks were and what McCarthy didn't do ultimately. Fast forward 10 months forward. We could probably just do that while we're waiting.
Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead, Jen, and I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't glaringly
Hold on 1 second,
obvious.
Jen. I just want to remind the audience real quick because somebody asked, like, okay, so what's going on tonight? Somebody in the audience asked this. So, but I just want to remind everybody. So we are waiting on Tom Emmer will be the one to announce the time for the vote tonight. Okay. He will also be the one to announce if there is no vote tonight. That's what we're waiting on right now. So, and we will, trust me, you guys will be the first to know because I somehow ended up on the email list. So just, we won't talk about that right now, but go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, if it wasn't glaringly obvious that they didn't care about us up until this point, I think, Nick, you said it yourself. It's because the people wanted it, right? And the only thing Matt Gaetz did was upset the gravy train and upset the apple cart and cut off the gravy train, right? The people who are holding out, and I mean, even Justin, blatantly admitted it in the space yesterday, or Colonel, that they had to keep the military industrial complex happy and they had to keep all these people happy no matter what their constituents wanted, right? And when you list out these demands, Trash, that you're about to list out, let's not forget that McCarthy made backroom deals with Nancy Pelosi, let her stay in the office in order for those January 6 tapes for them not to be released because they would implicate people on the Hill. And I just think that he never had our best interests at heart. He never meant to keep those promises up. And they're just really upset that Matt Gaetz cut off everything and was like, I'm standing with the people. And if they can't understand now that we're not mad at Matt Gaetz, we're actually more mad at them. I think they need to understand that.
I just want to throw out there that I've sent another round of rage tweets. Going ahead and put it out there saying, all right, guys, to each of them, it's either Jordan or Trump. Take your pick. I mean, I am relentless, and I hope that a majority of the people listening to this space are following suit and doing this. And Nick also put up in that same tweet their phone number. So still be making calls, guys. That's so important.
I did the same thing and got myself a 7-day suspension already for saying kick them in the butt.
Okay, Vinny, no.
Okay, if anybody gets suspended, you contact me. Okay, seriously, I will help you. If you get suspended for tweeting at your Congress people, trust me, I will get that.
Well,
overturned,
I'm suspended right now for 7 days for saying at Matt Gaetz kick these guys.
Then you need to message me then. Okay, I don't want anybody in the audience to be worried about you getting banned or suspended for contacting your congressman, because seriously, that's going to be a much bigger story than this is if you get suspended for contacting your congressman. And we're not going to let that happen. So tweet away. But, also don't threaten them or their children because that's what they're accusing us of doing right now. It's, well, there have been death threats. I have to have a sheriff sitting outside my house now. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Those death threats, if there were any, they didn't come from us. We don't do that. It's the same thing like you see the feds running around with all these groups like the Patriot Front or whatever. That I mean, it's just a tactic to be able to say that the right is violent. So I've never seen any evidence from any of that stuff. I haven't seen any evidence of these death threats. We don't know who any of them are. I guarantee they're not coming from us. I'm just going to make that clear. So don't worry. Tweet your representative.
Yeah.
It's a way
I have a question for the.
It's a way to character assassinate a movement to undermine what they're pushing for. And we saw them do this with the parents that were going to their school board meetings to the point where it actually kicked off an FBI investigation. And when you have the FBI starting to get involved, that's another level and layer of intimidation tactics to shut the people up and to stop them from what they're doing because they're being effective.
Damn right.
And don't let their anger.
I hope it's Farish. I hope I just said that. Sean Farish, I'm angry. Are you angry, Sean?
I'm always angry. That's the problem. I'm always upset. The speaker stuff is really getting me upset because I was so pro accountability when Gates decided he was going to do the motion to vacate because Kevin McCarthy decided he was going to break promises. Right? He was not going to release the January 6 tapes. He didn't follow through on the southern border. He said he was going to hold up the keep the government closed or not pass any sort of funding bills if the southern border wasn't addressed. Or the southern border wasn't addressed, and the government wound up getting funding. So I'm always angry, and all of this type of stuff. It's hard not to get angry when you watch Washington, but this go around, I think, Nick, you just put the tweet up that there are several of these people who are holding out against Jim Jordon who refuse to even meet with him. So now they don't want to meet with the guy that they need to meet with in order to create this quote unquote unity that we keep hearing about, unless, of course, it's something they don't want to do, then unity means nothing to them. And these are the same people who are upset when the members of their constituency who elected them and voted for them and campaigned for them and distributed literature for them and knocked on doors for them and put them where they are and pay their salary. These are the same people who are upset when those people contact them and say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Representative, whoever it is in my district, or maybe not in my district. Nick, I don't know if you know this, but Representative Nick LaLota on Long Island doesn't even live in the district that he represents, New York 1. He doesn't live there. He lives in the 2nd congressional district, and somehow he's representing the 1st congressional district.
Is that
and
even legal?
You know what? I think it's because New York is in a period of redistricting, so technically it's somewhat legal, but is it ethical? I mean, does it make sense? No. So you're dealing with these people. They don't actually represent you. They don't like you. What I just don't want to see is a lot of people getting angry and saying, well, we're going to primary them, and then it falls flat. We got to give every single one of these people the Liz Cheney treatment. That's what I want to see.
The Liz Cheney treatment. The Liz Cheney treatment. I totally agree because, and even a liberal pundit put this up the other day and said, because I think it was, hell, I'll remember his name later, I guess. Jamie Raskin, the Congressman Jamie Raskin said, well, maybe, we can make a consensus candidate and it can be Liz Cheney because Republicans will vote for her. I don't think even a single one of these rhinos would vote for Liz Cheney because that's career suicide.
But don't bet on that. Don't bet on that.
Well, that just shows you how much they're begging to get a speaker so that they can push through Ukraine and Israel funding. And look, I'm not going to make this a debate about Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, but their sole goal in either electing a speaker right now or putting forth Patrick McHenry to have enhanced powers is to pass a foreign aid package. That's literally all they care about. And, because there's nothing else we got to worry about. We got to fund 2 wars. We got to, the border. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about the fact that an entire generation of Americans were poisoned by Big Pharma and 9 different times. Let's not talk about that. No, we've got to go fund wars 5,000, 10,000 miles away. It's all about keeping those lobbyists happy. And you can tell when they booed Matt for bringing it up on the floor.
Absolutely.
Well, I would just like to point out, Millie, that Jamie Raskin only wants Liz Cheney because of what he did surrounding January 6th, altering my tweets during the 2nd impeachment trial, and all the other illegal shit that he did against the American people. So I can understand why he would want Liz Cheney.
Exactly right. Seriously, Jen. I was about to just throw to you. So it's perfect.
So my point is here that just before I say to Aaron, I just wanted to say my point here is none of these people want to become Liz Cheney. And if they, at some point, they're going to start getting the feeling if enough of their constituents call them, email them, tweet them, they're going to realize that they're turning into Liz Cheney. Okay? And nobody wants that because Liz Cheney has no future in politics at all whatsoever. So if these people want to lose their jobs, they want to lose their seats, hell, at this point, maybe they'll end up flipping to Democrat. It's crazy because they're traitors. They're rhinos or Republicans in name only, and we'll hope that maybe they see the light here. But why would I ever support anybody like that I'm not going to vote for them just out of protest. I'd rather go a cycle with a Democrat in the seat and then flip it to a good Republican if I'm going to have a Republican in the seat that is actually a Democrat. That's just my opinion. So go ahead, Aaron.
Well, no, I didn't really see any hands, and I was going to transition. I don't know if you want me to play any audio or something to kind of kick up the conversation here.
No, sure.
Really, just Deb has her hand up down there. I mean, we could go to her, but yeah, just before that, really quick, I just want to say, like, these rhinos are relics of the past, and I think that as time goes on, these guys are going to become antiques, and then they're literally going to disappear from the House and from any type of positions, because the younger generations don't like the rhinos. I feel like as soon as, give it a decade and we're going to see an entirely different Republican Party. Go ahead, Just Deb.
Thanks, Millie. I'm going to drop down after this. Thanks, Nick, for bringing me up, and Trash and everybody here. I just want you to know that on Long Island, we're blowing up their Twitter spaces, their offices, everywhere. I mean, their phones have to be melted by now. And these three are not even budging. They're not even answering us. They're not doing anything. And, we really are trying out here on Long Island, because that's three guys that are supposed to be representing us, and they're not listening to us at all. So I just want you to know that those three guys, they're getting it. But I don't think they're willing to budge at all. And if you looked on my page, you can see our rallies from 2020. I posted 2 today. I was going through some memories, and it was really fun. But you'll see how many people really, really voted for these people, and they're not listening to us at all. So thanks again. Nice to see you, Sean and Kevin, and you guys take care and have a good night, and hope for the best.
Thank you. We'll be here for a while, just waiting on a word about the Jim Jordon vote, the third ballot to make Jim Jordon Speaker of the House. Because as we know, earlier today, even the idea of a resolution to elevate Patrick McHenry, who was Kevin McCarthy's hand-picked successor, to Speaker of the House, was pretty much dead on arrival at the GOP conference meeting earlier today. So the path that these people have forward at this point, the path that Republicans have forward, is with Jim Jordon. Okay? There is no consensus candidate, as they keep floating, that these rhinos keep floating. It's not going to happen. It doesn't exist. And we're not going to let it happen. Because at this point, it seems like even the audience, based on me going through the 1,223 comments that are there right now, not a single person in the audience wants a consensus candidate, meaning that we have Democrats and Republicans coming together for a candidate. Nobody wants that. So we're not going to let it happen. We'll keep the House closed for as long as need be. I'm tired of all of these massive spending bills. I'm tired of empty promises that were made by, especially, even John Boehner and Paul Ryan and Kevin McCarthy. We don't need that to keep going on, or else we end up with somebody like, may as well just have Nancy Pelosi back. They all act the same. It's time for something different. If we don't get it, shut the House down. Don't reopen it up until we do. That's my opinion. So there you go. Aaron, you might have some clips while we wait for this third Jim Jordon ballot here that kind of outline what we expect out of a Speaker of the House. It was what we expected out of Kevin McCarthy that we didn't end up getting. And then I think you have some responses for Matt Gaetz as well. But
yeah, I just have basically I've clipped all this out. They're about 30 to 50 seconds long. It's like 3 minutes collectively if I play them, and it kind of outlines the three pillars of what the asks were, why they asked it, and then what they did to try to dissolve the power of the Speaker of the House that Pelosi and Paul Ryan had amassed during their reign, so to speak, and undoing a lot of that, which McCarthy did do, to his credit, some of it. But he just didn't follow through on the promises. So if you don't mind, I'll play them so you guys can just remember. This is from 10 months ago, right? So this is not new. But this was Matt Gaetz explaining it. So let me make sure my mic's on isolation. Yeah, it's on standard. It was acting funky.
Believed that Washington was broken. The normal system of selecting leadership in both parties is based on the redistribution of lobbyists and special interest money. Like, if you want to be the leader of your party, you basically have to raise and redistribute north of $100 million. And Kevin McCarthy was so good at that, he raised and distributed about $500 million over the course of the last election cycle. And so it creates a covenant that's not really built on trust or merit or vision, but trading money for political support. And we wanted to send a shock to that DC cartel system and to say, no, guess what? There's going to have to be a different way you get there. And the concessions we sought principally fell into like three buckets. Floor. We wanted specific bills coming to the floor. We wanted commitments on when they would come to the floor. We wanted adherence to specific spending levels with a budget resolution. And the organizing principle of our policy goals was really to make sure that we would never again get an omnibus bill like we had to vote on. It's just a total joke of a way of governing. Like, how can we sit here and honestly say that bills that are thousands of pages long, that spend $1.7 trillion, and that you get 48 hours before having to cast a vote is really legislating? It's not. It devalues each individual member, and it's insulting to our constituents to suggest that we even know what the hell we're doing when that's the way we run the railroad. So I had policy concessions. Second was procedure. You know, having those 72 hours to read the bill, having open amendments. Like the youngest member of Congress was not yet born the last time the appropriations process went through regular order. And that just means, like, we should vote on the defense stuff separately, and then vote on, like, the education stuff, and then the health and human services stuff, and that it doesn't just all get mushed together so somebody can vote for a bunch of bullshit that you wouldn't otherwise approve and then say, well, I had to vote for it to fund our troops, right? That's the game. That's what the cartel builds, and lobbyists make $1 gazillion off of that. Had policy concessions. Second was the final leg of the stool is personnel. Like, in order to enforce the deal that we got, we wanted specific people on specific committees in specific leadership posts. And, you know, what's the saying? You rob the banks because that's where the money's at. Well, we wanted far more representation on the Appropriations Committee because that's where the money is. And a lot of Americans don't know what the Rules Committee is or why that's important, but it totally governs what we get to vote on and what we don't get to vote on. And so we demanded specific people and specific representation on the Rules Committee.
And that was it, right? Those three, that was what they were asking for. This was the negotiations with McCarthy when he was voted in as Speaker of the House, Nick. It's not that complicated. You know what I mean? That's why I really wanted to play it. Do you know how many people were Democrats or were like anti, TDS sufferers, anti-MAGA people in the comments on this thread saying, well, I don't like Matt Gaetz, but what he's saying here seems completely reasonable. It's like, yes, of course it is. That's the point. This is the problem. This is what they're mad about. This is what they're crying about. This is what Don Bacon's being a Karen about, which, by the way, I added a meme to the bottom with some Karen hair on Don Bacon, if you guys want to share that out.
But Trash, Aaron, this goes back into the discussion about the appropriations gang here. This seems to be the biggest holdup. Even though they won't say it, they won't give us any reasons that they're voting against Jim Jordon, besides pouting in the corner and saying that they're being bullied. It has to do with these massive omnibus spending bills. And Matt Gaetz put it there better than anybody else that I've ever heard it before. Why are they so adamant about it? It's because they want to lump in all this bullshit that shouldn't be there to begin with. They want to hide it from us. They don't want us to know about it. And I can't get around that, and I'm desperately trying to get in contact with one of these people. Apparently, even Jim Jordon is not able to get in contact with any of these people to have any sort of discussion with them. that seems like a very general and basic question. Why are you so opposed to making the budget process more transparent? We're $33 trillion in debt. We spend $73,000 per second in this country. Okay, that's just at the federal level. And I mean, in the past, I believe 6 months, we've added another $700 billion to our national debt. This is unsustainable. Why is this such a big ask? Why is transparency such a non-starter for these 20 Republicans that are holdouts on Jim Jordon, who is refusing to do these omnibus bills?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, so the problem isn't only the Congress people, right? The problem is that the Congress people get their friends government contracts, right? And then those friends get those friends government. So it's literally like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and like they don't even understand, like, we need to go through and audit all of the government contracts that have been given out, right? Because there are some government contracts that are so completely corrupt that the only reason that they got those government contracts and we're having to pay exorbitant amounts of prices is because they're friends with Congress people or they're friends with the senator and their name got pushed to the front of the list, right? It's this whole like a net or spider web of corruption that is pinnacle on certain people, and if they don't have the power and they're not able to keep up those things, the whole thing is going to come down.
Well, and it's also this too, right? I have a clip that I could play that explains in detail what happens as a freshman and how they're captured when they come to DC, and then actually I'll play it real quick. It's actually good, real quick.
Like the most corrupt, like, foray into this is like freshman orientation. Because like you show up here, and I mean, imagine showing up from Northwest Arkansas, from like, Southern Mississippi, and you see the architecture of DC. They take you out to like the finest steakhouse, the best wine you've ever had, and co-located at your table are the lobbyists for the major special interests for the committees that you're interested that you want to serve on. So like I get here and they're like, oh, Gates, you want to be on the Armed Services Committee. Have you met these defense contractors? These are the key lobbyists that round up the defense money. And they put you with them from the very beginning. And you sort of get the joke that if you give your vote card to the leadership and your calendar to the lobby corps, you just kind of get enveloped into a system that's there to nurture you and protect you and keep you out of harm's way. And all it costs you is your own belief set. And I don't think that's compromise so much as selling out. Now, so that is like step one. And that catches a whole lot of the people who get here. And then beyond that, if you kind of resist that system, then they do try to extort you, engage in anything they can do to compromise you, cancel you, find some joke that you liked on Instagram years ago that like doesn't fit with the mores at this time. Find some email that you were on like the forward chain of that's like some basis to say that you're a white supremacist or you're, some sort of unacceptable human that can't be in polite company. And, then if that doesn't work, it's abject destruction through the political process where there are many, many dollars lined up solely for the extermination of those who push back against the narrative.
Yeah, I think Matt puts it very well. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, Honey Badger, go ahead.
Thanks, Trash. So I want to kind of go back to what Sean said earlier in regards to, and tie it back together with the question that Nick keeps asking, which apparently there's no answer to for whatever reason. They won't give us a reason why they're holding out. Now, first I would say that it's probably not a monolith. I think we agree that there are egos at play. There's one whole committee, the Appropriations Committee that are united in holding out against Jordan. But all of this being said, this has been a great opportunity. I see the silver lining. Everything is coming out, in the wash. All of this rot is getting uprooted. And so as I told you guys earlier, I started to make clips for the contenders. I've done the second one so far. I'm trying to tease them out. But basically, Sean, we had a few hopefuls, like very viable, excellent primary, candidates to primary out the people that aren't working for their representatives. And it's a great thing that this vote is exposing it, but they're also coming in and saying, hey, this is what this person is really up to in their district. You can see how they're voting here. You can see they're just being obstructionist crybabies or something more nefarious. But this is what they're actually doing in their district. And we're getting to meet viable candidates to actually primary the rot out of the GOP House of Representatives. And so this most recent one, it's a gentleman by the name of John O'Shea that's primarying Granger, and he sounds like just an excellent candidate, et cetera. So I think that, moving forward, while we're in kind of the weeds and the minutia of what's going on right now, I hope that we just kind of embrace this opportunity to really examine these 22 and to look around the country to see if anybody wants to step up in a space and tell us about themselves and tell us about what's actually going on in their in their respective districts. And hopefully anybody within the sound of our voices may even be motivated to run against some of these, awful people. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head too. I will land it here, Nick. Or I'm sorry, Trash, you hit the nail on the head by replaying these were the asks. These were the asks in January. I mean, give me a break. Very simple. 10 months they were given. Didn't happen. So he proceeded by his right. Now he's being, now they're conflating him as the obstructionist for doing what he was allowed to do based on the deal that was made. And why is he an obstructionist? Because they say so without even asking for anything in return. And, where we see Mike Davis voting for John effing Boehner yesterday. I mean, this, I think the silver lining is the bad stuff. We're finding out about it, and now we have X, which we didn't really have in 2022, and where we've been woefully behind the Democrats. You guys, we all know this, in terms of social media presence. The Democrats just have it on lockdown between Instagram and TikTok and stuff. But I think we can master this here and really move forward, America First candidates, and this is be much more attractive to Gen Z as well. So that's basically what I say, and I also put it up in the nest. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. And the blackmail problem is really a bad problem within the political world. And I've heard this a lot, that this is a serious issue, not only with representatives and politicians, but also in the justice system or with judges. And this is a tactic to control some of these people to ensure that they get they can get things done, right? In a very bad, dark kind of way, get things done. But it's definitely something to be concerned of. And in today's digital age, where, if you guys remember when they had the Google hearing with Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, and you had all of our representatives in there, I sat in on that hearing because it was over social media censorship, but it was also over privacy, right? It was over data and privacy. And one of the moments that just stood out the most to me was when one of the representatives asked Google, to confirm or deny whether or not Google could see the exact location down to, the exact room that they were in, and if they were actually doing this on representatives' phones as well, right? So, and it came out that not only could they pinpoint your exact location anytime with that device, they could pinpoint the exact room you were in, the ambient temperature of the room. There's ways to enable cameras, enable speakers. I mean, so that makes it so much easier for other interests to be able to get things on our representatives. And I think that is a major vulnerability for the U.S. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so there was a question I just got tagged in from the audience. How much of the rhinos not backing Jim Jordon for speaker is because he opposes and wants to defund Jack Smith? And is that what they're really afraid of? And that came from Constitutional Conservative. What do you guys think?
Well, what's interesting is I don't think we're going to have an answer because it just put up in the nest. Thank you, Savvy, for sending this to me. Annie Grayer, CNN reporter, 36 minutes ago. It says, per Reuters, this is the note Jim Jordon was holding as he left the meeting with the GOP members who aren't backing him. And if you look at the picture, it's his notepad, and it just says, "What is the real reason?" So they're not even telling him why. There's no answers on it. They're not giving the answer why. And he's asking that question, what is the real reason? Apparently, because it's on his notepad. So remains to be seen if we do get an answer. If you look
You
at the
would think if
replies.
there was a just reason they'd say it though, Trash, right?
Well, I think, and Robin is the one that brought that to my attention. I think Jordan's caught on, and I am in full agreement with her, but I think Jordan's caught on to McCarthy, and maybe a scheme or something against him. I don't know, that just something seems fishy. I don't know.
I think it's just they're afraid to do their ask, or they would do it on the floor. I think because if they said the concessions that they wanted from him, there would be a revolt of people because they can't say that they're in this pocket or that pocket. That's what's so frustrating. We all know that it's because my lobbyist won't fund me anymore, because my special interest, because I won't be able to go on the vacation with the McCarthys and go on their yacht and their bot and all their other stuff. It's obviously all that kind of stuff, and that's what's so frustrating. And they think they can hide it from us, but they're going to get railroaded.
Sorry,
Yeah, but
Benny.
see,
Are 20
oh,
people? Sorry, Jen. Are these 20 people? Are any of these Trump endorsed? Just curious.
that was my
Yes,
question,
yes,
right?
yes. John James from Michigan is one of them for
Because
sure.
the special interest in lobbyist stuff, they can wiggle out of that, right? They can explain that to us. Oh, we don't understand. You don't understand how lobbying works. But them going against Donald Trump and making it so all of that stuff is still funded against Donald Trump and not standing with Donald Trump, that's something they can't
Hey,
wiggle
Jen,
out
do
of.
we know?
That's
Is
something they can't back of with their
public
constituency.
him? Do we know that for sure, or should we have somebody look into that to see exactly who is endorsed by President Trump, and then try to see if if we can text some President Trump staff and see if we can.
Or
I'm sure they're looking
who
into
was
that.
never Trump in
Who
2016.
was never Trump.
Right, go, but take it back to 2016. Who was never Trump? Who didn't vote for Trump? Who didn't stand for Trump? Because they all freaking came real quick when Trump became president. But that 2016 anger is still there, and it's rearing its ugly head right now.
Yeah, I think we're onto something here with that too. 100%. That's exactly what I thought when I saw that. Because what other reason would they have? I mean, other than to just completely expose themselves on the floor.
Well, someone like John James, who definitely just squeaked into Congress after 2 attempts in a heavy D district. I mean, at least in terms of John James, I'm going to give him somewhat of a pass because I think he falls squarely within the analysis that Justin offered, that some congressmen are, if they want to stay, are going to have to compromise. But I do have a question.
Honestly, Doc, that's not a deep D district. I'm sorry. I know that district. I'm from there. It really isn't.
Okay, well then I retract what I just said. So Michigan, I just assumed it was a D district. But the question I have is, I understood from past conversations, probably in this room, that Jim Jordon had said that he's not going to be making any deals with anybody as a way to carve out or carve back some of the 20. Is that correct? Do I have that correct, or has he agreed to some of the deals that McCarthy agreed to and broke?
It sounds like he doesn't even know what they want. They won't tell him. How can you make a deal if they, haven't told them what? If they haven't told them what they want?
We do know that there was discussion about moving the single vote for vacating the chair to 5 votes, and I thought there was, at least Matt Gaetz said that he would agree to that. He wouldn't have a problem with it. But generally speaking, what I'm trying to establish, if I've got it straight, that Jordan has said that he's not making deals with anybody. They're going to have to decide on his candidacy based on who he is and what he says before the in the caucus. And if I don't have that right, what deals have you heard that Jordan's been willing to make to garner the support he has now?
Yeah, none that I'm aware of. Apparently, the only reporting I'm getting is that they're not talking to him. But he was obviously talking to them, but I'm sure they just talked in circles, what it seems like based on his notepad. But I really don't know. I'd hope to get some answers. We'll see what happens when this goes to the floor. It's really interesting when Kevin McCarthy does a nomination speech in the intro for Jim Jordon to see what the other holdouts will actually do with that as well. I think you're going to see some movement. Lacey, I know you've been waiting. Go ahead, and then Kevin.
Hi guys. I think the part that really pisses me off the most is that, our voices are being heard, obviously. There's well over 7,000 comments in regards to what we the people want. And again, this little circus that's going on right now, it's all about, they don't care about what we want as we the people. And it's all about personal gain and fluffing each other's pockets and making deals and all that crap. So, I mean, we can sit here and scream on the top of our lungs, blow up phone lines, blow up emails, but in the end, they're still going to do what they want to do for themselves. So,
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah. So just real quick, I don't know if you guys covered it, but did you guys cover the fight that went on in conference, like the physical altercation that went on?
Well, it was. I don't know how physical it was, but you're talking about Kevin McCarthy, Gates, and all that.
Yeah, no. Somebody said it was Mike Bost.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if anybody had mentioned that. I know I'm like 2 hours late, but it just scrolled across my feed. That's pretty funny that there's fistfights breaking out in Congress over this shit, which just shows you how nuts they all are. But the point I wanted to make was, what I find so interesting about Kevin McCarthy giving the speech tonight is that this just shows you how little power he actually had. Because Nancy Pelosi snapped her fingers and that entire conference fell in line. You would think if Kevin McCarthy had if they had any sort of respect for him in Congress, particularly the freshmen, that he would just go up to them and go, look, cut the shit. Let's go. Unless Kevin McCarthy is behind the scenes either saying, look, I'm going to tell you to get in line and you just play it off and we'll take care of you when it comes to fundraising. This is what I think. It would seem to me that the likelihood of this is Kevin McCarthy basically going after, trying to make Gates look bad in a sense by using many of the freshmen who no one has ever heard of. I mean, no one had heard of the three Long Island congressmen until all this. I mean, I've heard of them because they suck. But no one had heard of half of these people. Now they're like the pawns that Kevin McCarthy just seems to be using to get back. Because Nancy Pelosi would have told the squad, and she did it many times, hey, shut your mouths and fall in line.
But is that a good thing? I mean, she's almost like a mob boss at the same time.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's good. What I'm saying is that this just shows how correct Matt Gaetz was. Because Kevin McCarthy doesn't have enough power to even get some of these randoms in Congress and some of the guys he apparently is known for so long to just fall in line. Hey, look, man, we've been friends 15 years, right? Cut the shit and let's go. Unfortunately, he seems to have no power over his caucus, which just proves that Kevin McCarthy wasn't as well liked as the media and many of the establishment want to claim that he
Kevin,
was.
that actually applies. Now, this is the good Kevin that we have up here on stage, just to be clear with everybody. But Kevin, what you're saying also applies to one of the other. Some of these holdouts voted for Tom Emmer, who is the majority whip. Okay, and Steve Scalise, both of them have supposedly endorsed Jim Jordon, and neither of them were even able to convince the people that voted for them on the floor to switch their vote to Jim Jordon. That's also very
Nick, you're
telling.
rugging really
Yeah,
hard.
is it just me or is Nick
You're
Oh,
rugging.
thank goodness.
Oh my God, I just took my
texted
Bluetooth out. I was like, holy shit, what the hell's wrong with my gosh darn Bluetooth?
Okay.
I just
How about
texted
now?
Sean.
How about now?
I just texted him on the side. And
now you sound
there you
great.
go, better.
Much
But
better.
you are getting
I
weird
tried to
things with
use
your
the cool
account.
AirPod isolation mode, and that didn't work for whatever reason. I don't even know what the point of it is.
It isolated. It over isolated. It isolated too much.
I'm screaming in a room right now, probably. But anyway, yeah, I'm angry. That's why. But to Kevin's point, to the good Kevin's point, Kevin up here on stage, Kevin Smith, you also had them voting for. I mean, you had several of these holdouts voting for Steve Scalise and Tom Emmer, who are, Scalise is the House Majority Leader, and Tom Emmer is literally in charge of whipping votes for the Republican Party, and they weren't even able to convince the people that voted for them on the floor to switch their votes for Jim Jordon, who both of them endorsed. So the same applies there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get why the 3 Long Island ones are voting for Lee Zeldin, because quite frankly, he is all they have. Literally all they have. Every time they have a fundraising event, special guest Lee Zeldin. This guy's been to more fundraisers now that he's not in Congress than he was when he was in Congress, because no one likes these people. No one. I mean, the 3 of them were going to have a fundraiser with Tom Emmer up here on Long Island. It's the big event every year. It got canceled because not enough people signed up for it. This is a $5,000 a plate fundraiser, and everybody was just like, yeah, I'm good. I'll stay home and watch college football.
I know, even in the comments section, I'm going through it right now. They're like, Nick, is something wrong? They're like, you guys yell at me next time. Yeah.
I thought it was just me. I was like, oh, great. Now I got to leave and try to get back in again.
Well, apparently.
Yeah, and by the way, just so everyone knows about that fundraiser Kevin was talking to, I've been to one of those too with Kevin. And I think, Kevin, the last time I went there was a guy on a jetpack. So they spare no expense.
Yeah,
and, the fact that it's canceled this year.
It's run by the coolest person on Long Island, a bajillionaire house. They had Don Jr., and I think they had Junior and Pompeo last year. So this guy doesn't.
And Greg Kelly. Oh, no, not Greg Kelly. Ray Kelly.
Yeah. So they don't mess around. Like, this guy puts in a phone call, and real people show up. But the fact this year they were having, and that was for one Lee Zeldin fundraiser that they got Don Jr. at. They had to have a fundraiser for all 3 of them at the same time and get the third in line, a person who genuinely I hadn't heard of in my entire life, in Tom Emmer, to come down. And then that got canceled because, and I think that's why they're holding out for McCarthy, because these guys are never going to make their quarterlies.
We need to have this discussion about the TPS reports. Okay.
May read Stapler. May read Stapler.
Whew. Sorry, guys. Been checking to see if there's any updates, and those are few and far between. So we know. Here's what I know. No one's saying
radio silence on Capitol Hill right now, guys.
No one's saying why they won't do it.
Which is
no one's
really
saying
weird.
when.
Aaron.
Huh?
What?
You were saying something.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, radio silence from Capitol Hill. Yeah, I was just checking for updates.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, we're all getting mentally exhausted here because of the. This is the problem. The Capitol Hill staffers that I've been in constant contact with, and by the way, guys, Capitol Hill is even more locked down today than it was yesterday. They had the perfect excuse with the terrorists, the insurrectionists that invaded the Capitol yesterday, the ones that were released from police custody almost immediately with no real charges. They ended up totally locking down the Capitol today, where you need more than just you need to be more than just credentialed media. You need to be approved by the Speaker of the House. So they're all Kevin McCarthy media right now. So I wasn't allowed in either, but hopefully tomorrow we'll see. But anyway, great excuse to make sure that it's very hard to confront these people right now, these holdouts, not even just because they're sitting in the corner of their offices with their thumbs in their mouth, trying to figure out how they're going to appease their special interests and lobbyists if Jordon becomes Speaker of the House. But it's crazy to me, and we saw this note that is now posted to the top, that Jim Jordon, according to Reuters, left during a meeting with some of the holdouts, because some of them also won't answer phone calls or are refusing to meet with Jim Jordon. saying what is the real reason. So again, as we've been talking about for a lot today, we don't know the real reason. Is it because Jim Jordon is refusing to satisfy their special interests and lobbyists? Is it, is it because they're just, they love to have Hakeem Jeffries in office? We don't know what it is because they won't tell us. They won't tell us, and they won't tell their constituents, and we'd like to know what they're hiding, but we haven't figured it out yet.
If you notice underneath his fingers, like right underneath his middle and ring fingers, it looks like it says nope on there.
Yeah, and also real quick, take for this if you find it funny or not. But apparently, this Julie Grace Brufke, and Bannon has re-gettered it, whatever that's called. Quote, a source close to Representative Ken Buck tells me, quote, the landlord for one of his offices is terminating the lease, presumably because of his vote against Jordan.
Yes!
Shut up. Are you kidding me?
Hero, get that guy a trophy.
Are you kidding me? What a boss.
That guy deserves a medal.
Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Sure, it's up in the nest, but Julie Grace Brufke had tweeted out 11 minutes ago. A source close to Representative Ken Buck tells me, quote, the landlord for one of his offices is terminating the lease, presumably because of his vote against Jordan.
MVP.
Legendary. Absolutely. If these guys are going to be... Ken Buck seems to be one of the ringleaders of the anti-Jordan caucus now. So I can't say that I feel bad for him or anybody else close to him, and hopefully we'll see more of that. Some landlord just gave up guaranteed income because guess what? The taxpayers pay for it, and your U.S. government can continue printing money to pay those leases off. But anyway,
it looks like Ken Buck is going to get evicted in more ways than one.
Well, look, I say we all get together. Look, I say we all get together and plan a little ski trip out in Colorado and, see what happens.
Also, Anna Polina.
If we can get Dustin to pay for it, I'm in.
Yeah, exactly. Dustin, you're paying for it. Real quick, Anna Polina Luna, as of 15 minutes ago, put out a tweet that I put up in the nest. She says, our office has been getting hit with many calls and letters from our district to vote in favor of Jim Jordon for speaker. Here are a few letters from constituents that came in from our website. Excellent. If you guys want to read some of those, some of them are long, but they're fantastic. This is the way, right? This is the way. This is how you do it. And in the inverse, all these people banging and crying and you will not intimidate me. You cannot threaten me. I will stand on principle. All right, we'll post the threats. Show us, because I guarantee you they're probably very similar to what you see up in the nest from Anna Polina Luna.
Yeah, and the feds, as they've proven, are actively involved with even if they did get some threats. Okay, I still don't believe that they're from any of us. They're not good faith actors, and so that's a pretty good reason. I've never understood that. You hear people say that all the time. Well, I've gotten death threats. Post them. Who cares if you post their name at this point?
I can confirm that Nick LaLota has received at least one death threat from someone on Long Island. I saw it.
It's probably from a lefty.
Kevin, are you talking about who I think you're talking about?
No.
Kevin,
was it you?
No. This happened yesterday. Sean is laughing because
because I know things.
Because Sean is aware that my mother just got off the phone with some of the congressman's office, and he's worried that the feds are on the way to my house.
So actually, here's what I'll do, and then I'm going to come to you, Dustin. Let me read this one, because I think this is important. She says, good morning. I'm a registered independent voter that lives in Safety Harbor, and I am contacting you because I'm extremely concerned about the House Republicans' inability to get a speaker elected. It is showing everyone that Republicans cannot govern effectively and put their own personal agenda above the people that put them in power. Apparently, all the Republicans that are not a part of a unified solution are forgetting that they are supposed to work for us, the voter. Please do what it takes to find a solution and let your constituents know that you are part of the solution and not part of the problem. Thank you, Steve. That's a pretty good letter. I'd have to say that's effective. Dust, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so we just got a great audience comment here down in the bottom right-hand corner that the only threat that these people are getting is the threat to kill their political careers. And those are definitely the kind of threats I will back, and you can put me on record as saying them.
Listen, if Don Bacon had the goods, you think it wouldn't be all over CNN all day today? Right? He went on CNN and the tweet he put up was oh, it was a tweet to his wife like, oh, your husband better vote for Jim Jordon or his political career is over. His political career is over. That's not a threat. That is politics. First Amendment covered douche nozzle crybaby.
Yeah,
Right?
and that's
And
also a promise.
yeah, no, and listen, that's fully within bounds. Like that's not even on the line, and that's the best he could provide to CNN. Like really,
That's
so
a good point.
right. If he had a crazy death threat, it'd be all over the news all day today. Instead, it
Yeah,
was
they'd be running with it. The
yeah.
Times would be extreme MAGA Republicans are doing it again. It's another insurrection. You know, that's what they'd be doing. The headlines are already written. They're waiting for it.
Oh no, they're desperate for it, and now if it's come out, it's not from any of us, right? We've all kept it within bounds the whole time. I'd rather make fun of Turd Ferguson by calling him Turd Ferguson, right? Than make any kind of stupid threat that's gonna hurt everybody.
Well,
But
Dustin, you are a threat to our democracy, and I think everybody agrees.
Well, I am definitely a threat to their democracy because I believe that we're a republic, and I
Yes.
literally I don't care if Don Bacon gets reelected. I don't care if it's Don Bacon or a Democrat. I really don't. I have just been broken to that point. But Ken Buck, I want to go because he's been a special kind of stupid throughout this whole thing, right? Which is Don Bacon, right? Listen, he's sucking up to the military industrial complex. The appropriators want to keep the money flowing and their control of the flow of money. But Ken Buck is like a special kind of stupid. His whole thing, and this is why I actually believe the rumor that he's aiming to pull a Kinzinger and go work for CNN instead of work in Congress, is that his whole reasoning is we won't accept the results of the 2020 election without questioning them. That's his hiccup. That Kevin McCarthy has been too strong on questioning the 2020 election. Like I don't know what reality Ken Buck has stepped into, but he like Joe Biden should be nowhere near any position of power anywhere in our government.
Yeah, we know this, right? We saw this doing these little hits on MSNBC and just going a complete. We're like, what is Ken Buck doing? Why is he doing this? This guy's unhinged. So at least we know what his demands are, and I find that to be obviously not true. Number one, he's using the 2020 election result as his stand to hide his true intentions, right? At the same time, trying to shame people into just moving on and moving along. I suspect Ken Buck may have also participated in shenanigans. That's why he doesn't want it talked about, because again, shenanigans in the elections go both ways. That is a power structure that they've utilized and to get their way. So it's like that's not talked about enough because we have the 2020 election results that went against Republicans and how it was weaponized and how the rules were changed in the states and how this massive amount of money flooded in from all these different groups and they set up these apparatuses in the swing states. And with all that money spent, all those shenanigans, all those law changes, it was only 42,000 votes collectively across all swing states that made us lose the 2020 election. 42,000. So, this apparatus has not just all of a sudden popped up. It's existed, and both teams have used it. That's why Mittens and people like that, Mitch McConnell's of the world, they've used it too. We know it. And it's time we call that out too. To your point, Dustin, at this point, people are like, oh, well, you're going to lose a Republican seat in the Congress. And get what? What, a Democrat voting the same exact way as that Republican that left that seat? Like, stop. Just save it. You're insulting my intelligence. I agree with you, Dustin. Cheryl, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I've been in and out, so I'm not fully. I don't know where we are on the roller coaster right at the moment because I've been in and out. But I will say, Bacon. Oh my God. Have you guys been watching his like feud with DC Drano? Oh, Drano looks like Drano drank too much Drano. I mean, that's what an idiot Bacon is. Secondly, when I was on here earlier, I heard a couple of people, I've heard it a few times in different spaces, people that come up and say, well, I'm a libertarian. Okay, here's my thing with that. Right now, what we're witnessing, to me, I think Jim is being very strategic. I think that he's going to flip flop. He's going to. I hate when he keeps us in the dark, but I do think he's being strategic, and maybe that's just my being very naive. But what we're witnessing now is the restoration of the Republican Party, or even better, making the Republican Party great again and what it should have always been. So I'm hoping that when people come up and say, "Well, I'm a libertarian," okay, I don't know why you have to say that because, frankly, I'm a Republican, but I'm also a libertarian. I do not believe in oversized government and certainly not in the zillions of NGOs that consider themselves to be part of our government. So I'm hoping that we can, I don't know, trash, you can make a meme or something that kind of alludes to that, because that will help change the narrative so much that this is the Republic, this is, oh, how do I put it? This is how we fight. This is what we stand for, and we're not going to budge because it's not going to be business as usual. You're not going to have the same people getting the same donors and play it by the same rules. The old rules are gone. No more. There's a new sheriff in town. So that's just my thinking, and I'm not against libertarians. I mean, frankly, I am a Republican libertarian. If you can be that. But that's just something I wanted to point out. And thanks for all the coverage. And Nick, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to take a ride in your Grand Am.
Not yet.
Is that what we're calling it now? Come on.
Well, no, he was in D.C. I was waiting for him to just hop by my condo and pick me up.
There's Doc's mind in the gutter.
God, it's always in the gutter. Just know every guy that you know about, his mind is in the gutter. I just don't have a filter.
That's why we love Doc.
Yeah, Dust, go ahead.
Well, so listen, I think what we're seeing here is a restoration of the grassroots, which is from 2010 to 2016, the Tea Party, and then the beginnings of MAGA were very active. It was not unusual at all to see these kind of campaigns, these pressure campaigns around legislation. I mean, even on such wonky legislations like the United States Postal Reform Act that we worked with Darrell Issa to reduce the annual deficit of the United States Postal Service by doing things as simple as like closing redundant offices. We'd find these like rural towns that used to be much larger that had 3 post offices, right, for like 500 people. And then there'd be cities that had, right, not enough. It's literally just going through like place by place and reorganizing and restructuring the United States Postal Service. After Donald Trump got elected, we kind of took it off a little bit. And then in the lead up to 2020 began the lawfare against the Republican grassroots, right? We started to see the SDNY go after the NRA, go after Steve Bannon and We Build the Wall and Me and Jen's network, right? And we saw the lawfare used against Millie Weaver and a whole bunch of our people. And frankly, we saw the January 6th, right, committee come after us. We've been inundated with legal nonsense for almost 5 straight years now. And this is the first time that the grassroots has reasserted themselves like in nearly half a decade, and the members of Congress don't like it. But they're in a tricky spot because they recognize that they need us to win, that we provide the grassroots muscle and energy and volunteerism and grassroots donations necessary for victory, but they really, really don't like us, right? They really don't like that we want to actually cut spending. They don't like that we actually have principles and we expect our representatives to hold the same principles. And so we're left in this conundrum where some of them are exposing themselves in a big way And I will argue till the day is long, right, that the Tea Party wing, the grassroots wing, every victory we have is a broader, bigger victory for the overall party structure, which is we can't fight the good fight if we're constantly fighting within our own to even uphold the most basic principles of limited government that we care so much about.
No, 100%. And real quick before I go to anybody else, so I started getting about 30 minutes ago. I started getting rumors that Lee Zeldin has been wandering around the halls and getting involved, and I'm seeing it more and more. So there's rumors that Lee Zeldin is headed into Jim Jordan's office, or maybe already be there because this was about 15 minutes ago. So now Lee Zeldin's getting involved is what the rumors appear to be. I'm not 100% confirmed on that. Obviously, I don't have any official sources. However, I would say that a few people that I've heard from about this, one of them that I would consider unimpeachable, but there's also feelings that they don't want him involved. Now, I've got Sean, I've got you here, and Kevin here. Since you guys are New Yorkers, you probably give me some insight of why maybe America First wouldn't want Zeldin involved in this, and then I would like to hear what Trump has to say about this, Sean, as well. So, but you guys, why would Zeldin be involved to be a problem?
I think Zeldin is well, he's come out and publicly endorsed Jordan, and I think the reason why Zeldin is probably getting involved now is to the point that the Long Island 3 holdouts right now are upset about is that state and local tax deduction, the SALT deduction, the 9/11 funding. That's a couple of the sticking points, and I think that Zeldin may be able to have the conversation with Jordan and kind of explain that to him. That's the only reason why I would think. And he has publicly endorsed Jim Jordan. I don't think anybody here who is MAGA, America First, pro-Trump, anything like that, I don't think we have anything to worry about with Lee Zeldin. That guy is as strong a conservative as you can find, and he's a dog, man. This guy just works his ass off all the time, and I can attest to his character. I mean, he's a good guy. So I think if he's getting involved, he's trying to fix the problem. He's not trying to make the problem worse or cater to the holdouts. I think maybe what he's doing is potentially being the voice of reason, or maybe explaining the perspective as to why those 3 Long Island holdouts who keep voting for Zeldin are doing that with Jordan, to kind of maybe find a middle ground there. With all things considered, the holdouts, the reason why those 3 are holding out aren't, from what they've told everybody, isn't a Ukraine thing. It's a 9/11 funding, SALT deduction, flood insurance thing. Which I'm not sure what the flood insurance thing is, but that's my read on it with Zeldin. I don't know. Kevin's still on Long Island. I'm in Tennessee, but I don't know, Kevin, if you've heard anything from anybody out there.
He's probably tweeting.
Is Kevin there?
Yes, yeah, but that makes sense to me, Sean. That's what I was thinking. So I didn't understand why that would be a bad thing. And considering the sources that are saying it, they would probably be championing it for the very reasons that you put forth. And also, what if if Zeldin can kind of be like the avatar, not just representation, but kind of the avatar to say, hey, listen, I've had a talk with the Long Island 3. They're not going to get everything they want. However, we really put it to Jim and blah, 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 blah. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the angle. I'm not sure. But it seems like a net positive to me to get Zeldin involved.
Well,
Lee is a good guy. Again, he's not in there to cause a problem. I don't know. There may be people who are reading it thinking Lee Zeldin is trying to. I don't know. He's never been someone who's worked counter America First. He's always been an America First guy. There were some rumors about him last year that went around when he was running his primary in New York, because he was running against Rudy Giuliani's son, and there were people who, leaked some things about him that weren't true. That could be where some of the disdain is coming from. But those have pretty much been dead issues on arrival. If Zeldin's involved, it means that those Long Island 3 are movable. And I think, to me, just looking at that, that's a good thing.
I want to just add too, Lee Zeldin's dad is a NEMA alumni around the same time as Trump. I don't know if they were exactly the same class. I know they were around the same class. But there's a great relationship between the Zeldins and President Trump. So I'm with Sean. There is zero. Lee Zeldin is one of the few good guys that have come out of New York politics, an absolute stalwart and brilliant. I mean, dude's got like a 2,200 chess rating. Like, freaking brilliant.
Yeah, he's not just a good guy too in terms of politics. He's a good human. Kevin and I have had a lot of experience with him. Behind closed doors, not in a campaign, and he's a guy you just would want to grab a drink with. But he's also a patriot. He's a veteran. He's just got an amazing story. Some of the stuff that you would know if you knew, personally. He's a good guy. So I certainly would be led to believe right now that if Zeldin is involved in this speaker stuff, that he's doing it to get Jim Jordon over the finish line, not for any other means or any other motivations.
I totally agree. I think Lee is an exemplary Republican. He won what was, I thought, going to be a tighter race against Hochul. But once it was clear that he lost, most importantly, he conceded. But he led the fight there in New York. I mean, Letlow, Despacito, Lawler, a lot of these guys that are part of the 20 who won very, very tight races, right? Lalota, all these other folks who basically are freshmen congressional leaders now, holding barely on to turn seats. And he led that fight. And so I think he's got a great future in front of him, partially because he didn't put up a fight about anything untoward about his election. He just said, hey, let's keep going.
Yeah, those guys that you just mentioned won on the backs of Lee Zeldin and Lee Zeldin alone. If he wasn't the candidate in 2022 in that gubernatorial race, I think you're still looking at a Democrat majority. I got to be honest with you.
Totally
agree. So I think Zeldin, he's a team player. He's always been a team player, and he's not somebody who sells out MAGA. He's like you said, a very close friend of the Trumps. Kevin and I both went to a fundraiser last year in early April at Mar-a-Lago for Zeldin's for his campaign. Trump spoke and always speaks very highly. We were at another fundraiser in New Jersey where Donald Trump spoke highly of Lee Zeldin. I don't think that Lee Zeldin would be on Capitol Hill right now, if that's indeed where he is, working on this, if he didn't think it was possible. He's not a guy who wastes time. He's very smart. And I don't think he'd be on Capitol Hill right now working against not just the wishes of Trump or MAGA or anything, but working against us. He's always been good for the people, and he came so close. I mean, so close, where if he had won that governor's race, I would say he'd be the front runner for Trump's running mate in 2024. That's what I would think if he had won that. Maybe not so much anymore right now, but even if, like, let's say Trump does go ahead and make him the pick because of maybe something he does over the course of the next couple of days, you'd be looking at a phenomenal VP and then a potential president down the road, and a level head, but fiery when he needs to be, but smart, decent, not nefarious, not malicious. So I would say anybody who's kind of suspicious of what he's doing, I don't think they really should be.
I actually said the same thing had he won. That was actually my prediction long ago during that election. I was like, if Zeldin wins this, he very well could end up on the national stage with Trump. I actually did say that. So I agreed with you 1,000%. Trying to get some additional stuff in the background, trying to source some stuff, guys, to keep you updated. There's a few things that are unconfirmed right now. I won't come out with them yet. Still waiting on better sourcing. Some of these sources are unimpeachable, but at the same time, sometimes playing telephone, you get the wrong information. So, but I'll try to keep you updated as well. But I am curious of what Trump would think about Lee Zeldin being his running mate. Trump, what do you think about that?
Well, I think Lee Zeldin is a tremendous person. I have to say that. He's a wonderful guy. And there's not a lot of people with the last name of Zeldin, with the Z, that I would actually say, a lot of people you talk about, they call him Z in Congress. They call him Z, not like Xi from China, who we also got along very well with. President Xi, and believe it or not, he looks like Winnie the Pooh. A lot of people don't know that. If you look at it, you'll never be able to unsee it. He looks like Winnie the Pooh. President Xi got along very well with him. And, you can't have Winnie the Pooh in China. It's banned now. It's in China. But I got along well with him. I got along well with just about everybody, except Nancy Pelosi. She's a terrible person, ripped up the speech. She's horrible. But I love Zeldin. He's a great guy. And I think he would do a tremendous job on Capitol Hill. It's a shame that he's not in Congress, but I think he's a tremendous guy. And he's also a great basketball player. I don't know if you know that. He plays basketball very well. He's a very good basketball player. And he was supposed to, Kevin's in the room. I'm not sure if he's still listening, but he was supposed to play against Kevin, and it never happened. But it was going to be incredible. But Lee Zeldin is tremendous. He's got a tremendous family. He's a wonderful person. He's a America First patriot, a veteran. He still serves in the reserves, and he does a tremendous job. So I think we could be very happy with Lee Zeldin. We'll be happier with him than Chris Christie if somebody handed him a box of donuts. And you know how happy Chris Christie gets. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. We call him Snack Man. He eats like nobody's ever eaten before. He's on a special diet. It's called the Ito diet, believe it or not. Not keto with a K, Ito with an E. He eats everything inside. So, but to answer your question, Zeldin is a great guy to place your faith in, and I think he's going to help us get the job done.
So good. So good.
It really is so good, man. That's excellent, Sean. It's my favorite. Oh, man.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. I'm here. So y'all want anything, just cue it up, tee it up. I'm sitting down. You want to laugh for a little bit? I got you.
Well,
But
yeah,
this has been a
we're
good
going to
space
need that
altogether.
comedic relief every once in a while because this shit is getting stressful.
Yeah, let me know. I'm on standby, Commander.
Well, no, and that's the thing, guys. Go to his Rumble channel, LFA TV. He does have great political analysis. He's not just a one-trick pony. But I never let you get away with it, Sean, without at least hearing it once because it's still my favorite. Yeah,
totally cool. And Kevin's on LFA TV also. There, he's got the Loud Majority show. So there's two of us in there. It's the best. Network, I guess you can call that on the internet. Nobody does it like we do. So appreciate that, though, Trash.
Yeah, my friend Anna Perez is over there as well. So, LFA's doing great things. Yep.
It's where it's at.
Absolutely. So, Nick, are you hearing anything in the background right now? Because
I am. Okay. It looks like the vote for Speaker per Jim Jordon's office is going to be at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm assuming that means that he's going to be working through the night here. Maybe, hell, if I were him, I'd be cornering these fucking losers that are camping in their offices trying to evade Jim Jordon and his phone calls. If I were him, I'd have him and his staff camping outside of their offices waiting for them to, eventually they have to come out, right? Unless they're going to sleep under the desk. So.
I mean, Dianne
That's vote number 3.
Feinstein had no problem pushing Lisa Murkowski up against the wall when she wanted something. Just saying.
Did I hear right though? Jim was saying he had yet to talk to any of the 20 guys since the last vote. That's what he said, right? And I'm wondering what's been going on.
No, that's incorrect. There are some of them that are refusing to talk to Jim Jordon or meet with Jim Jordon.
I thought in his interview he said, I'd very much like to meet with the 20 guys who voted against me.
Yeah, but when are you talking about an interview from 2 hours ago? Because
I don't know.
It quickly.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering, since the two votes, had he talked to anybody? Had he actually tried to squeeze some arms,
yes.
Or is just kind of?
Yeah. So a few updates. Number one, he was in a meeting with them. He had even had a notepad, like a picture leaked of his notepad saying, "What is it that you guys want?" He hasn't met with all of them, but it appears that he's met with a lot of them. And now we're getting reports that Lee Zeldin is actually meeting with Jim Jordon. One can assume regarding the Long Island 3. So it is moving along. And we know that there's an announcement from Biden at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. I don't know if I want to get into what I think that is, because everything that I think that is very, very dark.
That's why they had to. That's why they had to cut it off, because Biden is doing that national address at 8:00. So I don't think they were going to go over that.
Yeah, we've got confirmation from Olivia Beavers that the third ballot vote will be tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Wait, is her name really Olivia Beavers? That feels like a troll to me.
Is it Devers or Beavers?
It's Beavers, and she's with Politico.
Not surprising at all.
Yo, high school must have been so bad for her.
That must have been really cruel. Really cruel.
Come on.
Jeez. Yeah, no, she's probably cutthroat now, right? She went through the fire. She's probably fierce.
So
I don't know
Kevin,
her, by the way.
they were asking before. Zeldin's apparently on Capitol Hill working right now. That's the rumor. What do you make of it?
Look, I said it before. He's the he is all they have. So I think that first off, I just want to make this clear. Just dawned on me. If they had to call a guy from Long Island to get their goals accomplished in DC because they aren't effective enough to handle it with Jordan himself, what a bunch of losers, man. I mean, come on, Lee, come help me, please. Jim's being mean to me. I mean, look, and I want to be clear. I love Lee Zeldin, one of the best guys I know, one of the most honest people in politics. I never say a bad word against him. He was a mentor to me and Sean in so many different ways. But like I said, it's like they can't do anything without him. Why are you there? Why doesn't he just have 3 seats? Which, frankly, I wouldn't be too opposed to.
Yeah, and one of the guys that's in there is in the seat that he used to occupy. So he's not in Congress anymore, and yet he's down on Capitol Hill doing the stuff that these other idiots can't do. It's like he just never should have resigned.
It's like, dude, like every fundraiser they have is featuring Lee Zeldin. The guy's at more fundraisers now than when he was in Congress.
There's got to be some level for Lee. Like, stop using my name, guys. Like, please, I'm getting phone calls. I'm not
Well,
involved.
it got to that point.
It got to
that point a few times last year.
Yes.
Sean, I remember the time that we were talking about Lee Zeldin and you purposely misunderstood it and called it Zelda in the Trump voice, and I still cry laughing thinking about that.
He's the legend of Zelda, the missing link. They call him Link. He's a great guy. He's the missing link. Beautiful person. Zelda, the legend of Zelda. Beautiful.
All right. I actually do want to get Trump's opinion on what we think's going on tonight with Biden's announcement. And before we do that, to close it out, we're going to shut down for tonight, guys. We're going to pick back up tomorrow for this vote. We'll be ripping and roaring, ready to go again tomorrow, right, Nick? I'm assuming.
Absolutely. Hell yes. I would say probably about 9:30 Eastern tomorrow morning, which poor Aaron.
Lord,
I mean,
dude.
we're fucking wearing him out up here.
Killing me.
6:30 a.m. his time. This man is dedicated, and he's actually going to be the one singing the national anthem when we start tomorrow morning. So
that's actually
you guys
correct.
don't want to miss that. Yeah. So he's going to have to start drinking quite early.
Or I'm just going to go to bed early and just stay up all night. I don't know. I don't know what kind of craziness I'm going to get myself into here. But listen, folks, on a serious note, stay safe. Make sure your loved ones are taken care of. Make sure you have plenty of supplies. Make sure you can take care of yourself so the worst thing happen in the world. I know it's all of our minds. When I was driving home last night.
Because of the chaos.
The chaos. Yes. But on a serious note, when I was in the grocery store last night, a lot of people are scared, man. A lot of people are confused. They don't know what the hell's going on. And the media is not doing them any favors. They are trying to lure them in back with more fear porn. So, stay safe, stay strong. And whatever happens, we're in this fight together. And I think good will win here. I think freedom will win here. I think liberty will win here. And let's just keep up the memes, keep up the pressure, and have some fun. And yes, Nick, I'll get up at 6:30 to host the space so we can be ready to go. So.
I just want
You are the man.
Trish, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Because I have I have a crazy brain and it just works crazy. And I have a lot of people here that can maybe give me some insight. Okay, while I do believe that Zeldin was probably brought in to corral and whip up his boys, I mean, I texted this to you guys. You really don't think that, there might be an option for Zeldin if consensus can't rally around Jordan, and that's why he's possibly there?
I think that's a long shot. I got to be honest. Not that it's not possible, but a long shot. Because if they can't get
if they can't get an insider, somebody currently sitting in the House in Congress to be their guy, you think the entire House, including these 20 holdouts, Zeldin says, he's a big pro-Trump guy. They're not going to budge for him. The only reason why he's down there, I believe, is because of those Long Island 3. And really, it might not just be the Long Island 3, but it might be all of the New York holdouts, including Lawler and some of the other guys that are out there that are holding out as well. Because that would take out about 25% of the holdouts. So I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't think Zeldin's interested in doing that right now. I mean, he might be.
I got the vibe, Sean, when I looked at Jordon just even before this came about, before Gates did what he did, which we all wanted. I looked at his body language, and for some reason, I just get the vibe he don't want it.
Well, no, we know
he doesn't want it. Well, he doesn't. He never said, and he's maintained that he doesn't want it. But that's the funny thing. So you always hear about people say they're a libertarian, they're conservative. The best leaders are the ones who don't want the power. And so that's why there are so many people that are rallying around him, because this is a guy who's not trying to do it to get his name on the door and get the big office in D.C. He didn't even want to do it. Back in January when he got nominated, he said, "Guys, no, I'm just going to deal with judiciary. Go vote McCarthy." I mean, even this go around, he didn't want to do. He didn't even. I don't think he voted in favor of the motion to vacate. I don't think he did at all. And so he's never. It's not like one of these Kevin Spacey House of Cards things where like he selfishly wants it so that he can say, at the end of his career that he was once the Speaker of the House as some sort of status symbol. But that's what makes it, in terms of how I look at it, and in terms of so many other Republicans look at it. That's what makes him so attractive as the potential Speaker of the House, because he doesn't want it. How many other guys in D.C. could say that? I mean, other than Zeldin, because I genuinely believe he doesn't want to do it. But he might get thrust into that position. I don't think Lee Zeldin is going to be one of these dark horses. But again, long shot. Is it impossible? No. I think the time to break precedent in the House to elect an outsider as Speaker was in January, not right now after this motion to vacate was done. I think they're going to find somebody in-house because, they're having a hard enough time unifying around somebody in-house. What makes any of us believe that they would go and choose somebody, who's not currently serving? The only difference is that Zeldin is, he's served for quite some time. But I don't think that's why he's there. I think he's there to get the New York delegation in line.
Yeah, so Mr. Trump, until 10 a.m. tomorrow, or well, actually 9:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, can you lead us out, man?
Well, I could tell everybody to watch the speech. You have Sleepy, Crooked, Creepy Joe, who is going to be making a speech, and God knows what he's going to say. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. If he can even make it onto the stage, they got to get the chairlift ready. They got to get the big, beautiful teleprompter. They got to make sure there's no sandbags. And he might tell us about his hairy legs or what ice cream he had or how many little girls he sniffed and showered with today. Hopefully it's none of that, and hopefully it's good news, but it's never been good news with Crooked Joe, and it's probably going to be about the Israel conflict and potentially sending people over there. We don't want to see that, but I think you're going to see some bad things tonight. I think you're going to see some bad things. And I want to just tell you this, never would have happened if I was your president. When I was your president, no new wars. I got along well with everybody. Putin, I got along well with him. I told him, go play with your nesting dolls, Matryoshka. You got the big Rosie O'Donnell doll, and then you open them up and the smaller ones. I got along well with him. I got along well with President Xi. We took out Soleimani. We took out al-Baghdadi. He died like a dog. And I had Abdul from Afghanistan. Remember Abdul? I told him, don't try any funny business, or we're going to drop a beautiful bomb on your house. And he didn't try anything funny, so we were respected. And right now we're not respected. It's a disgrace, but we're going to fix it, and we're going to do it in 2024 and make America great again, believe me.
Man, what a perfect outro. Mr. Trump, thank you for being here. And guys, so we have the votes tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. We'll be live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. If anything crazy happens tonight, if Joe Biden declares war or some shit, we'll be back here. But hopefully that doesn't happen. You guys, thank you so much for listening. We've been live for 7 hours, almost on the dot now. So thank you all. We'll see you in the morning.
Yep. See you guys. Thanks a lot for being here. It's been a blast. Thanks.
Take care. Bye, everyone. Help me get unsuspended, please. Help me get unsuspended, please.